Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 13th, 2026. And once again, we are coming back from the weekend with drama. I don't know if you guys remember what happened last weekend. Last weekend, you had a bunch of war drama, and then we gapped up. You even had a little bit of a chip sell-off, and we brushed off everything. The futures were down 1% at one point. We are doing a little better, but essentially what happened is more Strait of Hormuz conflict. You had a bunch of back and forth. I mean, you did even have Lindsey Graham passing away, which was interesting from a political perspective. But then on top of that, you also had Korea having another chip momentum selling off. Even though SK Hynix IPO'd on Friday in Korea, SK Hynix stock went down 15%. They had to halt a bunch of things. It killed a lot of that. And some people are saying it's either because there's no fundamental freak out, but it could be because people are trying to rotate to the American side. So we're going to find out. You're going to get a lot of those back and forth rotations. Again, software, some of these programs we've witnessed as we've opened up. But to start off the big week with bank earnings, Kevin Warsh, data, all of it, we got a little bit of drama. And now a lot of people, all eyes are on the chips. You did get an early update from TSMC too, so that helps. So we are going to get a lot of back and forth, but I will tell you, this is all movement this morning. There is nothing fundamental. There's not like any big shift, and I would argue, welcome to earnings season. This is all part of that pregame. So, Chattadonia, I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you're ready for more. We got 7 hours ahead. It's going to be a good one. But, my friends, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and your families, for real. Thank you for everything. Thank you for your commitment and sacrifice to your fellow man. I don't know if the rest of y'all support war or not. That is not what I am trying to do. I am trying to give honor to those who deserve it, baby. And that's what I'm telling you, man. Anybody who decides to put up their time, their life, and sacrifice so much for people they have never met, man, you can never take away that honor from them. So veterans, God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your sacrifice and commitment to all of our collective freedom. Bless your families as well. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, Chattadonia. Harder. Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday, Chattadonia. So listen, man, you got a minute and a half till the bell. Oh, we got a minute and a half till the bell. But I need you to make a decision. I need you to make your mind. Are you gonna have fun? Are you gonna be awake or just go back to bed? Just wake up after Euro close. Call it a day. But I am gonna be watching a couple of plays. Again, MHM. Or MGM, excuse me, MHM. They got a buyout offer here this morning. They're denying the price, so there may be a little bit of upside. CCC, Elliott took a stake. CNMD, another buyout rumor in the morning. Watch the credit card companies. They got upgrades. Again, we're going to get financial earnings this week, too, so those could be a sympathy. EVTL had some drone news, but if momentum's down, those will not move. And then watch Apple pretty much as the momentum leader. Again, keep in mind, some of these days, over the last week or so, where we've gotten these weird weekend momentum freakouts. Again, Apple and where Apple has played a role in terms of the SPY, the waiting, all of that, it has been crucial. So watch out for that, my friend, and you will see where that is all going. But we have 30 seconds. Call out any plays, any info. Don't pump on the homies. If you have good questions, let me know. If you'd like to talk about the long term, I love that thing. And then, yeah, we'll see. ServiceNow. I mean, ServiceNow is same play pretty much from last quarter. It's one of the hype software plays, but I don't know how they're going to do. Their updates have not moved here in a while, but we will check. I'm going to be checking on all of these. But, Chad, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All righty. And Meta, too. I don't know if they're going to stay up. Actually, Meta's not down that much, so watch Apple, watch Meta, see what NVIDIA ends up doing. And then we'll see, again, this rotation-wise. So far, chips are pretty mollywopped. Chips are down 2.4, though. I mean, at one point last week, you even had some, like, 3-4% one. Damn, Apple $2 off the open? Jeez. So, yeah, Apple's already ripping there in terms of that leadership. Ay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, let me see those. Yeah, Apple started off great. Fintech, I mean, SPY's only down by 0.2. Again, we were down 1% at one point on the futures, and then again, just watch the chip dynamic. But you've seen this before. Like I'm saying, I mean, IGV, it's not a bad day. If you looked at the algos this morning, a lot of things are sold off, but you've done this before. So just keep in mind if this lasts longer than 30 minutes an hour. So just you guys have seen this before. So we're doing the chips down, wait till the point where like NVIDIA starts catching a bid or something. But again, there is a lot of the chip names all moving around. And then it's going to software, and then XLP is up, XLV is down, and then financials are starting to climb up here too a little bit. All right. IBM big cash pop. Meta's on the low. I like the Apple. That Apple just ran a little too aggressively, honestly, to start. Intuit dividend. Software looks good. So again, just for now, it's like 2.5 down on chips, and then you get like 3/4 on software. So that's going to work its way out when this is all said and done. SK Hynix down 9, most ever. Shares plunged by the most ever in Korea. So that was the biggest one-day drop for SK Hynix. Day after their US IPO. Look at that. Oh, these won't hit. Boo. I like those. I like, again, there's like financial companies that I like right now, but if they're earning, so there's the companies that report to like tomorrow this week, but then there's some that report like towards the end of the month. So their premiums are a little bit weird. Intuit, SPCG. Intuit actually kind of ran up pretty decent. Again, Adobe was up 2 off of the open. Hitting 4. There's NVIDIA now. So, again, chips are still down by 2. SPY, I mean, SPY's only down by 0.19. Dow is actually in the green. Again, you do have the staples coming up here. That's part of the rotation. Yeah, Microsoft, it wasn't too bad, but they're still kind of chilling. Again, all Mag 7, it's within 0.5%. Meta 2 is even down by 1. We need a little bit more movement. Again, I mean, chips could be a lot worse, but they're not too bad. So, but like I'm saying here, just to start off the morning, we have a lot of movement that could happen. Again, IGV is even going red right now. Is that SK Hynix IPO? So I think it's going green? Am I tripping? Oh yeah, SK Hynix IPO, the US version, is starting to climb up. I don't know where this thing even closed. Oh, I guess technically it's a new ticker for today. Because remember, it did SKHYV and then they dropped the V. Oracle dump, that's going to get in the way of software. There's China. So again, it got some pretty nice China days. Cyber's on the low. Energy names too, and then there's Apple, bro. Apple on fire. That sucks, bro. It's $3 from the morning. So you would have been able to get a lot better of a deal on those. All right. Yeah, bad news, B, good news, and scale bad. You might get a headline coming in. So again, those are part of all the weak momentum. Oh, they're coming in there. And then now NVIDIA. So watch out. Not a recommendation. I'd keep those small. That's just if you get the momentum upside, if they start leading. And then SPY still holding. Uber into it. Again, SK Hynix stock is on the high, which I think is hilarious. How about your above statement, SK Hynix? I'm going to wait on SK Hynix. I'm not I don't put IPOs into the long term. So, I mean, I think it's a really big company, and there's the next like year or two with all these AIs, I mean, they're expected to do a lot more, but other than that, I'm not like super bullish on it, or I'm not. I mean, I think it's a great company. I don't see any role for it in my long term as of yet. Oh, did those already go up? Okay. IBM. Asmil again. They're gonna report Apple. Then there's SAP. Let's see the other software names. SAP and Now are going again. Software actually went negative there for a second. Yeah, Microsoft 0.1. I want to say Meta and Google. Those are your ones lagging the most. And obviously NVIDIA. NVIDIA's only down 1. It was just trying to catch a bid. Again, SanDisk into the low, WDC. So even though SK Hynix IPO is moving around, I mean, unfortunately, the other memory chip names, they're all into the low. Amazon's starting to go. Yeah, Netflix is looking great. But again, I think if Meta, you need just that Mag 7 effect. Apple is helping you out a ton, though. Again, this Apple move off the open is not small. Constellation, now Lulu. Again, you got that Bloom Energy stuff. I can't see that article. It's behind a paywall. And now Bebzi. They're at 138. Apple again. Apple and Amazon seem to be the strongest. You think memory money going to Apple? To a degree, I mean, just in general, Apple, we wanted to know if it was going to be, lagger, leader. This is like part of one of those themes, But yeah, it's still, for now, it looks to be the rotation winner. And then there's Amazon again, more Apple on the high. Bobo. Is that Meta now? And then WBD. Meta finally took off. So literally, am I tripping? Did Meta just move $11? Iran Revolutionary Guard spokesperson by interfering in Strait, the U.S. jeopardized security of global oil and gas supplies. Habibi, you are doing the Meta one. How you say? Dubai plans new port to bypass Strait of Hormuz. Financial Times. What's coming out now? Again, Pepsi starting. Dude, that Pepsi move is pretty wicked. I don't know how those other ones are going to do. Oh, they didn't sell those other ones? No, Pepsi, I think, is just the value. Again, the value rotation. Again, we wake up on a day today. I mean, staples are up by 1%. You pretty much have chips down by 3.3, and they're still plummeting, might I add. So watch out. I just want any of the upside, and then if those don't hit, we get the ones with time. But I'm throwing out some of these 1 centers on any of these big poppers. Qubits, I mean, low ticker's very active. I do not have the VWAP up. But yeah, I mean, low ticker's moving. I would expect the SPY to move a little bit more, but it's kind of chilling. I mean, it's staple. You're just rotating around right now to start. So SPY is down by 0.3. NASDAQ is down by 1.5. Again, SPY is down by 1% at one point. And then Russell's down by 0.4. And Dow is the only one in the green. But yeah, you see it. It's like it's literally Mag 7 and then staples. Now healthcare, financials already led the way. But same exact rotations you guys saw a lot of in the last couple weeks. I mean, IGV chip connection, it's a little weird, but you're definitely got chips going straight down now. IGV near the low, and then now staples are capturing a lot of the rotation. And yeah, according to people close, Dubai wants to make a new port container on UAE East Coast, reducing your Dubai's reliance on flagship Jebel Ali hub and bypassing Strait of Hormuz. Are the chips going to die now? I mean, that just depends on all the earnings. So again, just the SK Hynix thing wasn't even like, I don't know if you guys remember, last week we freaked out over the weekend and then we just ripped up on Monday. I don't know if you guys remember that. And what did everybody say? They were like, oh, there's nothing fundamental. Same thing now, you're just doing it to the downside. So this weekend now, you had the IPO on Friday. They panic in Korea. They sell off the chip stocks, but it literally wasn't off of anything fundamental. This time there wasn't even like a tax AI and give it to the people headline. It was just, SK Hynix, Korea. They came back, bad momentum. There's more war problems, but that kind of created this this weird dynamic that we have. But I wouldn't say it's what's it called? Wait, please hold. No, it's not gonna hit. NVIDIA on the low. But yeah, I don't think today, again, they're just chalking it up. Nothing necessarily fundamental. You did get TSM earnings, which helped it out. That's fundamental, and that doesn't, sour up the story at all. But that's why, after these next couple weeks, and once we get it all, figured out, we'll be good to go. In terms of, again, what I mean by figured out is all these companies are going to report earnings. about Netflix. I mean, well, Netflix is on Thursday. So, and then I don't know if you guys noticed, there's not really, unless today, like, takes off, there's not really, like, a Netflix run-up. But, yeah, so there's this Thursday. I mean, I don't know. I think their bar is really low. I'm not talking about analyst bar. I'm talking company bar. So I'd have to check where the analysts are right now, but it's going to be a wild card. But I think I'm leaning more towards positive just because the bar is so low. But yeah, that doesn't mean shit. We have zero idea. They're going to be one of the wild cards because, again, just like last earnings, they did not do good at all. So if they do bad again, I mean, and the bar is already low, it's going to just keep continuing everything you've been seeing. But if they can change it, and that's what I'm saying, if the bar is low and they finally come in good, it could be awesome. So, yeah, and then ironically, no, the bar is high. So analysts have actually raised the guidance expectations. So even though the bar is low on Netflix by the company, analysts have a higher bar than the company. Well, now Pfizer. Apple is still going. I tell you from the beginning, brother, Apple should be on fire. Now Myrna. And then, I don't know, man. Do you guys keep hearing, and now Bloom Energy, there's your Tyree headline. Again, SMR didn't react to it. So it's kind of weird, that inverse, but still keep an eye on it. And then more Apple. But yeah, do you guys keep hearing about this, what's it called? Do you guys keep hearing about the, what's it called? Do you guys keep hearing about the explosive diarrhea? I keep hearing about explosive diarrhea. I'm getting a little confused. I'm like, wait, is this something? Is this like a real worry? Is this like, no, because like, bro, I'm telling you. And then like I feel like so far in the last 3 months, every like couple of weeks, we've gotten some weird like healthcare scare, whether it's been a hantavirus, Ebola, and now they're like, nah, dude, like explosive diarrhea is fucking goes hard, dude. I'm like, what? So yeah, but have any of you got it? I haven't gotten it, surprisingly. I feel like I'm prone to explosive diarrhea. Okay, it's more value, sadly, but see, SMH stopped dropping. But high ticker is a lot of value names, everything from drugs and healthcare to biotechs. Agen up 88. I don't know if they were on one of those buyout deals. Yeah, Elijah Lele. So again, IBB finally waking up. I mean, remember that was on fire the last couple of weeks. OCG, DG now. Dollar General's up 5%. This thing is running, dude. Yeah, Netflix already up 2. SKHY, bro. SK Hynix. So again, SK Hynix had its worst day in history for Korea, the Korean stock. But for now, this thing keeps running up. That's what I was saying. That was already surprising off of the morning. Apple. The apples with no time won't move, but the ones with time are. You just had it for weeks. Meta dropping. Watch which big tech gives up. So again, Google and Meta moved hand in hand. Apple still going high. But actually, they all dropped. So every single big tech. And then NVIDIA just near the low. So also, too, watch what the other big techs do. And then watch if when NVIDIA hits a low and when it stops hitting a low. A couple of those energy plays are coming up. Shaz is starting to pick up. That got whopped off the morning. And then more healthcare is on the high, too. And then more Apple. Silver selling off. US shift to disengage from European security is credit negative for European sovereigns. Hot dog. Are a lot more money. Interesting. Clove and Walmart. Apple's still going, then OKE is another energy. Now Rivian, but then UNG is moving, but crude oil hasn't budged. Oracle, is that a new low? What was the low? I don't know if that was hitting 52-week low. No, 134, but you're getting close. And then J&J on the high. Again, J&J reports this week as well, too. Yeah, those won't go up. First big red for Apple. So watch if chips get a bid on that. Yeah. Now TSM on the low, Kimberly on the high. I don't know which one that was. NVIDIA. All right. But the calls are cheaper. Not a recommendation. So yeah, I'm down to snag another one. And then we'll see. Kimberly. I mean, SPY's just chilling here too. Again, I think we just need to work out this chip software momentum dynamic because they're both down now. I mean, any of these other days, they were both, at least they would inverse each other. So starting off, I mean, it's a weird day, all things considered. It's a weird remix of what we dealt with last week. And now XLV again. Yeah, Kimberly, bro, not bad at all. I mean, I think the high on Kimberly was what, 115, 116? But yeah, Staples started off good. Again, XLV, they started off bad, but then they even came back up. And then again, XLF. Meta UBS cuts target to 766 from 865. So Meta chilled out. So did Google. Now Dollar Tree again. DG was already up 5 on the day. And then the Estée Lauder tapping as above a 40. XLV, J&J, Coca-Cola, Philip Morris. I mean, saying it all out loud, you should hear it. I mean, it's all staples. You are in staple land. Again, XLV. I think TTD was moving up earlier. And now Pfizer, so more healthcare, and NVO. You had Eli Lilly, and then DG once again. Again, SPY is down by a quarter. Dow is the one in the green. It's just Russell and NASDAQ, but Russell's not even that bad. Remember on Friday, Russell was the only one that actually did bad. And everybody else rotated. We've been here for about 30 minutes. Dow Jones, 19 in the green, 11 in the red. NASDAQ, 50 in the green, 47 in the red. No way. So NASDAQ's 50-50, and SPY 350 in the green, 150 in the red. So yeah, that equal weight, those rotations, they're all there. Paramount merger expected to face lawsuit from multiple states. CNBC. Again, it's more value in medical. Staples and medical on the high. But yeah, I mean, overall, the dynamic actually isn't that bad. So yeah, if NVIDIA and chips, just watch, like I'm saying. I mean, eventually when the chips stop, you might watch something rotate back. But for now, I mean, to start off the morning, it has gone down, and then Apple stopped leading. Now chilled out. CVS in healthcare. Mimi already up 50%. And then Agen, that was that other small cap runner. Citi's on the low. No shit. Our financials are still green. They haven't moved, but a couple of them are moving. Oh, CBOE, Habibi. There you go, Habibi. Good for you, brother. Oracle. Almost at one. I mean, Oracle is near the low. So that's the thing that sucks. It's unfortunate because I wish it was kind of stabilizing a little bit. But yeah, you're $2 from a 52-week low on Oracle. Ugh. See, this one's weird, actually. So Oracle, you had it end of the month. So actually in the last 2 days, like the last 2 weeks, they have been editing, or they have been updating Oracle. But yeah, here's the problem with Oracle. So Oracle, they raised the low end and then they lowered the high end. But yeah, this is all in the last 12 days. This was end of the month and this is now. But it was like 12 days ago that they did that. So the price is at the lower end. The expectations have came down, but yeah, the high end of the bar is lower. The low end has been raised substantially. All right, well, SPY, I mean, if the SPY starts moving at this point, it's either whoever's going to be the rotation winner, or if, again, this chip carnage could kind of chill out. It does look like IGV and chips both moving in line for now. And then again, watch financials, staples, some of these winners right now. I mean, those will easily give up if we start to get some of the upside. Well, it's a hard one for Oracle's hard for earnings and options. I mean, long term, I think it's easy. I mean, long term, I still think it's a risk. It's a gigantic gamble on this, AI bet. But yeah, Chata. I mean, there's some software. Software is just kind of a mixed bag. Half of them are up, half of them are down. And then again, it's the bigger ones are at least holding, but you still got a weird momentum day today. SkyQ, SKHV. I don't even remember it. SKHY? Yeah, that one actually went up. CCL2. Workday, they are not bad. SPY back to open. Again, Agen, just a small cap. couple of healthcares running. But yeah, SPY and Russell only down by 0.18 now. Again, everything's 50-50. The SPY actually has 350 in the green. SkyQ is like Indo and Husa. Oh, like the energy ones. And then there's Sky H, SKHY. That's not even Sky. I just can't read. XYZ and Zillow on the low. All right, SPY near the high, my friends. Hello. So remember, do you guys realize, I mean, we gapped down, but from Friday's close, you were less than 0.5% from all-time highs. So, yeah, that's what we're saying. You know, every one day up or down, I mean, it really changes the vibe. I mean, we did the same thing last week, but last week, you just absorbed the downside so quick. And, again, we sold off, and they were like, nothing fundamental. So, very similar, but now this time it's trading. Again, SkyQ, whatever that energy one is pumping. And oil on the low? Interesting. Financials. I think chips are bouncing, yeah. Oh, chips are trying to make it back up to the open. But yeah, they're moving a little bit. And then UNH, again, they have earnings this week. Dollar Tree, Staples, those are all still continuing. Apple, let's see if a brother does it. Oh, yeah, NVIDIA, dude. Look at NVIDIA off the bottom. $2. Where is Intel? P-Sky. So much of Sky. A Sky V, a Sky Q, a P-Sky, a W-Sky. So much of Sky. Yo, DoorDash and Uber. It's not a trigger yet, but both of them just moved in tandem at the low. A baby flush. I'm surprised Disney's doing good. Apparently, Moana was a flop in terms of the box office. But yeah, they got to upgrade this morning. And they are still moving up. And there's still more UNH. Uber and DoorDash got a candle. SpaceX 140, like 140, like low 140s. Oh no shit. So yeah, is that fine? This first day, it's actually dropped substantially below there. Like I was saying, this whole time it really wouldn't go below 150. Again, Dollar General, a couple more value like General Mills. But yeah, DG's up 5.6. That's been going from the morning. Netflix getting a decent candle. I don't know, CCL or CCCC. Carnival, NCLH on the high too. They're doing the staple wave again. UK and Switzerland to loosen visa restrictions as part of services trade deal. Gonna hit. Agent Campbell, CPB. Yo, CPB. It's 2.9, not on one candle, but I mean, that 10 cents is like 0.5%. I just kept printing on the high ticker. I don't know if it was the other names getting in the way. And then more healthcare too, the CVS and Myrna combo. And then software is not doing too hot, so chips went straight up. Software did not catch any of that. And then meanwhile, Staples, healthcare, the bigger rotations held. Bibsy. App, I have no idea, actually. Let's see if there's anything specific. But yeah, they are down 8. More lows. Again, 52-week low on SpaceX. That's the lowest it has been. There's nothing on app, actually. App down heavily since Jim Cramer was comfortable recommending it. Insiders sold 1 million worth of shares. Yeah, there's literally nothing on it. I don't know. It's kind of a weird random 8% sell-off. Conagra. Dude, they took Conagra off the SPY. I remember last time I saw it was like the highest yielding one, and then the next day, they got your boy. Again, General Mills, again, their guidance has been lowered. That's one high price, low guidance. Medtronic. Didn't we have medical device stuff on Friday? I remember some stuff like that. And then ITW. I have no idea. SpaceX, I mean, again, it took a couple weeks. But SpaceX at 138, dude. That's going down literally right now. So again, this is the lowest SpaceX has been. That's on the low ticker. You got Boeing. I have no idea what's going on with App. That thing's down 8%. Spot gold down 2%. At 4,000 an ounce, you guys. That's crazy. We are about to get back into the 3 handles on gold if this breaks. Remember I was telling you guys that last week, and I was kind of mortified. I was like, dude, I'm hearing people talk about like $3,000 price targets on gold again, which is wicked considering we hit 6,000, I feel like, not too long ago. But yeah, I mean, that gold, once we start getting towards these levels, and again, that has still been one of these anomalies. Remember, just inflation, macro, bonds. I mean, gold. What gold is doing is it's an anomaly. Usually you have way more favorability towards metals. But then again, gold did run up tremendously leading into all of this. But yeah, I'm telling you, you're still above 4,000. But even from last week, I was hearing people talk just prices on gold that at one point were really high, but as of late, they seem extremely, extremely low. Again, low ticker picking up with a couple of banks. You got Bobo, Banks. There's Quantinium. They got homeboy. LYV, NCLH, RCL. These are all cruise lines. And then silver and gold on the low right now. And then financials. So they haven't filled the gap, but they're giving up some of that gap up. Gold was at 6K. I feel like it was. Maybe I'm tripping, but in my mind, it felt like it was at 6K. I think it was like 5 something. Yeah, 5.2. I round up, Habibi. I round up. I say, I feel like it's the same thing, brother. I think these guys. Yeah, you hit 52.50. Right under 55 on the futures. 56? I think spot never went higher than 54 or 52. At least that's what it says on gold price. Microsoft and the Abbott. So chips catching a bid, and now once again software. Sentinel's weird. Sentinel shouldn't be up right now. So again, all of the other ones are down. But start seeing. But yeah, you're taking a software dip, but then it's going straight to chips. Like literally Microsoft down, NVIDIA and SMH straight up. And then yeah, you have a couple of random software sell-offs, and then you have a couple of software winners like Net and then Sentinel. But not all of these cyber names are reacting like that. SpaceX drops the session low, 4.9. Remember, Palantir is just the weird one. It's both. It's software, but then it's not defense. Or it's not cybersecurity, but then it's like defense. Plays a really, really weird role. LYV. Again, Sentinel is odd. And then now Net. If there's a discount on Nets, those would be good. Yeah, Space. What's the other space stocks? Lunar. Those all got clapped ever since, huh? Ever since SpaceX debuted. Again, Constellation and then Net. Like I'm saying, there's a couple of, there's a baby cyber program turning on. It's not all of them. But yeah, a couple of these cyber names are starting to outperform. Again, it just stands out because IGV just drilled into the low. And then none of the other cybers are moving. But yeah, Net and Sentinel. And then oil starting to pop here a little bit. Again, I mean, it's SpaceX starting to kind of take over on the story. AKA, I mean, this is finally, you broke the 150 and then finally sold off. Almost 10%, right? I think at 135. Myrna and TLT on the high. And then Shake Shack. Or? I saw Agent in the morning, but I don't know what's up with it. And then that one keeps going. But if those pop, those are just, they're easy to make free. AKA the chain is so like compact that you could pretty much ghetto spread something 10, 20 bucks out the money. But you need a big move. And then NYT on the high. Well, you're saying gold? I don't even know about gold anymore, though. Even though, I mean, I used to know about gold, but then once it started going crazy, I mean, I feel like my knowledge so has, you know, there's only so many things that we could account for, but so everything with gold right now, I mean, I really do feel like the last couple years, it kind of has been in its own little world, but yeah, what's the question? I didn't really see a question, though. Like, what? I don't think Besant cares about the gold. Trip, I don't know. You guys, we saw this on Friday. And then Constellation, CEG. And then again, Net. I think the Net, some of the cyber names starting to come up as they're either all going to go together or it's going to be a couple of winners. But some of them are starting to move. Again, Net just keeps climbing. Palantir PSNL. Is this a stock or is this an inverse ETF? Personalis up 6.8. No, this one might be a buyout. PSNL. Why is this up 6% on volume? PSNL. Oh, this is a biotech. They had unusual options last week. Yeah, Personalis. I don't have a headline on this one. That one's still going, and you have Trip. Bro, they've already 480'd all of those. I took the 30. It's a 20%, 20 or 30% premium. But they 490'd every single one of those. I'm down with that one. I don't know what it is, though. So that one's either going to hit or dud. Someone got the one below it for 10 cents. Yeah, it filled at 10 cents. And then oil. Whoa, SPY. Yeah. Shell to Spring Energy. That has to be a Trump thing. Hormuz is open, will remain open with or without Iran. I don't know why them. Hormuz is open. U.S. will be reimbursed 20% on cargo from Hormuz. Hi. So it's interesting the market taking it down like that, but yeah. Trump process information will begin immediately. So reinstating Iranian blockade. That's why it's going down. The first headline sounded good, but yeah, we are reinstituting the blockade. So now he's saying we're going to do the blockade and then we are going to charge a fee. So, I mean, see how the market, like, ultimately takes it, but what the fuck? Okay, I sold one of the cheaper ones on the PSNL. They went up too much. Olox and then Peloton. Literally, you just had both of those have the same exact prices. YPF, and then again, I still don't even have a headline on PSNL. And then literally these Trump comments kind of just freaked everybody out there for a little. The first comment sounded good, but again, you are doing your we're doing the blockade, and I guess eventually you're going to be hearing people talk about us charging now for the Hormuz. That's what they were getting pissed off about. They didn't want the Iranians to charge for it, so now we're going to charge. U.S. will be known as Guardian of Hormuz Strait, but will be reimbursed on 20% of all cargo. Process information will begin immediately. Donald Trump. European gas prices hit the highest since May 20th. All right, we'll see if that oil candle sticks up. And then, like I told you guys, I think you still have the, I think you get the oil numbers today. I think you get SPR numbers, so we might even have a little bit more volatility. Again, Peloton keeps coming up there. None of those moved. Again, net just keeps waking up out of nowhere. IGV. Again, chips held off of that, but nothing much. Hasbro and Mattel. I mean, staples have been coming down, but consumer plays. That was a Trump True Social update on the Strait of Hormuz. We are going to become the guardians of the Strait of Hormuz and collect 20%, apparently. That's what they're saying. I'm just going off of what's being said. Polanter. Net CHRW. More Penta. What's it called? A Peloton. Micron, that's could help the chips, but again, watch software, and then cyber again, net and Sentinel. It's half of cyber. It's not even all of them. There's just some cyber holding at break even. Some are going up. Oil taking another candle, so just watch out. Like I said, I mean, all day there's already from the weekend this oil volatility. Trump putting again a literal Strait of Hormuz plan right now. Oil is climbing, and then yeah, you're still gonna get those oil numbers. Marvel, Guardians of the Hormuz. That sounds like a great movie, though. I'm not gonna lie. Guardians of the Hormuz, bro. That sounds exciting. And then, honestly, it would just be a bunch of dudes on Twitter complaining. That's it. This is bullshit! Psychological warfare! We will, no. We will charge for the Hormuz. I'm in a charge. You can't do that. You can't do that. Yes, we can. He's a bullshit psychological warfare. Donald J. John Trump. Fuck you, man. Hey, fuck you. I'll do it. I did it. It's done. We won. We win. We're winning. You lost. Goodbye. What? He's a bullshit. This is absolute bull. Oil, the physical oil price. You will pay. You will pay for this injustice. No, we won't. That's how I feel like it's going. Again, like I'm telling you, if you don't see some of the humor of this latest headline, is that I don't think Trump wanted the Hormuz like that. And the whole, like, guard, it's because the Iranians keep doing it. It's the Iranians and the Oman. They keep kind of pushing that idea of charging. So I think it's kind of funny. Now we're charging. We're the Guardians. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Nope. Yes. Yep. No. Traders lift ECB rate hikes, fully price in 25 basis points by September. Rubric now. There you go. So that's the next one. Cyber. This is what Cyber's done every day. We have these days. We start off a little slow, but then Cyber starts to wake up. So yeah, it started with Sentinel, then Net. Now you got Rubric climbing up. See if we get lucky. Oh, SpaceX. New core. These mineral plays are going up. FCX is getting volatile. I don't know if there's a headline. Those premiums, those old free contracts, they're just tweaking out for some reason. So yeah, check FCX. Micron going up. Again, Rubric as well. That's another cyber one. Whatever PSNL. The shit ones went up 50%. The other one's same price. I still don't have an update on that one. PSNL, TSAM, again, Micron. FA. Okay, high ticker's picking up. DRAM, it's memory. Micron DRAM is starting to break out. So it's weird. Chips and software are going hand in hand. Like I'm telling you, FCX is tweaking right now. I don't know if you have a headline or not. Check FCX just in case. That might be something. But then again, a lot of these industrial metal mineral plays are starting to go up. And then like I'm telling you, memory and software is actually kind of going hand in hand. Now, granted, we're still right at open. Still kind of a shitty day. Dow has even lost some of its juice. Dow's only up by 0.08. NASDAQ's down by 1.2. Russell down by 0.5. And SPY down by 0.3. So see how it kind of comes into here. Again, a couple of healthcare on the high. And then, like I'm telling you, these other ones are starting to, these other industrial plays are starting to move up. Now AMD, and now Intel, now Wolf. Again, DRAM on the high. And then Alcoa, so add that to the FCXs. So you just got another just set of names moving, but software and chips together. And then, yeah, like I'm saying, a couple of these industrial plays just kind of did their own thing. A dividend. I love a dividend. I love it. SKHY Skynet. Skynet. What's it called? SK Hynix. Sky. I literally just called it Skynet. Woo! Well, that's finally going up. I mean, so fascinating. Worst day in history for its Korean stock. IPO is like, fuck yeah. I love this. Okay, now Snow and now CoreWeave. So Snow, that's the next cyber one to go. Look for Crowd, and then Polyalti, and then Qualys. So Qualys is the one that hasn't gone yet, and then Checkpoint, I think. Checkpoint's actually in the green. And then whatever PSNL, we don't have a headline, you guys. That's 10% now. First set of premiums, same price. Second set went 50 to 100%, but yeah, that shit's not moving, dude. We have no idea. RAM AAL on the low. What's up with that? Yeah, AAL on the low. I think, again, it was one of the airlines reported this morning. Tesla off the low. AMAT. I mean, surprisingly, NVIDIA hasn't moved. Not as much. And then Estee Lauder selling off. Trump on Truth Social in honor of Lindsey Graham, a big supporter. Should pass Clarity Act. China and many others would compete. They're fighting hard. Don't let China win on either side. And then, bro, how many of you thought the Lindsey Graham thing was fake? I swear, I wake up and I'm reading it, and then I see all these posts, and I'm like, he didn't die. And then I read it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he died. I think that was the weirdest one. You know, I think there's been a lot of weird things, but that Lindsey Graham is the most randomest one. Did you guys hear the tinfoil? Or should I not say tinfoil 24 hours after he dies? But there is tinfoil. There is tinfoil. I don't know if I should wait. But I do think it is odd, to say the least. And bro, PCNL, the options are starting to move now, but I legit have nothing on it. Okay, just filled my other ghetto one. The shitty one just filled at 100%. I still have that near the money one, but they're barely moving. They're raising the ask, but I don't know what's up with this. Well, the tinfoil is that it was either Russia or Iran. Because some people in Iran tried to take credit for it. CoreWeave, Datadog, AMAT. Hold on. So yeah, chips, IGV, they both, I mean, chips have gone green, or software has. Chips have recovered about 1.5% right there. But yeah, the tinfoil, the weird part was that he literally visited a Ukraine drone factory like the day before he died. But then after he left, Russia literally blew up that factory. So then that's where some people were saying that the Russians, the conspiracy is that the Russians actually got him. But yeah, very weird. I was telling you, that was just kind of out of left field. I mean, he was old, but yeah, he was, yeah, just the timing of it. Again, he just came back from a trip, and then ironically, the place that he visited ended up getting blown up, and then he comes home and dies. V and Micron do. So this is, I don't know if you guys noticed that second half right there was all just was chips and memory waking up. So then it did bring up software and a couple of other names. Remember, you already had more names green on the SPY even at the low of the day. So right now, only productions and electronics are the only things red on the SPY right now. So SPY now has 348 in the green still. NASDAQ 51 green, 51 red. So there's two names kind of back and forth. 19 green on the Dow, 11 in the red. Now Broadcom's waking up. Hi. Okta, again, you just had a Okta, Rubrik, all the cybers are waking up. But then again, even if you look at IGV, but IGV's actually not doing too good. I don't know. Yeah, cyber's the one leading now on the day. At least, again, cyber and software are pretty much the same thing. Just different focus. State set to sue Monday to block Warner deal. Yeah, Staples literally gave up half of that rotation. Watch financials and healthcare too. I mean, those are going to play a big part as well. Well, we're just back to open. That's the crazy part, is that we are just straight up, not 7 hours, but 1 hour to nowhere. I mean, got a little back and forth. You even got a Hormuz headline. So here we are. Again, if you didn't see that, Trump was saying that they are reinstituting the blockade and that they're going to charge for the Hormuz. So that flips some things. Again, toast. But yeah, something just, again, software and a couple of names started turning on right there. We bounced off of that after the headline. And then, yeah, a couple of software chips, memory, and they started waking back up. And that's at least calming you down, not to mention the other 350 names and other 50-50 of every other index. You're quite balanced here to start off this morning. QTTB. Trip. We kept seeing Trip on Friday. There was Trip and then one of the other names I brought up today. But we kept seeing him move on Friday. Zeta now, Mobileye, Path, Fig, CoreWeave. PSNL, Twilio now. Well, now we have the blockade, but yeah, and now Palo Alto, Snow, Varonis. I mean, it should all be obvious to you now. All the cybers are waking up. Those are the ones leading on software right now. Again, CoreWeave and a little bit of Fig. Yeah, Fig, Adobe gapped up, and then Sky. My goodness. But yeah, the rest, now you just add the blockade stuff to whatever else is going to happen this week. CRM kind of rocketing, and then Fastly getting volume too. But yeah, that's why, I mean, we'll see what happens after Warsh and everything else, but this week is big, and then it's going to stop. So you're going to have a big week, a lot of reaction, and then we're going to do one of these just momentum stops as we wait for the next set of events. So keep that in mind. Red light, green light, baby. And now crowd. Do I still like Intel for the next 2-ish years? No, I'm going to sell it today, actually. I was looking at stuff and I was like, I woke up, I had a great weekend, and then over the weekend I was like, 10 years minimum, fuck that. And then I was like, I don't know. I was like, what's what everybody keeps trading nowadays? And I was like, why? Because I don't know if you remember me showing this. People are trading more than ever, but they're holding less stocks than ever. So I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna conform. And I was like, why not, dude? I'm really good at trading. And I was like, the long term takes too long. And I'm like, so yeah, I'm just gonna just sell it all. Just sell every time. Every time. Yeah, MGM, remember, so that's kind of old. One of the people who owns like 30% of the company, they offered $48 a share this morning. So it gapped up, but then they said 48 is too low. So there's some of that headline is based off the morning. So if there's any further update, it'll move. But just keep in mind, 48.50 or whatever is the price, but then they rejected it. SMPL, sample. Shack. Stop playing. Oh, about to sell everything? Why? I thought. You guys know my answer. I think I'm one of the easiest people to follow in the stock market. You guys in this modern era where motherfuckers don't hold shit and y'all have watched me just hold shit. Oh, dude, that's crazy. It's just so obvious, bro. I'm telling you, it's a gift, man. It's a gift. It's a gift. You know, the market's usually not easy to follow, but if you got a easy model, bro, so he's joking, right? I don't know. Is he? Is he joking? I don't. Let's see. Some real involvement will help you find that answer. Amen. Amen. Yeah, long term takes way too long. Josh should sell a tire slasher gift box. That's a great idea, bro. That's a great. I personally think that's a great product. I would buy one. I mean, now that that's a great idea, but I honestly wouldn't want you guys to use that. Do you know how hard it is to slash a tire? You know, as somebody who threatens it all the time, do you know how difficult it is to slash a tire? Truly, it's very hard. It's not as easy as you think. But then, yeah, and it's very frustrating. So I don't know. I don't know if y'all ready for that. You're going to do the same. You'll roll all the profits into 0 days instead. That's not a bad idea, you know, because like with all the data, everybody I've seen do that has absolutely lost everything. But I'm like, you know what? Might as well. Why not try it? You know, I think it'll be different for me. So I think I like that idea. We could just get rid of all the long term and then move it into a 0 day. And then that's it. And we'll just, you know, if we're blessed, we're blessed. Pizza, pizza. And then Okta again, more cyber. But yeah, pizza got a big downgrade. You had a rumor on it a couple weeks ago. I mean, you've always had the rumor on it. I mean, yeah. RPD, Fastly, Okta, Varonis. It's all cyber. They turned on the cyber program. I was telling you that in that. I didn't think they were going to turn it on, though. We noticed it coming up, but my goodness. And then the PSNL is up like 50% on the ask, 30% on the bid. If you didn't already rip any of those, do whatever you please, my friend. And then Fastly, and then Sentinel. So those Fastlies, I don't know if those are still down. Same price, literally. Just fat spread. How do you know it's hard to slash a tire? Oh, experience, my friend. No. I seen somebody try to do it and they couldn't do it. And it was it's fun. You have to. I'm gonna save this for you. I have to save it for you, brother. Just one time in this life. Hopefully, you never have to. But one time in your life, someone's gonna try to slash a tire, and then they're not gonna be able to succeed at it. And then you'll know. You'll know this fun fact. That's what happened to me. But that's what I'm saying. I don't want to ruin it for you. It's really funny. V again. Now Fubo. And then Alcoa kept running, and then hard for me to shake all of the cybers going up. I mean, we just noticed them one at a time, bro. They literally all started running. I think Qualys and Checkpoint are the only ones that haven't gone yet so far. So those are the ones lagging. You don't know if I'm trolling you. I am trolling you, brother. I'm never selling intel. I don't sell anything. That's why it's a funny question to ask me. That's like asking the nun the last time she had sex. You know what I'm saying? It's funny. It's like, but it's kind of inappropriate. So if you're like, hey Josh, are you gonna sell intel in 2 years? It's like, come on. And yeah, we got paid. We're getting paid to hold intel. So they paid me. Technically speaking, in less than 12 months, I got paid $12,000 to hold every $3,000 of intel. That's kind of how the game went. So, yeah, the play's good. I like it. It's good, but our long-term, super easy to follow, so I wouldn't overcomplicate it. Although there is good opportunities, and I think based on your Chad facts, you want some SK Hynix, man. Like I said, I mean, we take advantage of stuff at different times. So I like SK Hynix, but I'm not going to buy it day one off of IPO. You know, we made so much on Intel, NVIDIA, or Intel, Meta, JP Morgan, Uber, Netflix, all by taking advantage of good companies at low prices. So, you know, that's why I buy my chips when they're down, and I would be looking at what is down and has a good deal right now. But other than that, I wouldn't really be, you know, these IPOs. I think eventually SpaceX and all that are going to be great long-term investments, but I just don't know when. In the meantime, I would speculate and you could trade them, but yeah, I wouldn't really be all up on that. You've been following since 2019. I sure, but like I'm saying, if that's the case, you know, 7 years, you should be very aware, and you know the rules then, and you know my stance on it. But yeah, it's I think super easy to follow along. I mean, I think we only made a couple of moves this year, even last year too, and that's just the thing though, is like, don't overcomplicate it. And at these times where, you know, opportunity isn't clear, you know, if you give some time, the doors will open, and things will start to, you know, the prices will make it very clear. But that's why, you know, just go for. I've been saying this so much lately. Someone even asked me last week, towards the, you know, as we were ending the week. I'm telling you guys, there's hundreds of names right now that are just still at their lows. There is half of the S&P is trading negative on the year, and I'm just I know everybody wants AI and chips and you name it, but the moment you should do right now, you should is taking advantage of what's cheap in front of you, and there is some very, very good names. So yeah, I hope you guys utilize that time. And just like with Oracle, and if you have been watching, you know, Oracle and Kimberly, I like to think I gave you guys some really good examples with those this year, not only because of how they performed, but also just like you got to really see, you know, waiting, timing. So you don't need to do something every day. If the prices aren't in your favor, you're going to take that risk. But like we've seen with like Kimberly and Oracle, you know, waiting once every 3 months and finding these opportunities. If you could just get yourself at the better positioning, it makes this game so much easier. And again, there's just so many good quality names out there that, you know, you really have options. You have way more options than just AI or chips. But I like them. I do like that industry, but I don't like it at very, very high prices. Bebzy. You'll be honest, you've been trading since 1998. You did everything: pennies, long, swing, leaps, crypto, and the long term. 8 years ago, I started 0 days. I've blown up 3 accounts. Started to be profitable this year. It has taken me 8 years to dial in. Why not just invest like Josh? You'll be much better off in 28 years. Yeah, all of it. Both. But yeah, 100%. Just, I'm telling you, long term all the way. And then you use a small amount. You know, you could figure out whatever trading strategy. But I mean, the long term is it's a dying breed, and it's gonna work though. But it just takes a lot of time, and it's slow. Trump, I recommend Governor Henry McMaster, Lindsey Graham's wonderful sister Darlene, to serve as interim senator from South Carolina. Kimberly started selling off with all those values going down. And then SPY too. So we had that little war Hormuz headline. Oil's still up. We bounced a little bit, but now we're down. Again, that bounce was literally just IGV and chips. Now IGV held up a little bit better on that. Oracle. Again, 134, 52-week low. So we're almost there. And like, it just sucks, dude, that company. And that's what I'm saying here for like just the timing. I know it's it's very easy to get impatient, but like, yeah, dude, Oracle was what, for the last like 6 months, nothing has changed with the credit defaults. The U.S. hasn't discussed the issue of possible tolls. Axios signing senior Gulf source. And that one's kind of weird. Because, again, Trump is the one who said it, but I don't know if they're saying that they haven't figured out a implementation of it. That one's a little weird. Well, Oracle, because, again, I want to add some, but I don't want to add too much. But then, yeah, it's going to hit the 52-week low, and then what's it going to do from there? Let me see. Credit. I want to see their, because as the stock went up, the credit defaults. See, that's crazy. So I guess the same thing happened then too, because what I'm looking for is I want to see if, like, because again, when the stock went up, the credit defaults didn't really recover. But then when the so look, like, this is the price. So the blue is the price of Oracle, right? And this is what I was trying to tell people, like, at the beginning, like, when Oracle doubled up, the credit default swaps are the same price as the year, like the beginning of the year. They moved down a little bit, but now you'll see it. The stock went down, the 5-year credit default swap, that one's starting to run up, and then the 1 year a little bit, but, I mean, it's still, I would argue that's almost half from the beginning of the year. But yeah, 5-year credit. So again, into the low, this credit situation, high or low, it is not gotten better at all. So that's why I was saying it's kind of interesting that even as the stock goes lower now, it's going to get punished a little bit on that back end. That's the part nobody sees, but that's the part really driving it. U.S. deploys sea drones in combat for first time, CENTCOM. 3 Corsair unmanned vessels? Wait, what? Corsair? What? Do I know how levered they are? No, I do not. No, but I do. These are just the prices, though. So, levered or not, it doesn't, I mean, that could change some of, like, individual exposure, but it's not going to change the price of these, the price of the credit default swap itself. I want to see if I can find the leverage. But what you can see is the spreads. That's the only other thing. Like, so if you're not, even if you can't get the leverage, or even if it matters or not, the spreads of the CDSs. And that's why I guess the spreads here, in 1 month, the spreads have increased by like 13 to 15% across the whole curve. So it's actually, even then, the Oracle credits, all of Oracle credit is still pretty illiquid when it's all said and done. State Department launches campaign to ensure International Criminal Court is incapable of threatening sovereignty. Fortinet now, another cyber, and then a couple more of like a net, and then like a team, like a IGV. Spoy, not bad. The spreads would tighten the more it dropped. Well, that's the thing. It's just there's a big, I think as it drops, the spreads widen as you can't, people want to sell. The only people who are going to offer buys on it are going to be the people who want it at a way lower price than the people who want to sell. They're like, okay, just give me what I got last month. But I think that's why the spreads are widening. It just highlights illiquidity when it's all said and done. But I do think, it's been fascinating with Oracle, because we've owned it this whole time. At least half of that chart that I showed you, we were owners from pretty much right here, like right around here. And that's why I'm saying it's just like, no matter what has happened, $100 up, 50% up, 50% down, the credit, the situation that got us this discount, it has not budged at all. Should you be selling shares of Fortinet to move them to the long term? You have more in Fortinet than my long term. I don't know what that means. So, I mean, I wouldn't be trading like with, I would have my long term, you know, be bigger and let that grow. But I don't, yeah, I mean, I really don't know what you're saying. So, like, if you separated them, and it sounds to me like you traded Fortinet and now you want to put it in the long term. Is that what I'm getting at? Because if that's the case, unfortunately, I wouldn't be doing that. Just because, I mean, depending on where you got the Fortinet, if it's already up, I mean, if you bought it as a trade, I would treat it as a trade and call it a day. You have a separate E-Trade. So, yeah, what's the issue then? Keep them separate. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know where, if they were already separated, why are you trying to combine them? That's the beauty of separating the trade from the long term, is that your trades are just completely separate. You added more in options, 50% till you break even. You can, but just my big thing, like I've said, even the other guy, I told him, I was like, you just got to, once it goes in the long term, it's not coming out. So even if you're going to do something where you move trading the long term, you can, but just like I'm saying, once that money goes in there, you can't take it out. So just remember, consistency is what is going to, you know, an amount you could stick with and keep it in there. The less likelihood of that money coming out, that's what makes the long term look so beautiful. NVO started to work up. BRA, this is a real estate stock. I can't believe this one ripped. Remember in the morning I called this one out. I was telling you, it was just like a real estate software name with like AI, but they announced it, but that's pumping now. Hey, yo, CRM, and then I don't know if it's hiding within there. And then new low on Oracle, and then a Data Kelba. Yeah, Data Kelb and a couple of more software still. And then DoorDash again. We never got that headline. .1 earthquake strikes southeast of Loyalty Islands. Bro, into it. We got it for Colt Sister, right? I think so. I think we're good. All right, well, individuals are moving decent. A couple banks on the low. Again, they are going to report. It's 7:54. We're rolling through this Monday. A NASDAQ 50-50 still. Dow Jones 16 red now. You have more names red on. The Dow actually went red. Dow's down by a quarter. So kind of crazy because we got a little back and forth here. Staples and chips, or software and chips, are starting to move. But yeah, I mean, and now NVIDIA on the low, so watch out. But yeah, the SPY or Dow is flip red. SPY still has 300 in the green. If Meta could move, that'll be good. Yeah. Again, Adobe, more just software. Adobe, Zoom, even fucking Zillow, for crying out loud, went back to green. SAP, those are all starting to wake up. It started with cyber. I mean, again, Intuit is even having a pretty solid day. And then CRM, that one's helping out. Oracle's the one doing bad. Oracle and App, you still have some pretty big laggers. What would it take for me to buy SpaceX? A substantial discount, or like a fucking, like, you know that show like Extreme Home Makeover back in the day? So like if Ty Pennington pulled up to my house with like a gigantic bus, and they're like, move that bus. And then they move the bus, and then a fucking rocket ship shows up in my driveway. And I'm like, this is mine? And they're like, it's yours. And then they built a launch pad in my house. And then all of a sudden now I have a consumer daily driven rocket ship vehicle. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. And then Ty's like, you deserve it, Josh. You work so hard. And then we like get into like a sob story because it's a reality show and I have to make them know why they voted for me. And then we go through and all of it. And then once I'm like using rocket ships, I'll buy it. But like I said, other than that, a substantial discount. A big discount, I could consider it. But until I'm using rocket ships and shit, I don't see myself as a buyer. I have a Starlink, though. That's the thing I do like about it, but not at like a fucking $10 trillion valuation. The Starlink is dope, dude, you know, but it's just like a hotspot, but I wouldn't value that at fucking 5 trillion or whatever it's at. So yeah, there is a chance. 100%. There's always a chance. We had this talk on Friday, bro. You give me a low enough price, I'll buy anything. So yeah, when it comes to SpaceX, I mean, I don't think SpaceX is bad. I genuinely don't. I just think it's the price. You know, SpaceX is gonna work. I just don't know when. And that's the problem about paying so much for it. Same thing with SK Hynix. Same thing with a lot of these IPOs and new things that we're discovering. Fortinet and now. Yeah, all of them. The little software chip dynamic. It sucks, though, dude. NVIDIA just fucking plummeted. I think memory is holding you up better, to be honest. I think if semiconductors down and then memory, even though Intel and AMD kind of picked up a little bit. NU on the high. Where is a bond? The Fastly. Netgear have a good start. They might, yeah. That's the thing. I mean, I think Starlink's connectivity is dope, but like I thought about it though. Like when I first got my Starlink, dude, I was blown away because like I'm saying, like you could drive with it, you could take it in the car, like as long as you have an electricity outlet. But like it was amazing. Even on the farm, the Starlink is amazing. But when I really like thought about it, I wasn't like blown away. Like the connection is what's amazing. But the actual Starlink, it's just a hotspot. It's like, you know, your phone, it's just like a giant physical hardware for hotspot. That's it. It's like turning on hotspot on your phone with a giant, like a little mini satellite dish. That's it. So, but yeah, I think it's still, the connectivity is phenomenal. And that's what makes it, I think, crazy. But it's not like we haven't been exposed to hotspot. It's just now I think Starlink is the highest level of it all. CNXC. What price would I buy it for the long term? I don't know. It'd have to be really cheap, and then that's what I was saying on Friday. It also depends where everything else is, right? So like, let's say SpaceX goes to $100. Maybe that'll be a price I like it at, right? 30-40% off. But if SpaceX goes to $100 and then everybody else comes down, I may want somebody else. Like we said, if Microsoft went to 200 on SpaceX going to 100, I would probably take Microsoft, to be honest. So yeah, that's kind of why it all depends. Netflix, I made a play on Netflix today. So for a pre-run up, I did I shared the play with the locked in, but if you really want to know the play, all you have to do is watch that video, Ghetto Standard Deviation, because that's what I did. I did a 2 standard deviation play. The downside play is a little further out of the money, but the calls, you could do a Ghetto Standard Deviation at a very good price on Netflix for the call side. But yeah, and to calculate that, I'd watch that video. If you haven't seen the Ghetto Standard Deviation video ahead of earnings, you're definitely playing yourself. There's some money there for you. V Korea. Oh. Jensen Sung. Yeah, all right, Korea is waking back up. I mean, they're still down 6. Remember, literally their worst day for SK Hynix. Yeah, Microsoft popped up. Apple's no longer the leader. That's the funny part. And then even NVIDIA. But now you got Netflix working, Amazon, and then Google's still kind of lagging. Thank you for teaching us instead of telling us to buy locked in. Oh, get ready, man. Don't worry. Give me a year or two. You know, if you could thank me now, I think you'll thank me a lot more in the future. Especially if you stick with it, man. And that's what I'm saying. I'd push yourself. Try to understand this both on the short term, but then also don't ever play yourself and miss the long term chasing any of this short stuff. And that's what I'm saying. I think with enough time, if you could already thank me now, I think you'll have a lot more into it. Software, again, cyber. Yeah, so again, cyber's up by 1.7, but now, yeah, software caught up with it. Then you got Sentinel. LZ, oh, thank you, my friend. Woo! Good morning. Was it Fastly? CRM, Habibi. Okay, and Amazon. Amazon seems to be the Mag 7 that's going. Again, they're not doing too hot. Amazon is starting to run. Now Docu, Intuit. Bro, Intuit 290 is kind of crazy. I'm saying he's starting to move a little bit. He has been battered. Oh, CRM. That's the one. CRM is very hot. I don't know if it's going to hold, though. I mean, we've had both terrible and good luck with CRM, but yeah, remember, their guidance is weird, but that one is moving oddly enough. But that one, literally, it's Oracle down and then CRM up. Bitcoin and Ethereum at these levels. I do and I don't. I think Bitcoin and Ethereum have something really bullish for them, but it's just not working, the ISM. So I'm truly baffled by it, but believe me, I want to say yes, but the way things are just lagging so hard with the ISM and the economy, it makes me a little hesitant. And then just quite frankly, I haven't been too involved in it as much. Like, did you know what I discovered? Are you guys ready for this? This actually relates to crypto. You want to know how fucked up this is? You want to know what I discovered? You've discovered this too. Everybody knew it. But you know these like Bitcoin treasury plays? You know, like all these names that like you probably don't even know about, but you know about them. All these companies that were like, we're going to sell equity and buy Bitcoin. We're going to dump a bunch of paper on you and then buy Bitcoin. And then we're going to buy Bitcoin. You guys remember that? Those treasury stocks? Did you know that some of them, a lot of them, they were buying STRC as part of their plan? Like, do you realize, like, buying these MSTR and MSTR, like, just offshoots, that was part of the treasury plan? Did you know that? That's what I'm saying. You should have known this, because a lot of them have his. I came across one this morning. It was giving an update on treasury holdings, and then it was saying that they had Bitcoin, they had this, how much that they were holding, and then it said they're also holding 50,000 shares of STRC, and I was like, what? That's it. Wait, what? And then yeah, so that's like part of their holdings, bro. So like, think about it. Some of these Bitcoin treasury companies, at the height of it, when they're really trying to sell it, they're buying the MSTR shit, because they were like, yeah, it's like Bitcoin and it gives us the exposure. And then he goes and makes money off the nothing, and we make the money off the nothing. Ta-da! Nice on the high. NASDAQ pairs dropped to 1%. It was down 1.5. SPY still down 0.3. Russell down 0.4. Dow 0.18. Dow was the best, but it flipped red. And again, first half of the morning, Dow is in the green. So see, you might slow down that little software. That little software run only had like one Mag 7 with it. Is the stretch over leveraged? Yeah, let me see if I could find them. Dude, there is so many of these. Yeah, there's a lot, dude, that give these updates. Yeah, man, we let a lot of those get created. That Anthropic will consume most of the IPO value. I don't know. I mean, so far, the whole year has been about supply. I mean, supply of bonds, supply of paper, supply of IPOs. They're just under 8 trillion in money markets. We've seen momentum slow down following these IPOs, and we've seen, you know, different effects in companies, but it hasn't ultimately like there hasn't been a supply reckoning. So I don't know. I don't know what I think Anthropic, for now, it'd be safe to say it plays out like some of these other IPOs. And as far as like affecting software, remember that was in the beginning when they were releasing all the products. So it just depends on what happens with the models and what it, you know, again, is it going to kill these companies, or is it going to augment them and help them out? Remember that whole freak out in March, there was a lot of developments that have kind of established why software is both at a discount, but then also doing way better than it was than it was in March. You know, we've worked our way through a lot of these ideas about software's or AI's impact on the actual software companies, and that's why too, that thing I showed you guys the last week was very important. I hope you guys watched the video on Cloudflare, the one I put out with the monetization gateway, because that's part of that dynamic. That's literally, if Cloudflare's shit works and that does somehow become a change, I mean, that's the ground moving on the whole software as a service, the whole buy a seat, it would shift to usage, which would be insane. But yeah, so I'd use the last IPOs as your background, but until, if there's going to be any sort of, you know, AI freak out in software, I think we need like a real change or update that was very, you know, very different than what we went through at the beginning of the year. It would have to actually kill it. I don't think there's news on PSNL. Is it still going on? Just holding 10%, huh? Well, Net is doing it now. Net is trying this thing now. It's like I told you guys from last week. It's a test. We don't know because like, again, a lot of people say it's not going to work. There's a lot of both sides make great arguments, and that's why I think it's so fascinating, because we're just going to see. They're just going to test it out. If you know, people who own these assets and websites try it and like it, and then it doesn't stop the demand, and then yeah, if it actually works, then we'll be able to see. But if it doesn't work, then yeah, I mean, if anything, if it doesn't work, it'll further solidify software as a service and buying seats. That model probably isn't going to go anywhere. Big candles on S. I think they just need to get bought out and call it a day. Again, Okta, Crowd. There's only one thing I don't like about S. Does anybody know? There's one thing I do not like about Sentinel. Let's see. Here, I'll just tell it to you, but let's see if you can figure it out. What if I told you that Sentinel is cursed? Why would Sentinel be cursed? Illumina. Interesting. DRAM, I think it's all off of earnings. So, DRAM is going to go up or down. Just simply, does this earnings continue the trend of concentration and AI boom, or does it not meet the high bar that we have established after last quarter? So that's why I'm saying these next couple of weeks are so important. Because there's both Fed, global, there's even macroeconomic data like CPI tomorrow. There's all these things, and then on top of it, we're about to hear from 500 companies how they did in the last 3 months, and then what they expect for the next 3 months. So that right there, that's why we're saying get ready, red light, green light. We're gonna play a lot of stop and go, but generally where DRAM, where staples, the rotations, everything for even the end of the year. I mean, where it goes is really going to be dependent on how does this quarter after a record quarter play out. And if that momentum continues, it's awesome. If it doesn't continue, then a lot of things are going to change. So the thing about Sentinel, it's cursed because of the ticker. The ticker is S. So back in the day, I used to trade a ticker called S, but it was Sprint. And Sprint stock sucked. It never moved. So that's why if you ever pull up S on a chart, it has a really weird history, but it doesn't. So you see this on Sentinel, this isn't real. This was Sprint. And then Sentinel took the ticker when they IPO'd in 2021 or 2022. Ta-da! But so it's technically Sprint. I don't know. You have to be old if you remember S being Sprint. And that's why, too, when you ever go look up the history, even on some of the other stuff, like I was trying to look up their debt and I was looking up S, it would bring up old Sprint debt. And I was like, that's not it. Come on. I know. What's the other one? Snowflake. It's the stretch over leverage. MTVA. Was CNMD on the watch list? No, that was in the morning, I think. Because they got a rumor, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that was one of the morning. We put that on the document this morning. Okay, high ticker moving. They seem to be more energy related. And watch out, oil's climbing up. So again, we still had a little bit of that drama. We've just been able to kind of be in our own little world here with some of this tech software back and forth. But overall, everything's still red. Oh, PagerDuty. I don't know if you guys have free shares of that from that earnings one. That one's still up too, and that one's pure software. But yeah, that one's climbing. Bro, some of these softwares, man. It's weird. I think App and Oracle are Oracle, Microsoft, Palantir. Those are affecting the IGV. But yeah, you still got a lot. And then MSTR is kind of rocketing. Bro, Intuit's solid, bro. I'm down. I don't know how much we're up on it, but you know, it looks like it doesn't do much, and then before you know it, no, it's like 20 bucks up or something. When do you think the market will care about oil again? Oh, not for a long time. Just, I mean, here, let me, to give you like a playbook, Russia, Ukraine is your best bet. So, and even then, there might even be one more oil spike left, but at the same time, I mean, just you saw how Russia, Ukraine was, and kind of how, you know, we were very sensitive, reacted to oil, but even just like in that conflict, eventually, even with oil high, low, we just started ignoring it. So I do think there's a gap between prices, oil products, and then the price of crude itself, and that's going to take some time to work through. But yeah, I mean, even if it is very bad, even if things ultimately hit the worst at this point, I think the lag is going to be so big, we probably don't hear about it until it's either we stop reacting for a long time, like Russia, Ukraine, or the next time you really hear about it is going to be following following the midterms, essentially. And that's kind of what I brought up this morning, and this is what I think everybody needs to realize, because people are already bringing this up, but essentially, you know, you keep hearing this debate about Kevin Warsh, and is Kevin Warsh going to raise rates ahead of this end of the year? Is he going to raise rates in 2026? And people are debating this hawkishness, but we're running out of time. The midterms are coming up, and this is funny because this ties into oil. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the midterms are right around the corner. So essentially, people are going to stop doing certain things, and then whatever is still not fixed after midterms, they'll handle it. So essentially, what I'm starting to believe, if you read between the lines, I actually don't think Kevin Warsh will, in the next month or so, unless this earnings and economic data gets so bad, I do not think Kevin Warsh is going to raise rates this year until after November. Pretty much, he won't. The closer we get to midterms, the less likely Kevin Warsh will raise rates. Why? Because it'll become more political if that's the case. He should probably wait till after the midterms. So same thing even with like oil and some of these things. If we don't notice any of these gaps start to, you know, if it doesn't normalize, or depending on what happens with the situation, I'm sure the bigger reactions and stuff that'll get us pushing, it'll happen after midterms, unfortunately. But for now, I would just sadly kind of get used to ignoring some of the oil dynamic. Or if you start to notice bonds or the dollar or some of these other, gold even, if other factors can start to correlate, we could go back to responding to oil. But if everybody's kind of pricing in three different things at the same time, I would ignore oil, to be honest, until, again, either near the midterms, a big action, or most likely after the midterms. 3 IRGC members killed in Monday's strikes on Iran. Fars. Fubo. Hey, Microsoft. No. No. The Monday Peach has arrived. Chatadonia. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, even if you go 7 hours to nowhere, at least you went there with Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Chatadonia. Oh my gosh. As the IRGC reports, 3 members killed. Chattadonia reports 1 new peach gained. Wow, Bradley Frizzle, thank you, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Are you ready for earnings, Brad? Oh, my God. They don't even know how many earnings, Bradley, they have no idea how many earnings you've been through. You know that? Brad, oh, my gosh. Chattadonia, you better get ready because you know Bradley's ready. You know he's seen all of the earnings. He's seen all the Fed chairs. He's seen all the he already knows the strategy, everything, baby. Oh, my goodness. Bradley, good morning, brethren. And I hope you had a good weekend, baby. Arlo, B-Fly, Path, couple names pop in. But yeah, I mean, we're actually below nowhere right now. But yeah, we haven't really gone anywhere. The all-seeing peach, baby. You got it. Woo! Oh, where is it? And then, yeah, if you guys want to pre-order, let me know. I think we should start selling these. So, yeah, we're going to start selling long-term tire slashing kits. Okay, you're looking to sell before 10 years? Avoid premature selling with the new simple tire adjustment. Chadco Industrial Quick Puncture Kit will guarantee off-the-road and force to rethink your life choices. Efficient, effective, and ensuring 10 years means 10 years. Includes patented decision-making tool, emergency band-aids, and 1-year supply of regret. Chadco Industries, helping investors one at a time since 1973. Thank you. Holy, oh, speak of the devil, 78 months! Oh, of earnings and counting. Happy Monday. Hashtag start today. Why? Why wouldn't you start today? Bro, Bradley's hitting you with the altar call, dog. Are you kidding me? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, shit. Okay, am I good? Okay. I thought I deleted my horn on accident. But yes, babe. Dude, 78 months? Oh, my. Do we need another badge? Now that I think about it, do we need another one? Is Bradley? Oh, my God. We can't slow him down, bro. 78 months. God bless. Thank you, my brother, for real. And God bless you, man. Thank you for being a part of the culture, being a part of all of it, man. Giving the Chaz something to follow, bro. Are you kidding me? With amazing consistency. Oh, they don't feel. 78, dog. I know, bro. I like it. And then we got the Chad quick puncture kit. Tylenol Kenview. Must face autism suits. Fuck. Hot dog. Check Kim. That's why Kimberly's selling off. Oh, that had to be a court filing. That's not good. Tylenol maker Kenview must face autism suits, appeal court says. So literally, oh, you had it? Yeah, I didn't see that one. I'm only seeing the court filing now. That's why I'm like, no way that one slipped through there. Yeah, no, you had that one. They revived the private. No, but the court is saying they have to. No, I mean, it could end up getting cheaper. I don't think they'll win anything. I mean, even though people freaked out on the autism stuff and they got mad at Donald Trump. I mean, the fact of the matters is that you know, it was that existed for a while. People knew about it, but yeah, if you have to deal with a court case and liability, it just, unfortunately, now Kimberly takes that on. That's part of the discount. That's why we got Kimberly so cheap. Because by buying Kenview, it has risk, but most of those situations were resolved. But yeah, if you're opening up the door to that liability. So now we got the discount, but then we also get the liability. If we get it again, I'm double dipping. I mean, Kimberly, I'm gonna build around this one. Like, good price, brother. Again, Palantir and Intuit and Software and a couple of others. Hi, wasn't Palantir higher last week, though? Yeah, dude, we hit 140 last week. Let's run it, Palant. Even Zillow, I mean, high ticker's pretty active, even though the SPY just took a red. Oh, sorry, bad. Cyber ETF just got good volume. Apple came down, bro. That sucks. That was looking hot. All the rotations kind of chilled out. I mean, we're just not even doing much. And oil's still up there. Fwonk, low ticker, a couple of value names. Yeah, Team and Ample. If you have any of the shitty software plays. That's what I was saying, though, on Friday. Like, just some of these plays. We have plays that have, like, slowly worked up. But you guys got to do something with them. So if you want to keep holding them or not, if you slow down momentum, you'll lose the bid, and then they'll either go back to break even and do nothing. But yeah, there's a couple of plays we've been snagging. Like they're working up. The question is that 40, 30%, 50%? Is that enough for you, or are you trying to play the bigger earnings or what? Let's go, baby. Get the long term. Best time was 10 years ago. Second best time is today. God did. His finger to the sky, baby. Amen. Amen. So I'm telling you, bro. I hope they feel me. Fwonk. All right, SPY a little weird. I mean, low ticker's now getting active. Watch Kimberly if it reacts to that headline. It was a little older, but I'd say it hit another wire. I missed the first one. Whatever QTTB. And actually, I need to QTT bathroom. Okay, now Azilo. Very weird movements. But yeah, chat, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I am going to go to the bathroom. We are about to do push-ups too, actually. So maybe we should just get our push-ups in now. How does that sound? Does that sound like something I could interest you in? Maybe we get our push-ups, move around. I'll play you a track. And then before you know it, man, 2 hours in the day. Once we get over today, remember, you wake up to a lot of things tomorrow. Half of the morning. So get ready for it. But yeah, Chad, move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, get a deep breath in. Oh, I need to dude, I got a new tool. Bro, you know what I bought? Here, man, I don't want to be an influencer, but I think this could help some of you. Are you guys ready? What's it called, dude? I forgot what it's called. I forgot, dude. I don't even know what it's called. Hold on. Let me go to my Amazon orders. But yeah, wait, hold on. Do your push. Yeah, here. Yes. This right here. I need to go get it. It's upstairs. Dog, this thing was clutch. Bro. I got one of these. The portable wooden slant board. Does anybody know what this is? Dog, it's amazing. I need to go get it. That's going to be my stretch for today. Within some other ones. Nah, bro, the slant board. Bro, you just saw, especially if you got like tight calves and then you got like the flat-footedness. Bro, I'm telling you, you just stand on it and it just rips, dog. Yeah, calf stretcher 3000, dog. I love it. Oh, dude, it's so painful. You have no, bro, but it's like, holy shit. I was like, how are my legs this tight? And I'm like, I'm standing. I don't feel it. It's actually crazy, bro. I know. That's why I told you. I was like, I need to get some PT in there. I was like, that's why I wanted to hire someone, because I was like, I can't. I'm going to get injured if I keep buying all this shit and doing it at home. I think I'm going to fuck my shit up. All right, man. Well, I'm going to go get my slant board and go to the bathroom and get some workouts in there. I hope you do the same. And I will BRB. Yeah.
I make the contracts free. I do. contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. 'Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I already paid my fee. Turn my stress to peace. When
Crowd.
I made that contract free.
No.
I make the contracts free.
Oh, yeah.
Take my profit,
Chad.
let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. And lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Can you guys hear me? I'm standing up on this thing right now, bro. I'm just straight. I'm like holding on to my computer monitor so so I don't die. Yo, bro. But yeah, I hope you got a good stretching. Oh, okay. Free contracts. Wait a minute. Can I just sit with it? Like, if I sit down and like I put it in front of my desk, would that work? Or do I have to like stand on it? Because I'm telling you, bro, that thing is clutch. That thing is clutch. Oh, I think you can. Is it weird if I sit down with it? It's just like, I don't know, bro. It's good, though. It helped. I used it for a weekend. Oh, bro. Oh, it was great. It was great. But other than that, SPY didn't move. A couple names. I mean, it looks like the high ticker's active, but yeah, I saw a bunch of software while I was trying to get these stretches in. It sucks though. I didn't get my hip workout. All I did was standing on these. But it's good, brother. It's very good. Free contracts. That's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Skyworks. Yeah, remember Skyworks and Apple on the low, and then Amba. Those are the ones that were getting hype. But yeah, you're giving up Apple now, so Apple's about to go red. I mean, it did suck. Apple started off at 116 and then just ripped $3 off the open. But yeah, that's about to go red. Microsoft doing solid now. Google down by 0.5%, done nothing all day. Apple has advanced. And then NVIDIA still down 1.7. I mean, chips are still down 2.5. So again, at one point it looked like chips software was down with chips, but then I mean, you see it. Software, cyber, they started coming up. And then chips stayed down, and staples are still holding, but they gave up some of that rotation. And then bad news on Kimberly in regards to Kenvue liability. Shaz, some of those energy plays went down. No way. And then Hershey's. Zeta. Department of War, $25 million for AREC. I swear they got another one of these contracts a couple weeks ago. They just haven't hit. IoT, Samsara. Is IoT? I don't know. I don't think they're cyber. They might have some overlap. Again, Checkpoint and Qualys, those are the ones lagging for cyber. But again, cyber and software are doing great. Yeah, Workday, 5%, pretty solid. Remember on Friday it lagged a little bit. Habibi into it. Eric. No, AREC has gotten a lot of those contracts. But that's what I was saying. There's been a time, I mean, even the last couple weeks, these government contracts, they might pop them up in the morning, but yeah, like last year, these government contract headlines would give you 80%. Now it's just like everyone's kind of used to it. Average down on CLX. Any thoughts? No, I mean, it's a good name. I don't think, I don't know where it's been as of late. Yeah, I mean, if you could get it cheaper, I don't know what price it's been at. And then it'll probably move a lot on earnings. It's not, so for me, I've chosen other names, but as far as like be around, it should be around. I haven't followed their financials. I mean, it's not the worst price, not the best. It does look more stabilized, so it's just really a matter of relative, you know, like what other options are available. You know, that's what I would be putting into it, and then whatever else I'm holding in my portfolio. So what do you have? A lot of value? Do you have a lot of growth? Do you have a lot of consumer names? And then on top of that, you know, what other names on these S&P laggers can we pick up? And if, you know, if your portfolio likes the balance, you want to keep stacking, there's nothing that could really compete, then I mean you're near the low. Stuxnet Stuxnet IoT? Shut up. No way. But yeah, I know IoT. What's his name just sold it because he had to join the government. The one guy, Andreessen, I believe. I do. I think well, like we've been jaded by the rare earth stuff. But I think it's just all priced in. That's what I think. We got so aggressive with some of the moves last year. You've literally applied everything. You've already priced in all of eternity of all of this money into it. Snow crowd, BBY on the low. Best Buy kind of selling off. Best Buy down $1. It's about 1% in one candle. Tractor Supply. We looked at it. I mean, I've never really shopped there, even though I own a farm, which sounds offensive, but yeah. IoT is like plug and play sensor. It's not necessarily. What's it called? Cybersecurity, but the devices could kind of be linked to it. Autodesk Team, CSIQ. Dude, not only does Best Buy exist, it like does well. That blows my mind, because I remember I used to love Best Buy, but like nah, even in the last like 5 years, even after COVID, Best Buy has actually held up very well. It's very, very weird. Into it again, and now Workday, Pad, more software. That's it. It's either software oriented or cyber, and then, like I'm saying, chips are not too hot, believe it or not. We had Eric back in the day. We got that headline. Yeah, we got the headline like a minute ago. I mean, you're not like super late on it, but yeah, someone just posted that one. Then Pager Duty. Intuit and Adobe and Fig. Maersk says WAF6 service will now transit via West Sea. See if oil moves. Spy very stubborn, I know. Well, listen, you guys. This isn't that bad. I'll take it. I'll just tell. Do you guys not remember last week? Do you guys really not remember last Friday or last Monday? It was so weird. So you guys don't remember? We literally just like... It was right here. We literally woke up. It was only bad news over the weekend. Korea was down. Everything was terrible. And then Monday, we just ripped. And then the next couple of days, we went down. But it was similar in the sense of, like, we had only bad headlines over the weekend. But everyone was like, yeah, it's not fundamental. Same thing this morning. We're a little bit lower, but it's not. There wasn't, like, a fundamental. There wasn't even, like, a new narrative. It was just, again, you're getting, like, very big-sized moves. And then there's just all these moving parts that, again, just like all these industries attached to each other. One move begets another, and then we're all waiting these events. But yeah, it's very fascinating because, just like I'm saying, even how this played out last week, it was similar on no news, just a lot of movement. But we just did the opposite, and we kind of just ignored everything that was going on. So even today, I don't even think we're really reacting to anything going on, and we're kind of just doing these little pockets of areas back and forth. But it feels a lot like last Monday. Again, CRM. G-Wire, Adobe, again, more software. CRM is one of those leaders. If you get Oracle or Microsoft, Kimberly's selling off more. Again, that might be the news circulating a little bit more. Because that thing even hit 115 this morning, 116. That was already a big sell-off. And then there is your work day. Working day. But yeah, Kimberly, we'll put Sentinel here. Remember, Sentinel even hit the 19 the other day and then came down. TMDX, Verisk, ONDL. Look, and even Fiven, for crying out loud. Free contracts. Adabe. Bloomy pumping the Tylenol news. I'm saying the first one, Blue had it, and then it slipped by me, and then the second one came in, but that one hit the court filings. So I wouldn't be surprised if more people... The way that circulated was just weird, but yeah, it's not good. It won't be good, but then also think about Kimberly is like, that could also bottom it out here in the short term. So let it sell off a little bit, kind of just like when they lit the warehouse on fire. And then if people are like, yeah, well, we don't have to really worry about it on the claims, then that might be it. But then if it actually turns into real liability, that's fucked. Twilio. I like Abbott too, but even then on Friday, Abbott got liability as well. They both even with the baby powder stuff. SRXH pop. No, my average is around, it's like 98 to 99. This isn't the one on Friday, is it? This is the same one, huh? Wasn't this that little one that just kept getting pumped on Friday? I forgot the little, and then the NAV, and then this one. Yeah, I remember this one. Yeah. This one had the reverse split, then the Eric Jackson, then there was a headline, and then, yeah, all of that. Coin, I mean, Coin is the only thing I like about Coin is it literally has some of the worst guidance in the market. They had one of the biggest guide downs. So the bar is extremely low for Coinbase. But yeah, they just have to actually do good. I don't know, where does 150 even put them? Didn't this stock go down to like 40 at one point? Yeah. UAL now selling off a little bit more. Hot dog, and then Shaz, another Shaz Energy, F-Cell. A lot of these are actually selling off pretty big. California, 11 states suing to block Paramount acquisition of Warner. Shell, and then F-Jet, surprisingly. I mean, I don't really see anything space-related moving up. SKYA, oh, it's on the low now? So literally, bro, this is so funny, man, because this has no relevance to what's happening in Korea. So Korea, SK Hynix has its worst day ever in history, down 15%. SK Hynix goes up, and then as all of the chips bounce, and even Korea like chills out after the bell, I mean, you literally, this thing goes negative now. So yeah, SK Hynix all over the place, even the IPO stock. Zoom, Datadog, Datakelb. Again, software is doing great, but chips, memory have just not been playing along here now in this second half. Or really following Euro close. Following Euro close, chips, even the IPO, not good. Yeah, SK Hynix ADRs down 9.9, session low. Yeah, software's my shit is lagging. Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me? My shit is lagging. Guns on the high, SWBI. Or no, am I thinking something else? No, Smith & Wesson. Do. Netflix is officially partnered with Hasbro for Monopoly. Dog, Hasbro's moving up on it. That'll move Hasbro more than Netflix. That'd be tight though if we could get a what's it called? Like a Monopoly game. I'd kind of be down. Poly Alti. And Netflix came down. You got more, just one at a time. More cybers are trying to run up. SKHY. And then CRL's Charles Labs or whatever. Charles Rivers. We've seen that one before. I mean, right, dude, the low ticker is very active. It's just not the bigger names, but then all it's going to take right here is one big tech move. Again, you got a couple of names climbing too. Smith & Wesson, Sentinel. Software is all climbing up here, but on the low, like I'm saying, you have it's more names low than not right now, but so far the SPY has been super duper chill. Dow is 16 red now, 14 in the green. NASDAQ 50-50 still. SPY 294, so about like 30 names went red on the SPY. California Attorney General states have asked Paramount not to close merger until after court case is concluded. APPN. It's 20 cents. It says 5%, but that's not on that candle. Then wheat stocks on the high. NVVE. All right, you got a couple of names. You got a couple of things waking up. I mean, IWM's still down. It's not the worst. NASDAQ is the worst on the day. UNP started running up. There was something on railroads this morning. I don't think it was too important. Again, weed stocks keep showing up on the high ticker. Then FIG, that ties in with the Adobe into it. Again, some of these software like laggers are doing very, very well. And then cyber and IGV all the while. Chips in memory are still in a weird place. Help is on the low, you guys. Oh no, Help is on the low. Like literally a stock called Help. And then FJet, whatever that is. Quantinium on the low. Ion, that was moving up earlier. That one's still going. I think that's software. That Netflix headline didn't move much. Again, you had Costco. You already actually got some of their updates. That's the other part. TSM, they have TSMC has earnings on Thursday, but they gave a early update today that just showed all the numbers are pumping. But yeah, even then chips were still down in Korea and everybody still kind of ignored that, even though you did get an update. Again, whatever NVVE is, and then ADP, that one's starting to move up. NVEE, Gen. Oh no, 10B. Guidewire, wow. Iron, Nibis. Energy is not too... Energy, like oil energy, is doing great today. But everything else, not as much. Regarding on Netflix, is this where you choose your frustration because of earnings? I mean, yes and no. Obvious. Every company ahead of earnings, if you want to buy it, you have to decide. And, you know, you are choosing a frustration ahead of earnings because after earnings, it's either going to jack the price up or it's going to slash it in half. But I encourage you to please, I fucking beg you. What's the point of paying me money to not listen? You know, I beg you to please hear this when it comes to Netflix, because this is where you're missing it, is that it's not about buying it ahead of earnings. It's just about, do you determine Netflix is a deal at this price or not? That's what everybody keeps asking. So like I'm saying, ahead of earnings, that's every play. Kimberly-Clark, Tesla, you name it, bank, JP Morgan. If you buy ahead of earnings, you are choosing a frustration. It's going to move around. But the question with Netflix is, does this earnings continue? Do they actually have a good earnings? Remember, that was one of the only companies last quarter that did bad. And that was on a good quarter for everybody. But we're still up 300% on Netflix. So that's why I'm saying I don't think you just got to really come to terms with what price do you want this at. So I don't think the frustration is about this earnings and what it does after earnings as much as it is where if this doesn't turn around, you could drop to $20. That's what I'm saying. And if it does good, you could go back up. But a lot of people are acting like Netflix is the bottom, but it's not. And that's the part where I'm saying I just encourage you guys to stop fucking around. You know what I'm saying? Like, the amount of people that are just approaching me with this Netflix energy as if this thing is at the bottom. It's not. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying, where I'm not trying to give you shit or anybody, but I pray you guys get this sooner than later, because it's just not, this is not at the bottom, unfortunately. It's just like, yeah, so even though it did come down a lot, I don't think the frustration, you will be more frustrated if it goes to its bottom, thinking you're choosing your frustration at the bottom when you're kind of slightly up there. So yeah, $20 is wild. I have it at $20. So believe me, I understand what you're saying, but if I didn't have it at that price and I just got that, like literally, I don't even think, I think I got that when my girl got her dog. Like, that guy's relatively new. So, but like in recent history, like I have cars that are not as old as the Netflix, or that they're around the same time. That's what I'm saying. It's like, this was not that long ago I picked it up at $20. So unfortunately, just, I would decide if you want Netflix here, and I would decide ahead of earnings and choose your frustration, but I would not think you are at the bottom, especially where it has been a year and a half where Netflix has not had an earnings that has done good. So I'm just saying it would a little bit of caution on that one, but just every time people have presented this, I mean, they talk as if this is the bottom, but like, it's just not. So be careful. Be careful. No, I mean, you'll never know what's at the bottom, but like, there's just good deals out there. Like I'm saying, there's just stuff, you don't know if Oracle's going to be the bottom or not. Like I'm saying, like Intuit even as well, but you could do a little bit better than, assuming, again, or people are looking at Intel. It's a good discount. You're 50% off at the highs, but you're still substantially off of its lows. And that's why it's like, with how volatile Netflix is too, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't get ahead of myself. And then again, pay attention to the higher quality names that are actually substantially discounted already. And then maybe if Netflix goes up, you shouldn't really beat yourself up about it too much. But then if Netflix keeps coming down, you're going to get a good deal. I mean, and let's just put it this way. Netflix has been a stock people have asked me about all year. True or false? So I've been having this conversation since about $120, I would say. End of last year, all the way to the beginning of this year. So all the way down to 70, all the way back to 109, my answer has been the same. So you're not even setting a new price yet. But yeah, like I'm saying, this has been, I have had the same outlook on this this entire time. I'd be down to trade it, and like I'm saying, if they have a good earnings and earnings changes the story, that'll be awesome. But for now, I just unfortunately, I think Netflix is kind of trappy just because it's a good discount, but there's still so much more downside. So then it just puts you in this weird spot. More energy. XOM. That type of energy. See, like, let me put it this way. You've had, in the last, like, couple of years, you've had more opportunities to get Netflix in that range than you have some of these other, like, names, like even Microsoft, for crying out loud, or like Intuit, or even Kimberly now. Now we're going back 10 years, 15 years. So, but even in tech, there is some tech names where it's like Netflix has been in this range, but then there's other names that haven't gone that low, that this is the first time you're seeing them down a certain amount. So that's how I'm thinking in this moment. Capitol Police responding to concerns North Barricade. Avoid area till further notice. It's probably on the Capitol Police Twitter. The Iran stuff is going to cost the GOP the midterm. Well, that's the weird part. So if you've been listening, I've been telling you the Republicans are going to lose midterms. I've been saying that from the beginning of the year. I'm actually surprised that some of these, like, earlier elections, the Republicans haven't been washed yet. But the idea is they should lose. I think that's why Donald Trump attacked Iran. I think he knew history. The incumbent never wins. So why the fuck not? Do whatever you want. But yeah, I don't think they're going to win. Actually, even Bank of America, Michael Wilson, in a weird way, it's a contrarian trade, but a blue sweep has an economic effect. They would bring yields down, it would bring down the dollar, and it will probably bring down equities, but that is the expected contrarian move right now. But, like, again, Democrats should win. The Republicans should not. But, like I'm telling you, early indications, it's not there. It would affect yields because of policy. Because, again, Democrats, and then if you get a blue sweep, you fuck up the Republicans, even Senate and House, and then Democrats have more control, you're going to go to pretty much anti-Trump. So anything anti-Trump, we would reverse the Trump effect on bonds. That's the irony, because in reality, I think Democrats would bring yields up, but with enough bond vigilantes and how we've been playing, everyone would just unwind the opposite of Trump, as it would become harder for him. But yeah, it is. It's expected. I don't think the Republicans are going to lose. But if you get a blue or a red sweep, especially a blue sweep, there is going to be bond, dollar, certain effects that could happen. Do you have dividend reinvestment? Yes, great question. Always. So I've reinvested every single one of my dividends since we've been holding these accounts. But yeah, I do think you should. That way, if a stock ever goes up, it lets you average up into it without putting new money in. And then also when it goes down, it gets to even build it. But down the line, especially if you're young and you're going to hold it 10, 15, 20 years, I mean, those reinvestments go a very, very long way. Yeah, I mean, and even with Netflix, I'll tell you, what I'm trying to tell you all with this Netflix thing, the thing I need you to understand, if you go look at your portfolio, if you want it, like I told you, you don't listen to what I'm saying. And if, like, Josh may like something, Josh may not. If you ever want to balance it out, you control your position, you go smaller. But what I'm just trying to say is, like, don't fall for the thinking that Netflix is at the bottom. That's what I'm trying to tell you all. Is it discounted? Yes. Is it lower from a couple of years ago? Yes. Is it a good value? That is debatable. But at the end of the day, it's not at the bottom. You are not 50% off is a good discount, but it's not as if this thing went up several 100%. So that's all I'm saying, is that make whatever decision, but do not operate from the assumption or the premise that this thing is at the biggest ultimate discount, because it's not. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not at all. And it's substantially far away from some of its other levels. That's why I'm saying, just be mindful of that and make the right decision with that in mind. It doesn't mean you have to do it or don't do it, but it just means, don't see what you want to see on this one. Just take what the scenario is presenting you. And remember, Just a couple days ago, it was 5% lower, literally a week and a half ago. So that's the other thing you got to factor into that. E. Well, FactSet is doing great. Yeah, in all these like financial services, like financial software companies. Again, AON, that's been on the high ticker for a minute now. And SPY, it just sucks. We've been slowly melting down. You got names on the high. You just have, again, a nice 50-50, even though there's more names on the SPY and the green. But yeah, your big seven isn't really playing along. I mean, honestly, SPY's doing fairly well considering that, what's it called? NVIDIA is literally drilling into the lows right now. Was I being sarcastic about trading more and holding less because that's the new thing? I mean, what do you honestly think? Like, what does your gut tell you? Be like, does your gut think Josh is serious about that, or does your gut tell you that's probably a joke? Which one seems more embedded in reality? Because the analogy I gave to that, I said it was like you guys are asking a nun about their sex life. I think it's a fucking hilarious analogy because that's what it feels like sometimes. I feel like some of these questions with when it comes to the long term, like, you know, like do you really know what I will do or not do? Because I think you do. So I encourage you to you know, just stick with it. It's just not sexy. It's boring. It's not going to change. You know, I read headlines and the long-term plan stays the same. I go to bed, I wake up, it's been the same. You know, I feel like my body changes more. You know, my skin sheds. I get new skin, new cells. I lose hair. I grow hair. Mostly lose it, though. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, but it's all the same. But that's the hard part. As all these things change, you gotta find the thing that stays consistent. Yes, so you think I'm serious about it? Nice. Well, if that's what your gut tells you and your experience here tells you that that's the case, then I mean, shit. Go with your gut. Go with your gut. What does your gut tell you is crazy? You think that's a crazy answer? Why? Why is that a crazy answer? That's what it feels like. That's what I'm saying. I don't even think you know, we could go off of rules, but I feel like sometimes people are like, fuck the rules, let's just vibe it out, dude. What's the gut telling us? You think you're autistic? No. Sadly, that's actually wrong. Because I feel like if you are truly autistic, you would understand what I'm saying a million times more. Because the way I go about it is very autistic. If you have, you know why? I mean, you know, I have nieces and nephews with autism. They are very, very strict when it comes to rules. I don't know if you knew this. So that's what I'm saying. If you ask somebody with autism about following a rule, it's actually, they would look at you. It's insane to like actually like, what do you mean you broke a rule? It doesn't add up. Honestly, it's like, what are you saying? So yeah, if you truly were autistic, I mean, I think you should understand this strategy 1,000 times more, because it doesn't matter what's happening. Just follow the rule. And if you understand that and you get the kind of OCD about the rules and hyper fixated on it, you will realize that is the only way. And you can't even fathom negotiating against it. That's welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might have ADD. That would be ADHD, probably. Exactly. All this gray area. If you're telling me gray area and autism, I don't understand. So that's why I've been trying to say, like, go watch the long-term videos, even the last one. But like I've been telling you, it's just so the rules have never changed. The moment you understand the rules, it's so easy to follow. So that's what I'm saying. My behavior, what I do, what I don't do, very forecastable after you kind of understand that. Oh, the rules don't. WBD. So this lawsuit, why are they running? Oh, check. No, Peace Guy's not moving. But yeah, WBD. Again, 11 states sued. Is that because WBD gets the money again? So is Paramount not going to be able to do it and then they just get paid? Just like the Netflix one? Senior Houthi, Bab al-Mandab will be closed. Price will rise to 200. You want to bet? No, but that one has been they've been saying that from fucking April, dude. The Bab el thing. That's the Houthis. Remember when we were like trying to game out and we were like, are they getting the Houthis involved? So until they do it, or at least you would need a stronger presence, but I wouldn't trip on that, but just see oil. Because that's the other thing, too. The Dubai people announced the other route. So there's still even another alternative route that people... That's what I was even explaining this to my mom yesterday. Because eventually, the sad reality is that, like, after enough time, they are going to find a way around the Strait of Hormuz. You guys understand that, right? So even then, even, like, worst-case scenario, it's like the Strait of Hormuz can get bad and more annoying. But eventually, they're going to find a way around it. After enough time, it would be a tailwind, a benefit if you could have the Hormuz, but eventually the supply chain is going to figure out a way. Because like we talked about, I mean, it's not even how quickly in some of the oil moves we've seen when things opened up. The problem's not oil. We have way too much oil. The problem is just that movement. So once they find their ways around that, I mean, it's starting to get pretty heavily incentivized. Whoa, SanDisk. Hot dog. All right, well, memory. Sadly, dude, your little memory hits today helped you out. SanDisk doing way better than Micron, but yeah, that's starting to flip now. Intuit, I mean, just see how long this lasts. That's all. Because it started off slow, but today's just like a software short squeeze. And then some of the software did very bad, but like Oracle, and then app. But some of these laggers in software, again, Adobe, Intuit, literally being your two big laggers, they just cash open rip. For now, so we'll see. Intuit. Well, yeah, it's getting back to that low end. That's like the first stabilization after that earnings. That was in what? May 21st. And now LNG and oil. So again, you did get that Houthi headline a second ago. Oil starting to move. Again, LNG moving first, not good. Kospi retail party margin calls are soaring, hit 5% last Friday. I mean, dude, they got literally, it was SK Hynix's worst day in history. That's literally the day after their ADR IPO. But yeah, people were trying to blame it. They're saying it's the Koreans leaving Korea to come to America and buy SK. I'm like, come on, man, I don't know. And then Microsoft still catching a candle, surprisingly. SPY going down. Again, SanDisk Nvidia into the low. I mean, shit, you could have a bigger chip sell-off and things can still go up. We're like kind of rotating, but yeah, the chips are just bigger. So yeah, it's going to be much stronger to a certain direction. WBD again. So again, we keep getting those wow, that thing's ripping. It's up 3.7 now. So I don't know why, but it is a going, Habibi. Yeah, there's a shit ton of option activity on it. Now EQT, then CBZ, but SPY's going lower. It's getting led by NVIDIA and SanDisk, unfortunately. High ticker is, they got some names trying to rotate, but like I'm telling you, this chip effect is a lot bigger. And then you still have Micron, WDC. You have a lot of other names that still aren't into the lows. It's just literally NVIDIA and SanDisk, but still kind of struggling. Overall, SPY, though, being chill, and then oil up. Got a couple of bad headlines once again, but nothing too crazy. But energy names are starting to tick up here on the high. Capitol Police arrested a man with a gun at North Barricade. My, oh my. Energy names now. OKE, ET. These are energy, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, EOG. These are all, again, even fucking UNG, bro. So again, oil, energy plays, and then like XLE type beat. And then SPY going down. Nothing's really catching a bid, though. You have your rotations are holding. Again, IGV software kind of in their own little la-la land, but you got chips down and then everything else. I mean, again, all it takes is one Mag 7 move from here, and then that'll kind of either determine higher or lower. It's only 9:20, so still very early, my brethren. Very, very early. Baltimore again? What do you mean? Hot dog. Fire on a ship in Baltimore. The Charles Gilliand cargo ship with MRADs ready. Reserve forces with fire aboard. Yeah, what the hell? You had a U.S. cargo ship on fire. And I thought you were about to say they fucking knocked over another bridge. Do you guys remember that? Bro, I forgot all about it. You guys remember when a fucking boat knocked down a bridge in America? That happened a couple years ago? And that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that I bought Netflix even way cheaper around that time frame too. See what I'm saying? But that wasn't too long ago. But yeah, like straight up, it was, I forgot about that. But yeah, remember a boat hit a bridge? No, I don't think they fixed the bridge yet. Remember a boat collapsed, or a boat ran into a bridge and then it just... I don't know. I forgot when it was. It was very recent, but also a couple years ago. Yeah, Trump reinstated the block. That was right here. That was this candle right here. We got that early in the morning. I mean, then he said he wants 20% of the profits. But yeah, it caused a little bit of a reaction. And I mean, a kind of natural progression too of just over the... Remember, we went 2 weeks in a row now of like kinetic action, both sides saying the ceasefire is over, so it kind of makes sense. But then again, I mean, last time the blockade was on and off, oil was around 90, so you're just, once again, we did all of this after, even off of the good news, or when it wasn't as bad last couple weeks. Remember, oil made very big moves and then just didn't really, just stop moving, and then everything dislocated. But for now, I mean, it's not the worst set of news, and then we are going to move forward and see what we get. But there is a problem. So do you guys, this is what happened last week too. Why is it that when we keep having, there's one pervasive idea on Wall Street right now, that this is why you don't give a fuck about the war. There's one thing where every time, even though they both fight each other, they both talk shit, everyone's looking ahead and they're like, yeah, the deal is going to be resolved. Why? What makes you say that? There's one thing that's already happened that leads people to fall back on this as a parachute, that the deal, that this shouldn't get any worse than anything we've seen. Why? What is it? Does anybody know? And then Hungarian parliament amends to remove president. What, produce stocks? The outbreak? Yeah, the produce would be like the food, like Yum and the companies, or like Conagra. Otherwise, generic drug makers. Because the bacteria, the like little like the diarrhea thing, it's not like a virus. There's no vaccine for it. All you could have is generic treatments. So just generic bacteria drug makers, those are the ones who could get exposure. Not midterms. No. We talked about it a little bit, but what happened was the wait. But yeah, what happened in the idea that everyone keeps looking at is Iran already got a really good deal. So do you realize, like a couple of weeks ago, when Donald Trump was like MOU, and then they signed it, and then they're like, it's over, and then oil drops 50%? Why did people believe it? Because that deal was very favorable towards Iran. Are you guys following? So the MOU and everything signed in place, if Iran just sticks to the deal, they are seen as a winner of that deal. Their deal is so good, it's so much more in their favor, that's why people keep thinking all of this is bullshit. Are you understanding? Because now, even for the last week or two, it's kind of really dumb. Because now, why would Iran, if they really want to risk this good deal, it's like risking 90 cents to make an extra 10 cents. Are you guys following? And that's why people deep down on Wall Street, they keep fading it, because you're like, why the Iranians shouldn't do it. The Iranians already got offered 90 cents on the dollar. The Iranians have a 90 cents on the dollar deal. So then it's just the fact of, if they're doing it, there's not really much gains to do it. Well, no, I'd like to think I know exactly why. I could be wrong, but why are they not accepting it? They are. You just go back to what we've talked about in the beginning. Iran is not like America. This is not a Western democracy. This is a highly fractured, borderline one step above a fucking village now after killing Khomeini. So you have parliament, army, the CRGC, and then you even have a puppet president, right? So you have all these factions, even then throw in the Houthis. So yeah, I just don't think they could agree. I think there is a portion, I think the Golubovs and Aragachis, they know this is the best deal they're going to get. But then there's the guys wearing the fucking cowboy hats and filas, and they're like, debt to America, fuck that, we'll never deal with the Zionist regime, and they're fucking lighting fireworks off every chance they could get. So that's what I think is happening. But then at the same time, I think the U.S. acknowledged it last week, but then even after, they're like, listen, get your boys in check. But then after 2-3 weeks, if they can't control these little offshoot, organizations and people trying to derail it, If America could keep Bibi on a leash and they can't keep the fucking Houthis and everyone else, yeah, that's where this happens. And same thing goes with America. I think America wants the deal. I just don't think Israel wants it. And then there you go. So just like the hardliners in Iran, they don't want the deal. The non-hardliners, they want the deal. So, ta-da! But that's the thing that's like getting in the way of some of this reaction, is that you have to realize there is a really good deal on the table, and even then it's just like, what else do you get out of this? So there's not like, whatever we're extra fighting now, or like whatever, there's not much gains. You have more to lose than to benefit. 2 months ago, you had more to benefit than to lose. Everybody was already getting blown up. The ships weren't moving. No deal in store. You know what I'm saying? What's the risk to reward? But now it's just, there's not much material gain on this negotiation moving forward from here. PayPal's running up. That's why I put that up there. Yeah, I mean, where are we? So now I think we're about 1% from all-time highs. But yeah, you're giving up Friday's opening, or a little bit below the Thursday close. But yeah, 750. Remember we were saying 7560 on Friday? Somewhere around here. But yeah, you're like actually into the Tuesday gap down level. I guess we do got a couple of gaps to fill. That might be what's going on. And then, like I'm telling you, though, if you have one big Mag 7 move, this will really change how today looks. But, yeah, we're just doing that little back and forth here. Some of the rotations, and it just doesn't help. Chips are getting mollywopped. So, again, IGV, Cyber is holding up, but now chips are drilling here a little into the low. Do. Again, PayPal. And then industrials on the low. Interesting. AMD and Nvidia's not too bad. That's what I'm saying. Today is a very mixed bag. I mean, usually they all move together, but like some of them aren't drilling. Some are 4%, 5%, 2%. But then there's a couple chip makers down like 8 to 11. So, and then some like SanDisk, which are very large. But yeah, it could be worse. I mean, oil's starting to pick up. It's still very early, you guys. So watch out for it. But SPY's still going now down to the lows. We're breaking some of these level. Fed Waller, if there's another hot reading on core this week, central bank will need to consider rate hikes in the near term. Would need to see several months of lower inflation to feel inflation is moving in right direction. Concerned about elevated pace. Still credible case for it to fall to 2. He's committed to returning inflation, also to avoid tightening and risking recession. Concerned about equally plausible case that higher policy will be needed. Expects deceleration in headline inflation starting this week, but will be focused on core reading. Real side of the economy in good shape. Yeah, that's surprising because Waller was very bullish when he thought he was going to get the job. So he still doesn't sound, that wasn't fully hawkish because he said headline, but yeah, he just said if core goes up, then they have to, literally, dollar is popping. But that's what I'm saying. Go back to earlier this morning. I think it's bullshit. So, I mean, unless they raise rates at the end of this month, I don't think he can raise rates. Just because now, after we get over July, September, October, we start getting closer to the midterms. I mean, yeah, it's just like the election. You're not going to move interest rates ahead of of voting. That's just not a smart decision. But yeah, Waller, that's surprising. That's new. But then again, go back to what Kevin Warsh. This is exactly what Kevin Warsh doesn't want anymore. Why the fuck would we react to a Fed governor saying watch the next set of data. That's exact. You see what I'm saying? This is the reaction function, right? So you just had a Fed guy change his guidance, tell you something about it, and then the market's reacting to it. That's what Kevin Warsh does not want. So that's where I think it makes it very interesting. But yeah, PayPal. So again, that little reaction right now is off the Waller comment for sure. I'm telling you, it's very surprising. That's not my first. He hasn't said anything like that in a minute. He hasn't said anything like that. So again, he was more dovish. He did defend it with the headline comment because headline's probably going to come down. Or core, excuse me. Headline's probably going to come up and then core will go down. But yeah, still. For MetLife? Display name. Bond Bostic. Email address. ilovemunis@gmail.com. Remember me. Use microphone and camera? Fuck yeah.
Data will be one of several data releases I'll be looking at to determine the appropriate path of policy.
Bro, I'm in.
Now let me turn to the economic outlook, which, as an economist in the room, I don't probably have to tell you what it is, but I'm going to read it anyway.
Bro, they let me in with the username, Bond Bostic.
Economic activity continues to be solid. While high energy prices were likely a drag on consumer spending in the second quarter, spending appears to have held up reasonably well.
They won't let me unmute.
At the same time, businesses continued to make investments related to AI.
I don't even want to listen to this.
Together,
just the fact he kind of switched. Yeah, literally.
A good indicator
Fed rate hike
of
odds
underlying
50%
momentum
this
of real GDP
month.
likely rose strongly. A consistent feature of the U.S. economy over the past several years has been the resilience of consumers. Starting with high inflation in 2021, followed by high interest rates from 2022 through 2024. The shock of import tariffs in 25 and higher energy prices from the Middle East conflict, consumers have just powered through and then continued spending at a solid pace. So with a nod to that resilience, I expect solid consumer spending growth to continue, helped by energy prices that have recently fallen from the April highs. And despite some concerns on Wall Street about whether AI demand will continue its fast growth, I expect that AI-related investment will continue.
All right, do a push-up. SPY going towards the lows. Again, this is just chips. You have names going up, but you just need some strength. You're just getting more weakness than
although there's been some noise
and then
in the
again,
labor
Waller
market data recently,
just surprised with
the
weird
there is one of
rate
stability
expectation.
And a balance between supply and demand.
Again, literally rate cut odds just
After
jumped.
3 months of job creation averaging a reported 188,000 a month, most people were surprised by the initial estimate of only 57,000 jobs added in June and revisions that cut April and May by an average of 37,000 jobs a month. But despite this revision, the labor market still has created an average of 111,000 jobs a month for the past 3 months, compared with an average of 9,600 jobs a month in 2025, a year when real GDP expanded by 2.1%. So this is a significant improvement in the labor market, especially considering how much slower labor supply growth has lowered the threshold for how many new jobs constitute a healthy, balanced labor market. By these standards, a pace of 111,000 jobs a month reflects a strong level of labor demand relative to labor supply.
Well, they all have there's a bunch of Fed comments this week, so they all still have their schedule. They're all going to do this shit, but
participation rate.
We're just in the period
While
where
lower participation can be a sign of a weakening labor market, I don't want to read too much into this one data point.
This is what he's trying to get away from, exactly.
First, the drop in the prime age labor force was concentrated among 25
I bet you he's going to show this as an example. Because that
And
was
a very
surprising
large
for
monthly
Waller
drop
to
in that
flip-flop.
cohort
But
could
like I'm
be
telling you,
noise.
this reaction is bullshit.
Second,
And then I've been
broader
telling you all
measures of
morning,
labor
everyone's going to try to
underutilization,
hype up
including
rate
people
cuts,
marginally attached to the
rate
labor
hikes,
force,
but I'm like,
declined in
it's
June,
borderline getting too political.
suggesting that the fall in
They
participation
either have to do
was
it now
not
or
because
that's it. You
discouraged
don't have any
workers
runaway.
stopped looking for jobs. So both of these factors are telling me this decline in participation could be reversed in coming months. Now, other data in recent months support the idea that the labor market is stable and balanced. Job openings and hires were roughly unchanged in May, and total separations, reflecting both voluntary quits and layoffs, changed little. The ratio of job vacancies to those looking for work has moved up a touch in recent months, indicating a tighter job market, but it's still close to 1, just a bit lower than during the tight labor market for the couple of years before the pandemic. So in sum, I believe employment is close to its maximum sustainable level, neither a source of concern for the strength of the 6-year economic expansion, nor a source of inflationary pressure. Unless I see evidence of a significantly weakening labor market, my focus from here on out will be on inflation. And no matter how you cut it,
Chips just
or what
dumped on
measure you
that
want to
too.
use, inflation is
That
up
sucks.
this year.
It's chips, but then like I'm telling
Even
you,
accounting for the
a little
likely
bit of
temporary
dollar
direct
rate
effects
hike
of the oil
volatility.
price shock, it is running at levels
Waller.
inconsistent with the FOMC's 2%
But yeah, do a push-up,
objective.
Chad. You've been here for 3.5
Headline
hours.
PCE
Spies
inflation,
dumping.
the rate targeted by the FOMC, was 4.1% over the 12 months through May, after running in a range of 2.8% to 2.9% from September of 25 through February of this year. The direct effect of high petroleum prices until recently has been a big reason for this surge. And the good news is that if the lower oil prices of the past few weeks are sustained, they will lower headline inflation in the coming months. But as I said, more concerning is the escalation in core inflation, which at a 12-month rate of 3.4% in May was more than a 0.5 percentage point higher than just last October. The FOMC does not target core inflation, but when energy or food is having an outsized effect on overall prices, core is among the alternative measures that help us understand the underlying forces driving inflation. In this case, we can see that this trend began rising well before the oil price shock. Sometimes a big change in only one component of core prices can move the total significantly without reflecting broader pressures from escalating inflation. But that doesn't appear to be the case this time. Both core goods prices and core service inflation are up relative to last year. And they stand well above their averages at times when inflation was running persistently close to 2%, such as 6 years from 2002 through 2007. The increases recently are quite broad. For core services, which accounts for 75% of core prices, nearly 70% of its categories have 3 and 12-month inflation over 3%. Alternative measures of inflation may show different trajectories, but the results are sensitive to how they are calculated. Now, looking ahead, I do expect a deceleration of headline inflation due to declining oil prices, starting with the inflation data we get this week. Now, market prices for the delivery of crude oil between now and the end of December have given back much of their earlier increases.
I think you've seen that every
and
day
that
for
would
the
put
last 3
downward
days.
pressure on headline
We were just looking
inflation
at it when
in
it
the
was down.
coming months. But I will be focused on core inflation, and on that count, there are recent signs of continued pressure on goods prices. Core intermediate goods prices tracked in the Producer Price Index, which feed through to PCE prices, have increased noticeably in recent months. Also, purchasing managers for manufacturing businesses reported in June that their input prices have continued to increase, the 21st straight month they said so. So what is driving this upward pressure on inflation? Well, there are 3 factors that every survey notes and most of you are aware of, and every conversation I've had with business contacts echoes. It's been tariffs, energy prices, and spillovers from demand from the AI build-out. Now, Federal Reserve research finds that the effects of import tariffs on good prices were relatively modest and that the vast majority of the effect on inflation of that
Well,
one-time
this is
adjustment
just remember, Waller
the
was a
price level
dove.
is mostly over.
So Waller has been more bullish
One
than not.
unknown is the extent to
So
which
his
tariffs
little-
may rise again in connection
He's
with
not.
new
He
trade
doesn't even sound that
investigations,
bearish
whether
now, but
importers
he's
try
bearish
to
towards core.
belatedly
And then the
recover
irony
some
is
of
that
the
all of the
substantial
core
share of
metrics have
tariff
came in
costs that they
lower.
reportedly absorbed
But yeah,
last
it's not
year
as if
and into 2026.
he's usually more on the bullish side.
On inflation, on energy, earlier concerns that higher oil prices could be passed through to inflation for other goods and services have greatly diminished based on inflation data so far and the recent fall in oil prices. That said, crude oil prices are still volatile. Farther dated future prices remain higher than before the Middle East conflict, and even the earlier surge in spot prices could show up in core inflation. Another possible source of inflationary pressure is from AI related to demand. This is being reflected in some large price increases on selected goods, such as semiconductors, computer chips, servers, computers, and peripherals.
Now in Microsoft, I thought.
While these increases
that's
have
weird.
had
They
a
just
limited effect
dropped
on
all the
inflation
bids on now.
so far, it is possible they could be a larger factor
Interesting.
if the investment surge for AI continues, which I think we all think
Yeah, they
it
just
will.
dropped the bids on those. But
There are
it's
reports
pumping.
that shortages of memory and storage chips and central processing units for servers, all used in ramping up AI capabilities, are
Listen to
driving
this.
up prices for retail goods that also use those components, not surprisingly.
He's talking about, remember Apple price
These are
hikes?
goods that, because of ever-improving capabilities,
that narrative.
historically
The
saw
Microsoft
prices
killing it.
fall and therefore subtracted from inflation, not added to it. Overall, I'm monitoring price movements, and I am alert to the
I mean,
risk
it's crazy
that
he's
the
saying
increase
this
in
because
core
then the
inflation
CPI is tomorrow.
is a sign that
whatever
inflationary
comes out
pressures
tomorrow-
are spreading through the economy.
Think about his comments. I mean,
The
people are going to weigh
FOMC
that.
has to be ready to tighten monetary policy to prevent a repeat of the 2021 to 2022 inflation episode. But there are two differences between now and then that make me cautious about leaning too heavily on that experience to make this decision. The first is that today's labor market isn't nearly as tight as it was in 2021 and 2022. When the FOMC started raising rates in 2022, there were 2 job vacancies for every unemployed person.
KC, Workday.
And now that ratio is just about 1. While the main effect of higher
I
rates
do
then
think
was
we
to
should
reduce
ignore him, but
vacancies
I
rather
was
than
going to,
employment,
believe me. I was
there's a
going to
much
ignore it
greater risk
until
now
that
that
comment
higher-
came
tighter
in, and then I'm
monetary
like, what the
policy
fuck? That's
could drive
the
up
exact opposite,
unemployment
and then it moved
and
the
even
rate cut
risk a
odds.
recession.
But I agree. I think you should ignore this.
Another sign that the labor market isn't as tight is provided by data on nominal wage growth. Average hourly earnings grew at an annual rate between 5 and 6% in 2022, but are only
I
growing
think
around
maybe we'll find out. It
3.5%
depends
this
what the
year.
data is.
A pace that is
Either
consistent
Kevin
with
wanted him
2%
to do this,
inflation,
or Kevin is going
given
to get
solid
annoyed.
trend productivity
Because
growth.
now, in a weird way, this heightens the importance
Another
for
difference
tomorrow.
with
but
2022 is that
like I'm
inflation
saying, I mean,
expectations
he's saying this
today
all
seem well
before
anchored.
tomorrow, and then it has the
Measured of
ability to
inflation expectations
just turbocharge
escalated
it.
sharply in 2022, and the FOMC
Visa.
considered it a risk that they would become unanchored. This was a big factor in the FOMC's decision to quickly raise rates and make clear that we intended to keep them high for some time. By contrast, today,
Yeah, Warsh did say they're not
the
even focused on
market-based
CPI.
measures of inflation
that's the
compensation
thing
that
he
I
brings
look
up.
at over
Very
the 2
odd.
to 5 year horizon are actually down a bit in recent weeks. 2 and 5 year Treasury inflation-protected securities indicate expectations of 2.1% and 2.3%
That was the highest
inflation,
CBO he's been since that
respectively,
second
over
drop.
those time frames. From this, it seems clear to me that inflation expectations are anchored near our 2% target. Now, I often hear people say that when inflation expectations are anchored, central bankers do not have to respond to above target inflation. Well, this view is wrong. When inflation is well above its target and the labor market is near full employment and stable, any serious policy rule calls for raising the policy rate to bring inflation back down. Sternly staring at inflation until it melts before our withering gaze.
Well, listen,
is
enjoy
not
it
an
while it
option.
lasts. enjoy this.
Anchored expectations
It's been a while
assist
since a Fed person
policymakers
even
trying
said
to bring
anything,
down
but
inflation by
and he
allowing us to
reacted, but
move
just-
more deliberately.
That's what I was saying
and it
when I
allows
first
rate
heard
like-
more. It's
rate
like coming
hikes to
into
be
next
less
year,
persistent.
this isn't going to exist anymore.
In this
So, like,
in this
coming into next
situation,
year, I
the
don't
central
think you'll
bank
see
only
this,
faces one
where
problem:
a Fed person says
getting
something like
inflation
this,
back
and
down
then
to target.
rate cut odds and all this starts
But
to
if
get
inflation
fucked
is
up.
above target and inflation
PayPal
expectations
again.
are unanchored, the central bank actually faces two problems. One, getting inflation down to target, and re-anchoring inflation expectations at that target. This will typically require significantly larger and faster rate hikes for the same degree of above target inflation. Furthermore, the hikes would need to be more persistent to keep inflation down and to re-anchor inflation expectations. So in short, high inflation and unanchored inflation expectations require very aggressive policy actions and an acceptance of greater recession risk. This is the reason why central bankers worry so much about inflation expectations becoming unanchored. Now, thankfully, we are not in this position today, but it does not mean we can be lackadaisical in responding to inflation that is well above target and headed in the wrong direction. Now, tomorrow we'll receive the Consumer Price Index inflation for June and producer prices the day after, which together will give us a very good estimate of PCE inflation, the measure of the FOMC targets.
Yes.
I would be very pleased, trust me, to see a lower reading on core inflation. But after its escalation over the first half of this year, I'll need to see several months of lower readings to feel that inflation is finally moving back in the right direction.
That's the headline.
For the
that
reasons
fucked
I've laid
everything up.
out today,
What
I
he's
think that
saying
is
now.
still a reasonable
It
outcome.
hit as the pre-written.
And I would then continue to hold the policy rate at its current target range. But I don't take the inflation signals I've discussed today lightly. If we get another hot reading on core inflation this week, then the
Now
FOMC will need to
MasterCard,
consider
too.
tightening monetary policy in the near term. As always, we need to avoid making the mistake of fighting the last war and reacting too soon to tighten inflation, merely because we waited too long last time. But we also must avoid repeating the same mistake we made in 2021 and 2022
No, it's a
by
Waller.
waiting too long to respond. So in conclusion, we are at a crossroads for monetary policy, and the appropriate action will depend on the incoming data. So thank you very much.
Literally, we're crossroads. It matters on the data, while the new Fed chair doesn't want you to follow the data.
Okay, great. Okay, I think in your
Okay.
recent speech and
Okay, oil new high as
obviously
well,
today
too.
clearly reiterated
Again, I mean,
that
this
the
was a
balance
mix of
risks,
we had those oil headlines. You had the
completely
Bob
flipped,
L. Mendam straight
to
headline too,
inflation
but then,
rather than
yeah,
the
this
labor
was all
market.
Waller right here.
But let me just take
It
a moment
even
and
correlated
ask
with
you
oil.
about the labor market, because I really want to know what will make you think that the risks flipped back. Okay, so is beverage curve alive and well? Where is it now?
Well, the beverage curve is always alive and well. It's just depending on where you are on the beverage curve that matters. So I think that's one of the things I tried to stress in the speech, that back in 21, 22, we were on this near vertical portion of the beverage curve. That gave us a lot of ability to lower demand and move down that curve without really doing much to unemployment. And that's what happened. But we're not at that point right now. We're kind of near the kink of the beverage curve is this nonlinear thing, and we're kind of right in that kink point. So there, the traditional kind of dynamics would probably come into play if you were to tighten policy significantly, which would be tightening in the labor or loosening the labor market, more unemployment, downward pressure on employment. And that's what I was saying. That starts leaning into recession risk, and that's where you have to be very careful.
How fragile is that balance?
I thought a year or 6 months ago, I thought that was a very fragile balance. Everybody here knows I was very concerned about the labor market the last 6 months of last year, and the data kind of matched up
picking
with
up.
that.
Oil.
That's why I'm as surprised as anybody at how
You
this
might
thing
have
turned
another.
around.
This one does
I mean,
not
just
look
remember,
like
in
your
February,
boy.
we had a minus 100 and something thousand job losses.
That's
sounds
you're not
crazy to
dropping on
say.
Wars
Oh,
right now. That
market's
could be
fine.
another oil headline.
So, but since then, we've gotten persistently better and stronger jobs reports. Unemployment stayed there. You're hearing a lot about hiring. All the concerns people had last year seem to have kind of faded away. So it looks pretty stable right now.
Okay. All right.
Initial
So
reports of
the
Houthis
committee
attacking
remains firmly,
Aba International
committed to
Airport
the
in
2%
Saudi
inflation
Arabia.
target. So are
Just
you.
watch there.
But the question
that one was
is
a little
how
different.
restrictive
It's
is
weird oil
policy?
tracked with
so,
it, but
if you look at the
there
dot
was that
plot,
other headline.
it's probably a little bit
But yeah, so
restrictive.
half of this is
Still,
Waller,
if
the
you
other
look
half
at
is
some financial conditions
ba- ba-
indicators,
ba-
they're telling us
ba-
policy is easy. So where are you?
Yeah, this has always been a challenging question because I've never sort of felt like I need to look at the stock market to tell me whether conditions are tight or loose. I've always felt like, okay, I raise rates. What does that do? It affects auto lending, consumer lending, home, mortgage rates. These are things that monetary policy traditionally works for, and those things don't seem loose to me at all. But if you go look at corporate debt spreads and everything else, everything kind of looks loose. Now, again, how much of this is distorted just by AI? I mean, we look like pretty much a one-sector equity market from everything I can tell. So, and if that were to somehow pop or wind down or sort of pull back, you could see some pretty dramatic changes in financial conditions, all from just AI alone.
What about GDP? So are you concerned that it's a little bit more concentrated in one sector, AI related? And you mentioned you expect consumers to do well. But
Yeah, I mean, on the AI, I mean, we're seeing amazing investment numbers coming almost exclusively from AI build out, and that's probably going to continue. Now, I don't want to get into what's good and bad investment. That's not my job. But when I do look at the consumer, like I said, I don't know about all of you, but what I've seen from the consumer in the last 5 to 6 years has just been kind of astounding. That no matter what you throw at them, they just kind of shrug it off and just keep going. And I think a lot of that has to do with the labor market has been really good for the last 5 years, basically. When people have good jobs and they feel like they're secure in their jobs, they're willing to spend. And that's, I think, a lot of what we're seeing. And it just doesn't seem to throw them off tariffs, everything else that's happened. If I'd gone through, a pandemic, high interest rates, Silicon Valley Bank failing, a near banking crisis, the trade war, and now this energy, if I just said 30 years ago, what would happen from any one of those? You'd say probably a recession. 0 for 5 or 0 for 6. It's just really astounding to me, given my 40-year career as an economist, that none of these things seems to have really done much to the economy.
I mean,
let's switch
doesn't
gears and
astound
talk
you,
about
you
the
just
balance
realize
sheet, okay?
everything's
so,
That's what
it's a
happened to
very
me in my
interesting
career.
question. Roberta Perley recently mentioned that
He's like,
it's
wow.
more of a question of
No matter what,
demand
every
for
single
resource
terrible
rather
thing,
than
nothing has
supply
happened
of
after we have
reserves. Where are
flooded
you
the
on that?
fucking
What-
entire monetary
Well,
system with more
come down
money
to a very
than
simple
anyone
point,
could
which is
humanly
I see no
imagine
reason
or
to
even
ever be in a
fathom.
scarce
He's like, wow, it's sound and
reserves
resilient.
regime.
Oh
Ever.
my gosh,
There's
if we
no
control
reason for it.
everything and
You don't
they
get
do what we tell
anything, it
them,
just causes more
oh my
problem than
fucking,
anything else.
it's amazing. The
But
Phillips curve.
what determines the level
It's
of
got nothing to
ample
do with
is a combination
anything.
of
It's called
supply and
MMT,
demand.
Christopher.
So,
MMT.
If you can figure out ways where banks don't need as much
we'll
reserves,
do a push-up, you
that's
guys.
fine with
I'm
me.
standing on
I
my
don't have any
little
problems
slam
with
board.
then shrinking the balance sheet accordingly. The issue is just how much, and that's where there's a lot of dispute as to how much you could shrink the
And
balance sheet
spy near the
through
low.
pure demand channels. So that's, I think, what we're going to be talking about in one of the task forces coming up is like, how seriously do we think we can reduce the balance sheet? The bigger thing for me is always what problem are you solving by going down this route? It's not obvious that our balance sheet is causing huge financial problems or market functioning problems. I just have a hard time seeing where it is. So then, is it just aesthetics and optics, or what else is it?
Okay, so we are leaving it as an active tool for a crisis, or how do you?
Well, our balance sheet always, I gave a speech a year ago on the balance sheet. Our balance sheet is large for 2 reasons. One, we did QE, and we moved to an ample reserves regime. Our balance sheet would be fairly large even if we'd never done QE and just moved to an ample reserve. That would have raised our balance sheet. But that's all about market liquidity, functioning, make sure that there's never a shortage of liquidity in the banking system, no matter what happens. That's very different than QE. where you did it mainly for macro stabilization reasons. And, you know, there's some risk you take when you do that, and I outlined some of those in the speech last summer. But the balance sheet's always there potentially as a policy tool, but it's also being used as a market functioning liquidity device as well.
More oil.
Let's talk about something else. You mentioned there is a task force for that. We obviously have a task force for communications, but just want to see what your views are. So from the recent communication, I think from the Fed, we figured out that forward guidance is not a good word anymore.
What
but
the fuck is this
there
whole
was a lot
conversation?
of criticism following the latest FOMC meeting that it's not just about forward guidance, it's about the reaction function.
Right.
So, but when you think about a reaction function, almost every public comment from a policymaker could be interpreted as some sort of a forward guidance. So how do you walk that fine line between, you know, risking of providing some, you know, accidental forward guidance versus really clearly explaining your reaction function?
Right, so in my comments last Monday, I tried to make clear that forward guidance is when you kind of have a forecast where you think the economy is going to go, and based on that forecast, this is where you think rates are going to go. There's no data yet. That's just purely based on a forecast or where you think you're going. A reaction function is really saying, give me the data, and then I'll tell you how I'll respond to that data. So take any Taylor rule. Taylor rule says plug in the data, and it'll tell you what the policy rate should be. It's not based on a forecast. So that was one of the points I was trying to make, that if I were to say if X happens and I go left, or if Y happens and I go right, and I tell you what the policy paths are, I'm basically telling you my reaction function.
Scenario
What did you
analysis.
just
Scenario
say
analysis does
today?
that. That helps you say, look, if this happens, it hasn't happened, you don't know if it will, but if it happens, this is how I would think about going. So there, that's not based on the data, that's just saying under hypothetical situations, what would you do? And that's how you spell out your reaction function. To me, that's how you spell it out. But I'm not giving forward guidance because I don't have a base forecast saying, oh, here's my forecast, here's where the rates are going to go. If it goes this way, it'll do one thing. If it goes that way, it'll do another thing. So that's how I think about it. Maybe other people have different views, but that's how I think about it. And as I said last week, I mean, there are times where forward guidance can be very useful, but there are other times it's harmful, and there are times where it's just irrelevant.
And now it's not the time.
Now is not the time to use it.
All right. Over the past 2 decades, Federal Reserve has become much more transparent, and we all appreciate that. Where are we going on that? What are your views on communications? I know, yeah, we have another task force for that, but what are your views? Should the dot plot go, or any other changes that you would like to see?
Well, in all my years as an economist, I've never seen a single theory that says you make people's lives better or markets work better if you don't tell people what you're thinking. Mm-hmm. Communication about, like I said, your reaction function, that helps everybody make their decisions better. I don't ever seen a theory in economics where withholding information is good for everybody.
This is so
And
contradictory.
maybe unless you start talking about social media, maybe we should get rid of a bunch of that,
But
and
I'm
then
like,
we'll
what
all
was
be
this
better
whole
off.
thing?
But in general,
This is like when
is
you
just
guys are like,
econ
yeah, Josh,
101 stuff.
I followed
You
for
want
18,000
markets to
years,
have
Josh. I know
as
everything.
much
Should I
information as
sell?
possible.
I'm like, what?
Surprising
saying the right
people is
things,
not a
but
good
this
idea.
also-
I've never
this
seen
is
an economic
confusing.
theory that says, oh, you're actually making people better off by surprising them. I don't know any theory that really tells me that's the optimal thing to do. So in terms of communications, I'm a big believer in transparency, communicating as best I can what my reaction function is, but not talking else, not my view of the world in terms of how economic theory tells me to behave.
And we clearly appreciate all this, communication coming from you. Okay, with that, I would like to open it to the audience. So we have 2 mics, one on this side, one on the other side.
Not
Please-
that guy on the end down there.
No. Okay, we're gonna limit the press questions for now, but let's open it up to the floor. So,
The floor.
okay,
God is
projector
good.
perhaps over there.
Cesar.
Yeah,
Habibi.
Kathy.
Thank you,
He's
my
got it.
friend. I was dropping a 50
Thank you,
during Waller.
Governor Waller.
Kathy.
I appreciate
Stretching.
your comments. Hi.
Amen.
So, question: when you talked about the sources of inflation, we know energy, Fed policy can't do much about what's happening
this
with
Claudia
energy
Sahm?
right now. It also can't rein in tariff inflation impulse effects.
This is
With
Sahm rule.
AI, the third point that you made, can higher interest rates actually rein that in? Because there's a lot of belief that it's inelastic. AI spending, CapEx is going to continue no matter what the level of interest rates. So just curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the view of Arthur Burns in the 1970s. We can't control any of this stuff, so why respond? I always want to make the following point. I can always affect the prices of things through changes in demand. This idea I can't affect the price of oil is nonsense. I can't affect the price of anything is just wrong. I can't give you more oil. That I cannot do, but I can affect the price that you pay for it.
Yeah,
Through
report
changes
of
in total
attacks
demand
of
in the
the
economy. And the
Houthi,
same is with everything else. Now, on the
Al
AI
Arabia
one,
airport,
I mean,
or
your
Aba
point is really
airport,
good because, I mean,
that's
from
hitting
everything
now.
you know,
That was that little
the
dollar
demand
pop there.
curve for this stuff is perfectly inelastic. The hyperscalers are going to pay whatever price they need to pay for this. They'll pay whatever they have to do for that. I'm not really going to choke off anything raising rates on those guys, but you will affect other things to offset it. So it's a trickier problem because I can't really drive down the price of, on a perfectly inelastic demand, I can't do anything to prices. But then you're affecting the prices of everything else. So in that sense, the only way you're going to get inflation down from that stuff is having some kind of redistribution of where the cost cuts have to come down. So it's a much trickier problem. I've talked to some people that I'd have to say in my career, there's very few things I can think of where the demand side was this kind of, typically in monetary policy, if there's a demand source of inflation, it's very easy for monetary policy to deal with it. But this is one where it's like, I don't know how easy I can deal with this one. This is not the standard kind of demand stimulus problem that I remember thinking about for the last 40 years.
Okay, this side.
I don't know if I should take one from him either, but.
Chris, thanks very much for your remarks. You talked about how inflation and therefore monetary policy is at a crossroads right now. And we need to see which way it evolves, up or down. And then late in your speech, you talked about the importance of the next single inflation print in terms of the near-term outlook for policy. Now, as you know better than I do, normally we would think there's noise in monthly data. And so if you were going to make a judgment as to which fork in the road the inflation was taking, you'd want to look at several prints rather than one print to inform that judgment. You could, however, think that, well, when we look at this cumulatively, we've had plenty of disappointing prints already, so we're kind of at the end of the elastic. Alternatively, we could say, look, no, we're going to need several prints to assess which fork in the road we're taking. Could you just unpack a little bit how you're thinking about this extraction of signal potentially from just one print remaining to come? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it right at the end. Every data point has signal and it has some noise. The idea that every data print's noise is just worthless. I don't buy that argument at all. And as you said, like I'll take January's numbers. I thought these are kind of one-off, some tariff things, some seasonality residuals. And so whatever I saw in January, it'll be gone in the next month or two. Well, we're 6 months in. So at some point, these things are a lot more signal than noise. So you're right. We're building off of basically almost 5 to 6 months of one higher. If I get another higher one, I'm going to treat that as signal, not noise. Now, if I get one that goes down, well, that's consistent with a lot of forecasts that are thinking the tariff stuff will roll off, oil prices are coming off, so it's not surprising that you could see it. So that's why I think this next one is really not noise, whichever direction it goes. It's kind of it'll be a useful signal. On the downside, because I've had 5 or 6 months in a row, I'm going to need maybe a couple more to say, okay, that really is signal that inflation's coming back down. I don't know if that helps, but that's the best I got for you.
Right here.
Well, this is not Kevin Warsh. This is Waller.
I have a question
there
on
is
the
an
jobs
argument
data.
They do know the data.
There's
yes.
been so much noise over the last
We're
year,
only paying
year and a
attention to
half,
this because he
massive
just kind of
negative
threw a
revisions
curveball.
for a string of
This
months.
wasn't supposed
Then
to
somehow
be an issue today.
Stopped.
If you
I'm
asked
just
me at the
curious,
6 in the
light
morning
of
if
the
I would be
noisy
listening to
monthly
fucking
data,
Waller,
what are
and
some of the
he would have
alternative
moved rate
data
cut odds
sources
by
that you
15%,
personally
I would
maybe
have said you're
increasingly
high.
rely on when you
But
assess
yeah,
the health of the labor market?
That's the only reason why we're listening to this.
Yeah, so on the data revisions,
still
one
up.
thing that there's, I think a
And
lot of
Chapato.
confusion, I talked about this in a speech last August. When firms get the job survey, they have 3 months to fill it out. It's not just immediately and that's it. What has happened, and over that 3 months, the response rate really hasn't changed. It's about 95%.
Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
What's
You guys
happened
are
is you're
fly by
getting
for
more
a second.
responses
BRB.
later in the cycle.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading
Well, when
Fraternity.
that typically happens, you're
I
going
love
to get
you.
bigger revisions.
Good morning. Happy Monday,
And I think
guys.
that's
Happy
partly
earnings.
it's not that
I
the
want to
survey
rant. You know that?
response has
This guy
gone
got me
down.
not talking.
It's
I
just
have so much
shifted
to
from the
rant
first
about.
month to the
You
second
guys,
and third
you get
month.
fucking ready for
So that's going
earnings.
to cause bigger
Don't get
revisions.
lulled
So I'm
to
not
sleep.
worried
This
about
stop
bigger
and go
revisions
traffic,
telling
man.
something's wrong
You
with
just
the
got to
data.
make it
It's
through
just-
here, bro. Make
that's
it through
when
the
firms
fire.
are sending it in.
Make
Why
it through
they're
the
doing
fire.
it later
What
now,
comes
I have
out is
no idea.
gold.
But that's one of the things
Verb.
that people have to keep straight. So at the end of the day, I want to know what the final number is. But by then, I'm 2 months down the road, right? That's the, the tough part about the job. And that's why it's a little harder with these revisions, trying to keep a good handle on what's going on. But in terms of the job market, we look at a lot of stuff, right? We look at wages, we look at job openings, vacancies, all these other kind of measures, ADP data. There's lots of labor market indicators. Kansas City Fed has one that's like 20 or 25 variables. We look at all that kind of stuff. But the unemployment rate has traditionally been kind of the best indicator of where the labor market is, and it has just been stable as can be. I have to go back and look. Somebody go over to Fred, pull it up, and show me a period where it's been this stable. We're hardly moving at all for 18 months or whatever it's been. So, but yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. It's not just the jobs numbers that I look at.
Thank you. You've argued that that forward guidance, whether it's actual forward guidance or just comments, can move the two-year note yield enough to shorten the transmission lag. With two-year notes trading about 60 basis points, or Fed funds trading about 60 basis points above two-year notes, how does the Fed think about and assess how much tightening has already been priced in when considering monetary policy?
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of a view of if you do forward guidance and I signal it, like, so go back to 21. September of 21, the 2-year was at 25 basis points. By March of 22, it was at 200 basis points. And we hadn't raised rates, but we talked it up, 175 basis points. Now, it was very clear, that's where forward guidance works. It was very clear where we were going. There was no, oh, we might go back to zero. No, there's only one direction that we're going, so we can give you that kind of guidance. And because of that, the 2-year rate went up. So rates went up before we did anything, and that's what I meant by it cut time off, because most studies that do impulse response, they take the shock when it actually happens, and then says, how long does it take? But we started 6 months earlier, almost, or 5 months earlier, so you cut off a lot of time. So that's where forward guidance actually can help do that. But once you're in a situation where you're not doing forward guidance, you're back to all the standard estimates of when things are gonna, how long it's gonna take to pass through.
I saw a question in the middle, probably, right here.
Oh, let me just finish one last comment.
Okay.
On the forward guidance, though, when you raise rates, all you're doing is validating what already got priced in. You're not really having any effect, you're just validating the pricing.
So then
Do we
what
have
did
any
you
other
do
questions?
in November of 20? Never mind, bro.
I'm sure there are plenty.
back.
Hi, just one of the, so talking about, going back to the dots and communication, the one dot that I'm personally attached to is the long run neutral rate. Everything else, I can see is forward guidance and things like that, but the long run, that gives you a lot of information. That gives us a lot of information. What is your view on that in terms of what that is?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been a skeptic of the dots for a long time, long before I became a governor. But I still think there's some valuable content that comes out of it, but I would change it in some key ways. First of all, I'd move it to get rid of the calendar base. I'd go to a 6, 12, 18-month rolling thing. I wouldn't go beyond 18 months. Asking me where I think things are going to be 3 years from now, I don't know. There's some mythical steady state we're eventually going to go. That's why everything always
Bitch, you were in
converges
office
back
3
to
years
this.
ago.
Come on, we're never in that world. So it is kind of crazy to be talking about 3 years out or whatever.
No, it's not.
But I think
Diversify.
6, 12, 18
It's
months
not.
is
That's
not
not
a bad
insane.
horizon to say.
Then what the fuck
I'd
is a
get rid of the
2-year
long-run
bond, Chris?
stuff.
Dude,
Partly
Christopher
because
is
if you look at
pissing
the
me off
neutral rate
today.
estimates, they're like the range is this
What the
wide.
fuck?
Is
The
that
guy
really
didn't get
helpful
the
to
job. He's
anybody?
just like fucking, what's his name?
I
Like
don't
Tim
think
Whitman.
so. We all
Tim
have
Whitman's
kind of different
doppelganger.
ideas what causes
What's the
it
guy's
and
name? Moran?
what
Just like
moves it,
Moran.
and
Moran's like, oh, let's
I
cut
just don't
rates
think
all the
it's that
time.
useful, to be
Christopher
absolutely
Waller
honest.
didn't get the job, and now Christopher Waller just talking
The
out
other
of his
thing
ass
is,
today.
I like one
It's
of the
honestly
things
not
I've
bad
learned
what
as
he's
a
saying,
governor
but
that
it's just
I've
the
come to
context
value the dots,
is actually hilarious.
and that's for me more than anything else. But I'm not allowed to speak for the committee. That's kind of the first rule of it.
He's
The
like,
only
'cause they
person
wouldn't
who
give me
speaks
the
for
job
committee is
to.
the chair. I'm not allowed to, but I can refer to the median point of the dots. So I can benchmark myself against the median, and that's a useful tool for communication for me to judge where I think things are relative to where the center of the committee is. Now, I've only come to really learn that as a governor. Prior to that, I just never, it wasn't part of my speaking job to do that. But now I actually kind of find it useful. The other thing which I would do with the dots is I would release them the day after the meeting. I just don't see why you want the chair standing up there explaining this Rorschach plot of pictures that it's not the chair's job. Those are our dots. So even whether you want to put one in yourself or not, have everybody else do it, release them the next day and tell everybody, go explain your dots. And then the press conference is all about the chair talking about what we did and why we did it. Not like, well, what about this? And why are these 3 dots, or is it really 1 or 2? So anyway, that's those advice. I don't know whether it matters for anything going forward, but that's how I've thought about it.
Question?
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you, Governor Waller. There's been discussion about the Fed's balance sheet and speculation about being bloated. How do you view the Fed's involvement in longer-term treasuries and mortgage-backed securities? And if there were to be a reduction there, how do you consider that on the impact to longer-term yields with 10-year and 30-year treasury yields at local highs? Thank you.
Well, that's part of what I addressed in this speech last summer on the balance sheet. If we had never done QE and we had just gone to an ample reserves, we would be close to where we are potentially now. And all I did was talk about what should the maturity structure of our assets look like if you were just going into ample. And it would be a much shorter maturity structure on our balance sheet, much more weighted to bills than we currently have. So that's how I think of the maturity structure of the balance sheet. Mortgage-backed securities, I wish we had never bought them. I've never been a fan of these things, why we're buying them. I don't know how it's going to take us another decade to get rid of these things running off. Maybe we can do an asset swap for Greenland or something, I don't know. But, it's really, I think the key thing that I think we'd like to get our maturity structure back to what it looked like a longer time ago.
Yeah.
And we
That's
could
what we
do
were
that
talking
very
about last
easily and
week
not
with the
distort
accommodations.
how we do liquidity provision to the markets through reserves and ample reserve system.
Oh,
Right there.
TMQ. I did see that earlier.
Thank you,
I didn't think it
Governor.
was up that much.
I have a few questions, but realizing that the next FMOC meeting is due on July 27th and 28th, and the next Jackson Hole policy submissions papers or something in August. So I thought if I'll ask a very
I don't see anything on TMQ.
personal
Again, latest
question.
thing you had was the ARAC headline.
Can you please share about
I-
your work schedule, especially on weightlifting, how you're keeping up?
Oh, yeah.
I quite follow you, and my friend was pressing on me this
forgot.
question about your regime and
Remember Christopher Waller's
your
deadlift?
weightlifting schedules. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going on vacation after the meeting, so.
Okay.
And then I'll be out at Jackson Hole. That's about it I can tell you for that now.
Do we have time for a couple of more questions?
Oh, sure. Take 1 or 2 more.
Over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Just a question. How do you square the state of the labor market at the end of last year and its evolution so far this year with core services inflation remaining so sticky, excluding housing?
Yeah, like I said, when it comes to the labor market, when I go back and look at when last summer, every time I talked to people, I heard one of three things. The uncertainty over the trade regime, they're going to hold off. They had to pay tariffs. One of the easiest way to, if you're going to eat some of the tariffs as a firm, is cut your labor cost.
Then TMQ again.
The third thing was always AI. We're not, you kept hearing this no hire, no fire. So that's kind of what was going on all last year when I would talk to businesses. Somehow that turned around this spring. So I don't know whether the trade uncertainty went away. People started realizing AI is going to not replace people like we thought it was. We do need these people, or it's too early to talk about this stuff. I just think some of this uncertainty that was there in 2025 maybe kind of resolved itself, and then people said, look, I got to move on with my life and do what I need to do.
ALKS got a government contract.
That's the best way I think about it. But man, it's been a stunning turnaround from December of last year to now.
I don't see anything on
the
TMQ.
labor market.
No one's even talking about it. I already popped up 3.
Okay,
4
we
now.
have time for 3 more questions here, and over there.
Governor Waller, what do you think about hiking interest rates to improve?
Where is I don't. Oh, there you go.
Where is this small, quiet voice coming
about hiking
from?
interest rates to improve the FOMC's
Show
credibility
yourself.
and reaffirm inflation expectations? Maybe something like the 1990s. Does that come to mind?
Cutting? Did you say cutting rates?
Hiking.
I look at the data. That's what I drive it. I think our credibility is there when you look at market-based inflation expectations. You go out 1 to 3 years, they're at 2%. That's credibility. That's all. That's what that means to me, is the markets believe we're going to have inflation down there. And then that allows us to do our job. And I don't have to re-anchor. I just have to focus on getting inflation done. So I'm not interested in symbolic rate hikes. That's just not my job, and that's why I don't want to have to think about it that way.
Okay, Mike?
Governor Waller, you got some questions earlier about alternative data for labor markets. And obviously one of the things that's coming up in the task force is alternative data more generally. So I was curious your thoughts on alternative data around inflation. And in particular, how does one, you talked earlier about signal versus noise extraction, how does one distinguish general inflation from relative price changes in this context? How does one trade off accuracy versus timeliness? Thanks.
Yeah. So one of the things I like about the way we do things now is we have a very clear price index that we use. We have a numerical target which we hold ourselves accountable to. That's easy to verify whether we're doing our job or we're not doing our job. If you move to a world in which it's like, we're going to just kind of look at a broad basket of stuff, and then we're going to kind of, it looks pretty stable, and then you're not being very clear or transparent about what you're doing. I think in that world, inflation becomes like pornography. I can't define it, I can't measure it, but I know
What'd
it
you
when
say,
I see
Waller?
it. That's not how central bankers should think about inflation. So I like a price.
Think about
it's not
inflation
perfect.
as
It's not the
pornography.
only way you could do it, and we do
Fed
look at
Waller.
all these other ones.
Okay.
But for transparency and accountability, that's it. Now, I have said I personally would prefer a range on inflation, say 1.5% to 2%, because it's the idea that I can control it exactly at 2 is just not reasonable to expect anybody to be able to do. But if you can keep it between 1.5% and 2.5%, that seems like a reasonable way to proceed for me.
Yeah, bro.
As I said
PayPal's
last
been up all
week,
day, and even
if in
check Post
2000 I had told you
and
the
then
Fed would
XYZ
keep
with
inflation
these
between
financials,
1% and
and then we have
2%
Visa
for
and
a
MasterCard
decade
on the morning, but
of
those already took
2010 to
off.
2020, in 2000 you would have said, that is amazing success. But because we never hit 2%, it was a failure. If you'd had a range of
Lunar.
1.5 to 2.5 and it was
Space
1.7,
stocks, and then
we'd have said,
SpaceX surprisingly holding.
beautiful, baby. What a great job. So this is where I think sometimes a point estimate is
You
just
say
too restrictive in
FedHub.com?
terms of
That's
judging
terrible.
success or failure.
That's the only
last
hub
question
joke
over
I've
there.
probably ever laughed at in the last
just
like
a
10 years.
hypothetical question, Dr. Waller.
It's terrible.
If you were asked to head or co-head one of Chair Warsh's task forces, which one and why?
You know, if you're doing regime change, you don't ask the current regime to be the one running the task forces. So, you know, it's not really probably the right
I don't
thing
think
for me
Waller
to be
likes
doing any of it.
I don't think Waller likes wars.
But, you know, we're going to learn a lot from these task forces. I mean, a lot of stuff we have talked about for years. You know, Fed communications. I mean, we've talked about this forever. Just last spring, we had our framework review and talked about this ad nauseum. You know, I'm not exactly sure what new insights are going to come out of the communications that we haven't heard or that. But then some of the other ones are going to be certainly fascinating. Certainly everybody talks about AI all the time. None of us know what the hell is going to happen, but why not have a task force on that and get a sense of what's going to happen? So I don't think they're all going to have some valuable input at the end of the day. But at this point, you know, I'm not heading anything, so.
Okay, on that note, thank you so much.
Took that personally, it looks like, after this. Yeah, thank you. After this one, I think the way he ended it sums up everything. I feel like Waller's a little pissed.
Thank you for sharing your insights today. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, shut the fuck up. All right. Anyways, my bad. Excuse me. Excuse my profanity. I'm sorry. There was just a lot going on there, bro. That's like I said, if you told me this morning we would be responding to a Fed member in their comments, and let alone the Fed member would kind of be given guidance that was so direct ahead of the CPI tomorrow. So if you don't understand, like he just said, out of nowhere, Waller's like, yeah, if Coors comes in tomorrow, I think we should raise rates. and Waller is very dovish. He has been more dovish than not. So, no, even then, like, even out of, there was like, what's his name? There was Tim Whitman and then Waller and then the other chick. They were the ones dissenting because they were running for the job. And they wanted, they were very, very dovish. So he was very dovish. And then all of a sudden, I mean, if you're not getting it, CPI is tomorrow morning. And then this guy comes out and he's like, yeah, of course CPI is high. We should raise rates. So that just kind of got everybody moving a little bit near the lows. And then you had all these, if it's like Houthis in the Yemen and all of that is coming back up. We heard a couple of attack news and aircraft. And not to mention you had Donald Trump talking of us becoming the guardians of the Hormuz. So all of that, but that Waller comment factored into tomorrow. That was it. Yeah, Moran, Stephen Moran. I call him Tim Whitman. Stephen Moran looks like is his name Stephen Moran? His name is Tim Whitman. Tim Whitman Moran, but the one who would be like, no matter what was happening, he's like, we should cut rates. He's like, oil's at $150. We should cut rates. Okay. Aliens are invading. Everybody is getting pooped to death. Literally, they have diarrhea that's killing them. Okay, we should cut rates. You're like, what? He's like, hantavirus. We should cut rates. It doesn't matter. Waller or Mr. What's his name? Tim Whitman. Mueller? Not Mueller. What about Moran? No, yeah, but he's actually technically he's not on the Fed anymore since Powell wouldn't leave. They kicked him out. But yeah, long story short though, that Fed dynamic we just experienced was pretty weird just because it was very contradictory towards what Kevin Warsh has been saying and the plan for next year and the forward guidance, because it was very direct forward guidance related to tomorrow. But then, yeah, now we have the data that we're taking in. But long story short, caused a little reaction. You still have chips selling off across the world, chips in memory. That was the other story, even though they all sold off not on a story or a narrative. And then we're getting ready for earnings. So tomorrow you're going to wake up for the data. You're going to get that data now. Now it's a little bit heightened up after these comments. Then you're going to get the bank earnings. And then we get to hear from Kevin Warsh. Well, all of that, then the bank earnings after the bell. But not too bad, Chad. It's already 10:30. Look at the time. I thought it was early. I didn't think he was going to rant that long. I swear we were just doing push-ups. The Guardians of the Hormuz. Be a great movie. The diarrhea take is real. Dude, I've been hearing. I mean, I remember I got sick like a week or two ago, if you guys remember. And that had some diarrhea. I don't know if that was it, but yeah, I've been hearing about it a lot more. Again, I mean, some people even think the Lindsey Graham, if you don't believe the conspiracy of Russia-Ukraine, there's people who believe he got the stomach thing. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about this diarrhea. It's real. It's like, sadly, it's a real thing going on where there's a name for it. There's like this specific name of the actual bacteria. But yeah, it's spreading and it's like a parasite, and then it's causing people to just shit a lot to death. I don't think you get shit to death, but that's kind of the broader progression of it all. Yeah, cyclosporine or something along those lines. I pronounce words however I wish. Tomorrow, cutting rates is expected. There's no rate cut tomorrow. There's CPI tomorrow, but now, depending on the CPI and based on what Homeboy said today, it could affect rate cut odds. But essentially, if rates are going to move, it's going to be at the original, or it's going to be at the end of the month when we get the set Fed date where Warsh comes out. Cyclosporine. Yeah, but but people are talking about it. Like I said, stock-wise, though, there's no vaccine for it. So there's only generic drug makers. That's about it, really. And then food companies if they do bad. Your daughter just left the pediatrician because of it? Shut up. So your daughter got it? So what happens, though? Is it just how are people dying off of it? Is it just because of the effects of diarrhea, or does it just get really bad? But yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, a lot of people, there's been a lot of reports and monitoring of it. So, but yeah, that's why it's you might hear this, depending on what happens, you might hear more about diarrhea this week than any of the other weeks, but that's definitely progressing. Yeah, that was part of that Taco Bell stuff we saw the other day. Remember we saw, what was the other one? Cisco? Or is it SYY? Well, I heard one of them, but apparently, the only way you get it is, or one of them at least. I don't know. There might be multiple strains of it, but they're but I heard something along the lines of, you have to eat feces. So it's somehow it's poop. You're, ingesting poop somehow. So it's either poop is getting on the vegetables or somewhere, but yeah, people are pooping. Mm-hmm. Biogen now. Again, Meta a little bit. We're still at the low. Biogen. Yeah, produce contaminated with fecal matter. You and your 3 girls had it last one? No way. Yeah, but dude, do you see how many people? I don't know, but I don't know if this is one of them things where maybe just everybody got mad diarrhea and we just don't talk about it enough. I'm very vocal about my bowel movement, so hopefully I can open up this conversation. But at the same time, what I am saying is you talk about this and then everybody's just oh, I've been shitting myself for the last week, and then every single time, yeah. So either way, though, you're hearing about the shit poop virus. A lot more, and I didn't know. Already, you got Chads coming out of the woodwork. They're yeah, I've been shitting everywhere, Josh. Me and my entire family. So yeah, be careful, bro. Be careful. That's crazy, dude. FDA approves first at-home starting dose for Alzheimer's disease treatment? No way. Are they still in the box? Why? That sounds really good. Why is it not moving? I haven't followed the Biogen stuff. I remember they got the other approval. Is it still $50 grand a dose or whatever? There's a decent amount of volume, though, on these calls. So it's not moving. There's a lot of activity on Biogen. Again, it sounds pretty big, but fat spreads as well, too. You have suddenly started to go 5 to 6 times a day. All right, guys. Well, be careful. There's a lot of you guys. Be careful, man. I didn't know it was that bad. Damn, at earnings, this is going to be an interesting earnings season then. Because it'll have some effect if, like, this earnings season, everybody is just shitting their brains out. Like, I know it sounds funny, but, like, everything from investors to, like, insiders. Like, if there's someone on the conference call who needs to take a shit, that'll be weird. And then, like I'm telling you, investors are already going to be sensitive because they're profusively diarrheaing. It might be, there. Yeah. And then don't eat vegetables, I guess. Call it mass liquidation. I think it is, though. It's all vegetables, though. So I guess if you were naturally unhealthy and just didn't eat your vegetables, you're safe. All right. So, Chad, let's save the market. It's a Monday. We're not going to let the market go out like that. He needs some help. Let's help him out. You guys think so? You think it's a good time? I think it's a good time. I think it's a good time to have a good time. What do you say? I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. All right. We'll get ready. Let's get some philosophizing. Burb.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Oh, Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, It's time for Philo. And even though Philo at the lows, while oil is taking another stick up, you just had Fed Waller. You have Korea doing terrible and chips. Very interesting Monday, even though it's not like you're too headline driven unless we're talking about the war. But other than that, my friends, very big week ahead. Still a lot in store. I mean, take in mind some of these other starts to the week. So I hope you're ready for Philo, and I hope with everything I just said and everything going on in the market, I hope with all of that going on, you could still be in control and not have desperation and understand things are going to take time. I mean, that was actually one of the rants I just wanted to give you. Even before Philo, just all of you, just keep in mind, bro, this stop and go of earnings, the way that momentum has been declining, these big rotational shifts, man. This is all just testing your stamina. Again, it's gonna feel annoying. It's gonna feel back and forth until you finally get the easy move up or down. So, like I'm saying, man, I really hope I hope you guys got the patience, the right mental approach. It's both for the market and beyond. But yeah, man, kill that desperation and you'll get a lot of luck. And this is a moment. This is a time. I don't know if you've heard me as of lately, but I've been saying this to you guys. I'm like, dude, if you want to pay attention, man, this would be the time to pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's been a lot of back and forth, but yeah, historic earnings, historic things right around the corner. Where this year ends up, I mean, we are at the forefront of history right now. We are in the thing they call the present. So yeah, with everything at stake, bro, high stakes all around us, I think it would behoove thee to be more locked in now than not. And locked in, my friend, is not a membership. It is you, your mind. So I'm just starting it off. I'm just giving you the start here to Philo, but I got a lot to rant about today. I had a weekend. I had a lot of different things. I had a lot of different things I heard, things I thought about, things I listened to. So I do have a clip I'll share with you if I get through this with enough time. But I will tell you this to start. I'll give you a small one, man. Just a obvious one. But the God and the devil are very different. And the devil, he knows your name. You guys know that? The devil knows your name. But he don't call you it. The devil likes to call you by your mistakes. Contrary to the Lord, who he knows your mistakes, all of them, but he prefers to call you by your name. Isn't that beautiful? I heard that and I like that. But then it also tells you too, if you ever notice that spirit anywhere, don't be fooled. Do they focus on your name or do they focus on your mistake? Better yet, when you look in the mirror, are you focused on your name, your destiny, or are you focused on your mistake? I could tell you where which one comes from, brother. I could tell you where it comes from. Wow. So that's the first part. The second part, this tripped me out. Do you know that? This tripped me out. I had a very weird weekend. It wasn't like weird. I didn't do anything weird. But like, I don't know, bro. I just kept having the craziest memories. I already have a crazy memory, but I was just like, dude, there were just so many things I was encountering that I've encountered before, but it was reminding me of like, back in college, back when we were 5, back when I was 10. I remember just 5 years ago. And I just kept having a lot of like vivid memories of certain time frames. Even yesterday on the beach, dude, I'm telling you, I'm looking at the waves and I was thinking the times I was looking at the waves 10 years ago. It reminded me of a July 10 years ago. It was weird. I was eating stuff. I was like, oh, this smell, this taste. It was very, very trippy. But then I thought about something, and then I heard it, and then this kind of confirmed it, which is kind of crazy. And I want you to think about this, and I'll just tell you the conclusion. This is what I've been telling all of you for a long time with many things. Dude, you could turn off, like, ready for this, bro? Doesn't that look weird? It's not that weird. That's how it should look most of the time than not. Remember, bro, there's more. There's deeper than rap, dude. You know, there's more than the market. It's funny because, like, you got to, like, ignore the market, and then you'll do better in the market. Then, you know, like I'm saying, the thing you chase, it's a very, very weird thing. But what I'm just trying to tell you, bro, the main conclusion, be in the moment. Be in the moment of, like, you're living at this time in history, bro. You're living right now. God is either, and even whatever happens from here, he's all going to set you up for the next stage. And it's going to teach you something, or it's going to advance you to a level of a position that you either have got to work that, or you're going to fail it so that you could learn how to work it. Oh, I'm telling you, bro, I could go down the list. I could keep going down the list of why there's so many reasons for you to just be present and be just, you should value the moment right now. And I'm not even saying this just for like plays and opportunity. I mean, like, you should value where you are in your journey, your business, your trading, because, oh, my brother, you'll never get it back. But here, let me just tell you, that's the conclusion. I just wanted you to have the conclusion so that you understand what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Just enjoy the moment. And I really hope you do, bro. And for real, don't take for granted all. And that's what a lot of y'all, bro, with money, non-money, the long term, I'm telling you, you don't want to look back and realize you weren't really living in the present. Believe me, I love the future, brother. I love the past to learn from it. I'll never live in it. Same thing with the future too, bro. The future's great. I'm a big fan of it. I love the future. I love the long term. I'm excited for a lot of you in the future. You know what I'm saying? But fuck that. I'm also excited right now. You know that? It's going to be awesome, bro, when some of y'all get 20, 30, 40 houses. I can't wait till you buy me a house, dog. But you know what I'm saying? It's also fucking beautiful right now. And what you better fucking love right now as well, too, my friend. Because you're not. This is just as beautiful. I don't know if you feel me, dude. And let me just help you, okay? I hope this helps you realize it, okay? Are you ready for this? Very simple, brother. You never know that you're in like a moment you're going to miss one day. You never know it while you're in that moment. Have you noticed that? You never know you're in a moment that you're going to miss until you look back, dude. I hate to break it to you. That's why some things could be so ordinary, right? You could have a memory of just doing, you don't know the last time you're going to hang out with that person. You don't know the last time you're going to see that. You don't know that was going to be, that last time I had that meal, everything. You don't know. You don't think that's trippy? That every single little memory and nostalgia. Why? You don't know it was going to be nostalgia, dog. Oh, y'all ain't feeling me. Huh. Dog, you didn't know you were in the moment till you missed it, till you look back. That's why you're looking back, you're like, man, if I could just go back, I remember what it was like there. Or like, wow, that was a special time, but in the moment it was very mundane. I only look back at it with fondness. So do you get what I'm telling? Bro, you don't know if today's a moment. Who knows? The same order, you're like, I went on the stream one day. I just did what I normally did. I don't know. Even in the market, you don't know. It could change tomorrow. It could change in 10 minutes. Who knows? So do you see the whole point? That's why, like, bro, living in fear, living in this, I'm behind, in this pressure. It's like, do you see how it's kind of even crazy? You could even miss so much of right now, worried about the future, worried about the past, all these other things. But that's why it's like, I hope I could remind you, you're going to have opportunity, bro, and you are growing and you're learning and this stuff is exciting and your future's exciting. It really is. I don't believe your past will hold you back. I think you could learn from it. But, dude, there is like a high level of importance of like, you got to learn how to love the moment. You got to learn how to love right now as well, too. And I'm telling you, I know your future and who you're going to become and your destiny is probably the most important thing. I do believe that. And that's why, man, enjoying and just not even like having the long suffering and the enjoyment of right now And just like I'm saying, though, the crazy part, who knows what's going to happen? And one thing happens, bro, you may look back. Right now might be the moment you look back on and be like, man, if I could just go back. Again, you imagine if I say you could go back to COVID. That's it. What if I took you back to 2020? You see what I'm saying? Think about that. You didn't know. You didn't know what the prior to 2020. You didn't know what the moment was gonna. You didn't know things were gonna change, how they were. So that's why I'm saying, man, there's a God willing, we'll do well at whatever the world throws at us in the future. And there is a future you got to plan for, and you got to make small good decisions. But at the same time, there is a right now, and you do have to also get comfortable with it. As much as like I said, I'm just showing you the future self, the current self. And I'm not telling you to sacrifice your future to give the current self everything. No, I'm actually telling you, give your future self more and more, but at the same time, like, recognize and appreciate the moment of now. Because you don't know when now is going to turn into a memory. You don't know when now, the mundane of now turns into a fond memory of looking back. That's just how it works. I'm not telling, like, again, you guys all can agree. You didn't know it was the moment till you looked back. You never know. So don't lose sight of it. Don't lose sight of don't get so caught up in the future. You're missing part of it. You're missing the importance of this right now. So, yeah, very, very trippy. It got me thinking about it. And I love, because again, I keep thinking about the future, but I'm like, wow, all of this is also beautiful now. And again, I keep telling you, we're living in history. The funny part is that's right now. 2025 was right now. 2026 right now. Like we are just going ahead. The unknown is that's the only thing in front of us. Oh my God. So exciting. Very, very exciting. But that's the second one. Oil's still going. SPY hasn't budged. I think the SPY is enjoying the lows of right now. But I got one more for you. Actually, I got two more things for you, and then we'll see where the video's at. But yeah, I'll give you one more, and then I'm gonna get a little biblical with the opportunity. Do you know that? Because I've been talking opportunity even today, some of this stuff, and I hope you look forward and I hope you enjoy now. But oh, dude, there is a moment. I think even the Bible recognizes it. But before I tell you that, can I hit you all with a cold, hard truth? Would any of you like to get punched in the face right now? Maybe you're like Conor McGregor and you already were injured from last Fila. So you're already walking to the ring with an injury. But I could punch you. I have one. It depends. It's just a reality check, but I hope I could give you the compass. So the reality check is this. Everybody is a sellout. So you, my brother, you're a sellout. Yes, you listening right here, you're a sellout. Now, before you get mad at me, calm down. Just understand what I'm saying. I'm a sellout. You're a sellout. Everybody's a sellout. And this is what you need to be aware of. Hey, yo, Gap. Gap is up by 3. I don't know if this is a rotation or new. Aren't they getting bought out already, actually? Please hold. No. Or are they just off bad earnings? Yeah, we have one of these old plays. I forgot. I think they did have M&A shit. I have an old one. But yeah, that's starting to run up. And then Edge Mode, Fast Tracks Growth, Non-Barding, Spike AI Foundry Holdings for a 300 megawatt data center. So yes, everyone's a sellout. But this is what you have to understand. Everybody in this life sells out for what they value the most. That's it. Selling out is a process people view with a negative connotation, and it is kind of negative. But the reality is that there is something you value the most. Everybody has it. There is something in this life you will sell out for. See, but do you want to know the problem? Do you not get what I'm telling you? See, watch, listen to this. Something is going to blind you in this life. Did you know that? Something will blind you. The question isn't whether you have something you value the most, my brother. No, that's not what I'm asking you. It exists. Even if you disagree with me, it's real. Even if you say, no, I will never sell out. Yes, you will. You value something. There's one thing on this planet you will value more than anything. We are a human. The question isn't whether you have it. My question is, do you know what it is? Do you know what yours is? That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm saying. Some people will value attention. They'll do anything for attention. They'll say whatever. They'll do whatever. That's what they'll value for. That's why people sell out. That's why people sell out for money. When you call someone who sells out for money, they just care about money more than everything. So if that's what they value first, that's what they put ahead of it. Everybody has something. Yeah, some of you it's family. Some of you it's God. Some of you it's drug. What do you think a drug addict is? I don't think drug addiction is that simple. They just put that number one. Yeah, I'm sure it had a physical pull. It does stuff, you get addicted. That's it, but you're valuing, that's why. That's why they'll say, again, drugs, alcohol, addiction. People are like, oh, what? They hurt people. Why? Because they put something above their family. They put something above all of it. Yeah, some of you are. Some of the parents in here, I hope you are a sellout for your kids. That because it's funny you guys say that. I see that with my parents. So you got to ask yourself. I'm not saying, you can't. Don't try to argue and tell me you're not a sellout. No, every human has this. Stop asking whether or not it's there. Ask yourself, are you aware of what it is? My brothers, I'm asking you the hardest and simplest question of this life. What do you value the most? Truly, non-negotiable, number one. Do you see what I'm saying? And the irony is that at some point, this is going to fuel you or lead to one of these moments in your life. Eventually, whether or not you acknowledge this, that's why I'm asking you to think about it now. Eventually, you're going to have to make a decision. Or eventually, a decision comes up where what you value the most is going to compete with something else. U.S. Navy blockade applies to all vessel traffic regardless of flag. Military begin enforcement of naval blockade on all Iranian ports and coastal areas at 2000 GMT on July 14th. So tomorrow. So now oil's climbing. And then now you have a checkpoint, you guys. So tomorrow, if they're going to do it, that means you have room for them to either walk it back or they actually do it. So yeah, do you know? Do you know? Do you know what it is? So I'm going to leave you with that, and then this is the thing I wanted to talk about today. But I'm just going to say it to you. I'll give you a little detail on it. And then ask me about it tomorrow if you still haven't figured out. And then I'm going to play the video so that we have time. And then again, oil on the high. So, let me tell you this, my friends. Are you ready? Do you remember the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane? So right before Jesus gets crucified, he goes up to this garden and he prays. And he brings the disciples with him. And then do you guys know what happens to the disciples? So this is the story of Jesus. Remember, he started crying. He was praying so much. He was crying, bro. This is where he's like, spare the cup if you could spare it. But what? Do you know he went again? The disciples went up to the mountain with him. What happened to the disciples? You guys, this is like VBS Bible trivia. What happened to the disciples in the Garden of Gethsemane? And why am I telling you this story? Like I said, there's opportunity. And it's funny because this is a story you've all heard. And I hope it blows your mind, dude. But I think when it comes to opportunity, when it comes to the moment, I hope you appreciate it. But the story of the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus said something very, very fascinating. And yes, look at you guys know the trivia. What happened? They fell asleep. So they go up to the garden. Jesus is praying all night. The disciples, they go with him. Jesus praying all night. But then the disciples fall asleep. So Jesus is praying. 1 hour into it, they fall asleep. Jesus keeps going all night, they sleep. And then Jesus come back. He's like, y'all slept? So let me ask you, do you know what he asked them? What did Jesus ask them? So they fell asleep. And Jesus comes back. When he asks them about falling asleep, what did he ask them? Because a lot of people hear this. This is a phrase Jesus said, and it sounds like a rebuke. It kind of sounds like Jesus was like, hitting them with the eyes of disappointment. But, it's pretty deep, dude. What did he ask them? So he comes down. They were asleep. He's praying all night. Jesus said something very specific. Yeah, and then that's where you get the line, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. He said, could you not watch with me? You're very close. You couldn't keep watch. You're very close. That's 90% of what he said. But he said more. So they fall asleep. He comes down, and Jesus asks them one simple question. He said, could you not watch with me for 1 hour? So, Chad, I wanted to explain all of this to you, but I think I should let you sit with this. That's very important. I just want you to think about that. Just ask some of the questions you would think I would ask. Ask your own questions, too. I want you to just ask yourself about that whole... Go read the story again. And go put yourself in that story. Think about how people have commented on this verse throughout the beginning of time. But then just also think about what the hell heaven just happened there. He says, could you not keep watch with me for 1 hour? I just ask some questions about that. I want you to interpret it. Why is that so important? And now, I'll end it with Miles Monroe. So I'm saying, if you still don't figure it out, ask me about it tomorrow, and we'll talk about it.
What's the purpose of God in all of this? Number one, man is a spirit. He lives in a body. He possesses a soul. That's what man is. Man is a spirit. He lives in a body. He possesses a soul. Say it with me. Man is a spirit. He lives in a body, but he possesses a soul. That's the triunity of man. Whoever controls the soul rules the man. That's it. That's the point. The original purpose of God, therefore, was to rule the seen world from the unseen world through the unseen man living in the seen body on the scene. Get it? In other words, God wanted to control the world through you, but he wanted to do it from the unseen world. And he wanted to do it through your unseen spirit, living in your seen physical body. And he wanted to do that on the seen earth, so that his will, which is invisible, could be seen visibly through your actions and through your execution. So God wanted to rule the world through you without coming to the world, by and through your spirit. The soul is God's media for kingdom rulership. It's very important to understand this. God wants to rule the world through your soul. That's why the Bible says, I wish above all things that you prosper. Notice the focus. Even as your soul prospers. God places the #1 prosperity focus on your soul. If you're not prospering in your soul, God says, you are poor in every other area. So if you're not getting the right information, you are actually destroying your life. Very important. Write this down, please. The kingdom of God is the kingdom of the soul, the kingdom of the heart. If the kingdom doesn't get in your soul, the kingdom can't get to the earth. If the kingdom of God cannot get in your soul, it cannot get to the earth. If it cannot get into your heart, the earth will never see the rulership of God. Rulership begins in the heart. That's where it is. And until it gets there, there will be no kingdom manifestation on the earth. The first word of Jesus in his public ministry, Matthew chapter 4, verse 17, it says, and Jesus began to preach, repent. The word repent means what? To change your mind. Where's your mind? In your soul. His first attention was given to the soul. If I can get your soul changed, he says, then the kingdom can come from heaven on earth. Now, there's a point I want you to write down here, a very important point, and that is the kingdom of darkness is the kingdom of the soul also. God is battling for your soul. So is Satan. That's my point for the whole day. Satan and God really are not after your body, even though that's important for the earth. They're really after your soul. God is and Satan is. Because whoever controls your soul controls you. I think we become so spooky, we forgot where the battle is.
I've showed you this.
We become so spiritually spooky that we have actually invented demons that don't exist. And we're fighting things that aren't there. And the real battle we're missing. Oh, I was studying the life of Jesus last night, just going through some of the thoughts that he expressed, and it's incredible. I wish I could just teach this for another 2 hours, but you couldn't take it. But Jesus is mind. He was always going after the mind. Always. He said, if you hear my teaching, listen to my teaching. If you follow my words, listen to my words. He said, my words are spirit, and they give you life. He's trying to get it through your soul. If I can get your mind changed, he says, you'll be sanctified. It's a battle for the mind. So we got two kingdoms, and both are after your soul. What is your soul? Your mind, your will, your emotions. What is your soul? Your mind, your will. That is why most of you are losing your battles. Think about it. Let's deal with one of them just for a second. Emotions. What do you think is making you keep going back to that situation that you know is wrong? It's your emotions. Satan got you, man. One phone call and your knees get weak. Emotions. You've gone back to that ungodly relationship. The battle is over the minute you feel your knees getting weak and you start leaving the house. And you driving there, know the Holy Ghost screaming at you saying, stop, turn around, don't go back there. He don't love you, she don't love you, stop it. They're going to break up your marriage, stop. And you still driving. It's a battle. And the battle doesn't stop because you freaking downs. You got to grab your body. Come on, somebody. He said, I got to beat my body under. Your body got to come here, body. You going back to prayer meeting or back home to eat. It's your emotions. Write this down, please. Let's talk about what is the media. Now, we say the soul is God's media. Let's talk about media. The word media is from the word medium. Write this down, please.
This is one you got on Friday. But are you getting it? There's one part about it all. I love it. The way he said the soul, the human, you're here on the earth, but it's like again, the soul, you want to rule the physical earth through the unseen through the seen. That's the hook that got me. And again, I played the second half for you, but he said something. And I think some of you want me to explain the last one too, but I want you to think about that tonight. But very simple, bro. Prosperity. I thought about it. I actually believe the prosperity gospel. But guess what? That doesn't mean you're getting a new Benz. Hate to break it to you. Even if you pray 3 times a day, Jesus will not make you rich. But I believe in the prosperity gospel. You know why? Because that's not the prosperity it's talking about. Above all things you prosper, even as your soul should prosper. Again, your dog. I hope you, by the end of this world, this money, your career, dog, I hope you walk out of it, you know that? I hope you walk out of it hopeful, joyful. Oh my goodness. I hope you realize how hard that's going to be. Your soul, dog. The number one prosperity focus is your soul. Okay, go read Proverbs again. It's talking a lot about money. But now keep this in mind. Go listen to what Homeboy says. All the parables of Jesus. And just keep this in mind. If focusing that the number one prosperity focus, he's referring to your soul. So I don't know. And then Miles just keeps saying it. And I'm not going to lie to you. At some point, I thought it was too dramatic. Oh, but it's just hitting me harder and harder. The more, this is like the fucking taxes and the budget. And like how, I don't know, man. It's funny. And God bless some of y'all. You know that? I love it. Because some of y'all, you are older than me. And I feel like you've even got to see me get old throughout the years. Because I feel, again, you get to see my mind. And he talks about the mind changing and other things. And I'm telling you, bro, I've already warned on this, and I think there's strategy ways and things you got to look at from a strategic point of view. But nah, man, as simple and straightforward as it could be, dude. Straight up, if you are not getting the right info for your life and what you're basing your life on, you're actually destroying it. That's what I'm saying. I used to think that was dramatic. I used to think that was him selling his CDs and talking. No, it's so true. The media. Doesn't matter what the source is saying. It's all about how it gets interpreted. And again, if you're not getting the right info, you're actually destroying your life. So that's why I'm saying these priorities, what you're putting first, what you're basing your decisions and destiny on. Again, what are you focusing on, dude? Like all of like, where is your info of your value system? And again, dude, whatever you're basing it off of, I mean, it determines so much. So above all else, bro, I hope your soul prospers. So Chad, God bless you. The Lord knows your name. So does the devil. I wonder which one they're calling him out. I wonder which one is being called out to you and which one you're listening to. And remember, my friends, you have something in your life you are going to have to choose. And what I'm speaking of is the value. Something will have to always come number one. And my favorite one, for opportunity's sake, I hope you can go look at the story of Gethsemane and ask yourself the question of why Jesus asking if they could not wait for just 1 hour. Why is that so important? But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the scream alerts. You got Aragachi comments, oil ripping, and Trump is live. Wow.
Sean is exceptional.
Wow.
And you know what people don't know? He was the
Spy
world
didn't go
record
up, he just stopped going
in
down, though.
going up logs,
Best
going
they could
up
do during
to the
Philo.
top of these stupid trees. I never saw anything like. And Sean, how many years were you the champion of that? 5? For 5 years, he was the world champion. He was the lumberjack. Who the hell knew that about Sean Duffy? And that because I like champions. He was the world champion for 5 years, going up a tree and coming down. He said going up wasn't bad. Coming down was very dangerous. He broke his back a couple of times, little things like that. But he was the world champion at that, climbing the tree for 5 separate times. And, you know, we respect great champions and athletes, so you wouldn't believe it. That's my man. I've known that for a long time. And he's married to Rachel, who's an incredible woman. She's a very big success on television, and we love their family. We love him. So I'd like to ask Sean to say a few words, and then Roger Penske is going to speak. And then we're going to be given a display of how to put tires on a car very quickly. So you're going to have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
That's it. Well, first, thank you, Mr. President. As the Secretary of Transportation, lumberjack sports, we used to move logs down rivers, one of the first modes of transportation, so it's fitting. Thank you for the job. But it's great to be here with two legends, one legend in presidential history, but another legend, Roger Penske, in motorsports history for this great day. And just a little history that the President mentioned. The Department of Transportation was working with Fox Sports and the Penskes, and Bud Denker was working the Hill, and he had over 80 meetings on the Hill trying to make this event happen, because when you think about America 250, you also think about cars, and when you think about cars, you do think about freedom. This all goes together.
Cars and freedom.
And we had some people who were creating problems for us on the Hill. Not your team, Mr. President. The other team was creating problems. And so you don't go to the president with a half-baked idea, but we hit a roadblock, and I called Roger. I said, Roger, you got to call the president and tell him about this great idea, and can he move this forward? And the president's right. It was one phone call, and the president said, done. We're gonna celebrate America 250 with an IndyCar race for the first time in the U.S. Capitol. And so I appreciate that, Mr. President, for all you have done to make this event happen. It would not be going on unless we had presidential engagement. And I agree, the UFC fight was
South
remarkable.
Fars field. That's the only one that
but America's birthday doesn't end on the 4th of July. Our birthday continues for the coming year, and so to continue to celebrate America 250, it would only make sense that we would do that with this road race. It's going to be August 23rd. The tickets are free. The weather's not going to be 100 degrees in D.C. I'm thinking like 75 maybe in August. My mouth to God's ears. But we hope everyone comes and checks out this race, and it's going to be epic. And to the racers, I got to go around the Indy track at 175 miles an hour, and that felt like it was really fast. These guys are going 200, 250 around the track, true athletes. So to have you all here and to have the cars here is fantastic. And again, just finally, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. You don't do anything that's small. Everything you do is big. It's huge. It's the best. It's the greatest. Whether it's the UFC fight or an IndyCar race in the Capitol, we appreciate your leadership.
It's so weird hearing that, not in a Trump accent.
Thank you for making this happen.
It's the best. It's huge. It's the greatest. It doesn't hit. It's the best. It's the hit.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and welcome everybody here today. It's an honor for me,
sir,
Mr.
everything
President,
you do is the greatest, the bestest, largest,
celebration.
biggest,
when you think about 250 years of this country,
it's amazingest.
It's an amazing time. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to work. And I think we're fortunate to have the most important office in the world give us the green light and then the checkered flag to have this event in August. Think about it. Over 250,000 people signed up to come to this event. And we will be able to accommodate 100,000 each of the 2 days. And it's for free, as the President said. But we're honored. I think it's an opportunity to showcase the technology, the speed, the partnerships, and the athletes that make such a difference. We think about the Indy 500 as an iconic race, But this is going to move right up there next to it as far as we're concerned from the standpoint of the best in the world.
Hey,
So,
yo,
Mr. President,
CBOE,
thank you
your
again
old
for this
plays are back
opportunity.
to green.
And I think we have a special
So that first
helmet
flip we
for
did
you.
on
Am I
it,
right,
those are
Alex?
up 40% now. So both sets are up now. Do whatever you want with them. Especially
We hope
if you were
you
prone
wear
to
that
remind
when
me
you're
about
riding
them.
around in the beast.
You know what I'm saying? Just please
leading
handle those.
the field. Come to the green flag. Again, thank you, sir. Bud Denker.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Secretary Duffy. I also want to thank and recognize Ambassador Crowley over here as well. Monica Crowley, our Ambassador of Protocol, has been a partner of mine in this whole journey. Mayor Bowser, but importantly, the President of the United States. As he mentioned, I was on Capitol Hill for several months and trying to get the race around that racetrack. But you know what? It didn't happen. And things happen for the best, don't they? God chose us to have a different path here. And that path was to bring this race down around the National Mall, Secretary Burgum's support, the mayor's support, and of course, as the President said, within 24 hours of this idea changing onto the city streets, we had an executive order in my inbox to review, and then 4 days later, I was in his office here to sign it. I want to thank Eric Shanks, CEO of Fox Sports. It was Eric Shanks and my idea to bring this vision to our capital, and in 41 short days, you're going to see the remarkable athletes competing for the one and only trophy that they're ever going to possibly see here, and that's the trophy to celebrate our country. Mark Royce from General Motors, these are his beauties out here. This car over here, by the way, has 1,250 horsepower, and this will pace our field to the green flag 41 days from now. So, Mr. President, thank you again for your support. Thank you again for your leadership. Thank you again for your vision. With that, I'm going to have our driver, David Malukas, start that car. You're going to see this amazing pit crew here from Team Penske change 4 tires, fuel, in about 6.5 seconds. Let's see it, guys.
Oh, wait, do I have to do a pit stop? Copper's up. Interesting. Oh, shit. Fuck it up, dude. We should do this on the farm. If we will have enough. We should do teams of 3. I'm gonna make a pit stop game for you guys. See if you can work together. But honestly, I'm gonna just do it to get you guys to work on the farm. I'll be like, oh, who can mow the grass the fastest? Go. Oh, who could lay cement the quickest? Go.
What do you think? 41 days from now, Mr. President?
Oil's still going up.
So just
all right, teams of 4. Who can do the alignment?
Our country is
Okay,
great.
who can
Our
change
country
my
is
oil?
strong, powerful, respected again like never before. And I'll see you in 41 days or sooner. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, man, and oil's ripping. Again, you did have the Aragachi comments and then that Houthi stuff. I mean, just wait for natural gas. I think that'll be your real one. Or, again, if something bad did happen. But, yeah, I mean, oil is getting kind of nuts now, you guys. Just remember what I was saying on Friday when we would get those pops. I didn't really like saying it was like $1 or $2. But, yeah, you just moved like $5 in the last 2-3 hours. So yeah, oil's like it's doing it again. Oil's moving like very, very large. So you're going back to a blockade. You're going back and forth, even conflict on the other front. Again, I mean, I'm still tie this into the Squid Games analogy. I'm still going to be more focused on everything else, but yeah, not too bad. But yeah, it's giving us some drama. Some drama. Maybe everybody remember the one freak out in Squid Games when everybody panics for a little bit. Ford on the low. We should race dirt bikes. You listen. I mean, if after we do the thing and we find out who's coming, and if you are gonna be one of the people that arrive, if you have a dirt bike, you could bring it. I'd be down, honestly. Or maybe I'll just rent some. But then I don't know how it's gonna work for insurance. But yeah, if you have one, you could bring it. I was gonna let one of the neighbors like build like a ramp because he has dirt bikes, and I was like, dude, just fucking build me like a course and then call it a day. But yeah, if you have one, I'm down, bro. All right, spy near the low. Like I was saying, CBOE, we've talked about it a lot. Oh, that's what I was looking at. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. Let me make sure that was the right one. Yeah. So look, I have something for you. Do you guys want to see it? Gush. I mean, oil's insane right now. Like I'm telling you, this is different than Friday or last week. If you know, like I'm telling you, it's a very easy difference to spot. Like I was telling you, last week you would get these like oil headlines, and I wouldn't give a fuck. I still don't give a fuck, but I noticed the price movement is substantially different than last week. Last week you were freaking out to move $1 on oil. You get what I'm saying? That was nothing. But you're legitimately moving $5 now in an hour or two. Again, top to bottom, it's like another like $6 on the day, even from the gap, almost $10. So like I'm saying, the oil move is more back to, you know, the conflict type volatility that we were getting up until a couple weeks ago. Oh, who could build the dirt bike course the fastest? Go. Yeah, they would be like top to. Even then, though, it was so much smaller. But now, this is like energized at the very least. That just from 9 o'clock, really, even 74 to 78. So that's like more. You know, back in the day, you would trip out on a $4 oil move. Is the long story short. But then this is what I was gonna show you. Spy's still there. And like I told you, both sets of CBOE are now in the green. I don't know when we played the first one, actually. Let me see the date of purchase on that. Oh, yeah, well, we played it here. So I guess it is the same price. But yeah, those came back up. But yeah, so what do you think happened on CBOE? I've been showing you guys this since last week, but they've been on like a what? Remember, it was pretty red, and then last week it's been on like anywhere from 30 to at least like $15 straight up. You did get some of the numbers, but what do you think happened with CBOE? The update on Rat Skitball, we have not started the league yet. We need to though. DV saying that oil is coming out of the Strait. Dude, I think, like I said, I think we're gonna get SPR numbers today. I heard it in the morning, but I haven't got an update since. Well, CBOE did get the numbers, so that was what I was telling you the other day. That data did come in, but something happened. Something I've been telling you guys that we need to watch. Well, yeah, Oracle just hit a 52-week low. Oracle's just dumping. Well, my friends, I was telling you this is going to be something we should follow this earnings season because there's a very high bar and you want to see where the moves are happening. Ding, 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 ding. Remember I showed you guys the CBOE last week? And I was telling you the craziest part, this is what it was last week. And I was telling you how it was getting cheaper because of the price. But yeah, I was telling you, they didn't raise guidance on this stock in 3 months, right? Well, guess what? Coming into Monday, the low end has raised by 18 cents, and then they raised the top end now, finally after 3 months, and higher than pretty much any other point this year. But yes, the guidance moved. So this 15 to 30, I don't know, again, it all happened within the same time period, but we're talking, like I'm saying, 15 to 30 bucks is correlating now as that bar is getting raised as we're watching it. So it did, but then again, that happened after the data too. So people may have got the data, the analysts, so on and so forth. But that's what I'm telling you is like during both pre and post earnings, I think these guidance moves up and down are going to give us a idea of at least what has meat on the bone or not. So remember, this was the one where it had low price and guidance just stayed the same. Now guidance is high and then the price is still low. But yeah, ta-da. CBOE, thank you. Maritime Information Center, mariners should expect sustained naval presence, increased IRGC hailing and monitoring along transit routes. Threat level remains severe. I'm headed to the bank. Comcast. Oracle. Well, I was just saying earlier today before it hit. Now, if you I don't even know the next. I think the next level on Oracle is like 130 and then maybe like 107. I think. No, where do we go? You get 126, then 118. Then 113, and then 107, 104 to 102, really. So you got a couple more levels, but yeah, they're kind of in no man's land. I think 127 to like 120-ish will probably be the next test, and then if you break that, that's like below the even April 2025 level. It's a very long way to go. Andy, ANDE. Oil's still up. Again, SPY chilled. I mean, ever since Philo. You didn't go up on Philo, but I mean, you just we haven't hit a low since a couple of hours ago. I don't know if that's worth it. I mean, I don't like the premiums are high. In a weird way, selling a put on Oracle, but then you'd have to commit a lot of money. But yeah, depending on what, because again, remember so in reverse when they were asking me to sell the covered calls. I mean, if you wanted to sell a put, I usually, like I'm saying, when rates are high, I don't think it's worth it, but I think the put premiums might be substantially higher on these, but I don't know what you get offered. But yeah, like we said, anytime volatility picks up, you know, instead of buying a put, selling the put, and selling those puts, especially if it's something you want to add to the long term, there could be an opportunity. I just, like I said, few and far between. It all has to make sense. I guess in the case of Oracle, you could go far out and it's paying you, but I don't know what the return is. So if you committed $8,000 of capital, you would get paid what? $390? I think that's 5%. 4.8. So you could sell what? 50% out the money for the end of the year on Oracle. You'd have to commit $8,000 and then you'd get back 4.8, almost double the Fed funds rate. But still, that's to pay for it close to the or far from the money. But even then, I don't know. Even at 12,000, let's see. %14. Jeez. So yeah, but then you're committing more capital near the price. So yeah, if it goes below 110, well, it depends where it's stabilized. I might just use like once we see where earnings are, and once I get past 1 month from the what's it called? 1 month from the covered call. I might, on the big account, I just want to use a little of the deposit just to get the cash under 20. So even if I'm trying to use adjusted or non-adjusted, I could still probably deploy. But yeah, so it just depends where things are at. I was looking at end of the year, so I wasn't actually using like the same 2028 ones. If I was going to sell a put, I don't think I will though, because again, the only way you get good premium is if you sell near the money. But even then, selling a far out of the money on Oracle for the end of the year, it pays more than the Fed funds rate. Just because this Oracle $100 drop, this has skyrocketed all of the put premiums. You can't believe SPY is chilling with oil ripping like this. Why? Why is that hard to believe? My brother in Christ. You watched oil go to 120, go down and then back up, then down and then back up, all the while we just set a record, like post World War II record. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we've been exposed to all of it. To all of it, brother. Like you get a 14% return on 180. That's 28%, or is that insane methodology? I mean, shit, bro, you could count it up however you want. But like I was saying, the only way you get that return is if you're selling something within like 10% of the money. So that's where I think it just changes the whole play. Like obviously it's offering 14% or even 28%, whatever you look at it, because it's near the money. It's borderline just like buying it to a degree. So I do think the higher offering is kind of skewed by the fact that it's, especially with how volatile Oracle is, that's like selling it at the money. So yeah, but you're right in the calculation, but even then though, I still, that one is a little skewed because that, and then they're buying the shit out of CBOE now. So yeah, either make those free or push them, but I don't want to hear about them. I'm going to keep talking about it, but like I'm saying, I double dip this play a lot. So I think some people got panic on the double dip, but all of them fucking hit. So like I'm saying, do something or ride it, but I think the job is complete. You could buy back into Oracle wherever and whenever you'd like. That's kind of how I look at it, because that's where I'm now that it's below the price. But given that it's breaking a new low there's months ahead of this one until their earnings aren't until September, believe it or not. So yeah, it's I'd let it kind of stabilize, but anything below that one price I am down with. You got the 360. The July ones didn't do good. You needed the first set with time, but the July ones died right off the bat. There was one chance to make them free on day one, and then that was it. But anything with time on CBOE is up. Like, you could have fucking bought anything, and they have done good. Even with the wide spread is what I'm saying. So utilize them now, just because the ones with this, once it chills out, the spreads will make it harder. Intuit. Intuit was on fire today. 290, bro. I'll take it. But yeah, it did chill out. It was near 300 again. 300 was like that was its first stabilization level before it got kind of bad last month. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. In South Carolina? No, I don't. I don't recall. I don't remember seeing one. Crude oil settles at 78 bucks, surging 9.4. So oil settled. It could still move, but yeah, interesting spot we are in. Oh, the market's been resilient, but like we just were saying, I mean, that's not unusual considering all of the things you have witnessed throughout this moment. It's not unusual to long term with anyone, no? Not unusual to see me hold. I wanna buy. I want to buy, you guys. I really want to buy. I have all this cash. And like that's what I'm saying. So the big account, we'll give it 30 days from the Intel covered call. When did we do that? June 22nd. So July 22nd will be a month. But yeah, like I have the 20% cash. But I'm down to use like one deposit to get it below. But even then, I'm not. I just don't. I want it below 20, but like I'm saying, that inflow from the covered call was just, that skewed some things around there. So hopefully you get the logic. But yeah, I like how we are built though. I am not afraid of the long term. Everything else, bro, we're almost 1 year from the farm. So, and then like we're saying with midterms and all these other opportunities, I am stoked. And I'm glad that we have a lot of capital to work with. But yeah, you just don't want too much. Amazon was the best one all day today. All the other ones tried to move and then they stopped. Actually, Microsoft too. That kind of held up. See, and look, even then this one. So here's the thing. I'll show you guys something. So look, that covered call neutered the portfolio. It just kept us pretty solid if you haven't noticed, right? But it wouldn't have been that bad. So take a look. This is the long term. Not too bad, right? We did the covered call. That saved us. Teladoc. We got a little pump going on. 2.9. I feel like Teladoc, I mean, we've seen Wendy's and a lot of other pumps. The internet used to love pumping this one. But yeah, that's moving. The covered call. Go watch the video. I posted a video on even Instagram when we did it. And it was epic. The timing, the play. So now it's different. Like, I don't know. Like, that's the crazy part, is that there's still a good covered call opportunity on, like, Intel. But, yeah, like, even in that 2 weeks, that was a 40% difference. I think we're up 30 or 40% on the covered call, which is insane. But, yeah, it's been a wild, wild ride. But take a look. This is Colt's sister. So Colt's sister, she didn't have the covered call because on her account, it would have cost too much money to get her 40 shares at the higher price and then do all of that. So she has a bunch of Intel, but she doesn't have the covered call. So the account wouldn't have been that bad. You could kind of see it. It went down where ours kind of held up, but her account lost like, I think 5% extra from the top. So not too bad, but yeah, either way, I think you would have been good. Shout out to Balance. On day. Even NASDAQ, where's it? ICE and CME. Yeah, they're starting to move up now too. NASDAQ, they're all going up. That's what I'm saying. CBOE kind of started it. What stocks am I looking to add to? Same ones we've talked about all year. I put out a list. Some of those are still down. And then pretty much, if any of those names move up too much or if things change, we're going to start off with the names that are down on the year. So I'm a big believer. Last year, this year, I am just, you can't tell me shit, dude. I'm fully Kanye West. Nah, wait till I get my value stars. Whoa, I had a dream I could buy my way to all-time highs. When I woke, I spent it on a Kimberly. I told God I'll be back to the NVIDIA. Oh, man, it's so hard not to buy Tab. To whom much is given, much is tested. He turned around by a dividend. I guess he ain't get the message. More pressure under more scrutiny. What did Kimberly do? The government is suing me. Bought more baby powder, more jewelry. The government, FDA, couldn't get through to me. Oh, wait, I already said that. Okay, anyways, the whole point is that, like I'm telling you, I legitimately, you cannot talk me out of this, you cannot talk me out of this idea that there is not good names to buy in 2026 right here, right now in the present. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. The motherfuckers are telling me reality isn't reality. But I'm like, no, reality is there's hundreds of high quality names that are still cheap. So that's where I'm going to start. That's why I'm, above all else, I'm probably, unless a AI name turns into a fallen angel or, again, there is even tech names that have fell off, but yeah, I'm fully going to be on just starting with the names that are beaten down and in a good neighborhood, high quality. You say like SoFi? Oh, that's cool, man. I didn't know. Do you want me to hurt you? Is that what you want? Is that what you're in? Are you into that? You sicko? Okay. I know you're fucking with me. That's why, but somebody's gonna genuinely bitch. Watch out, bro. Just watch out, dude. Okay, just watch your back, dude. Okay, just watch out, man. That's not. Okay, Husa. Iron tires. Bought more jewelry, more Louis V. My mama couldn't get through to me. You bought Intel at 23, sold for 400%, and that jump-started the capital for your long term. That's dope, but hear me out. In my mind, I already believe you had the capital for your long term. That's why you already started it and bought Intel. You see what I'm saying? So in my mind, that Intel, if you were going to sell it, it should have jump-started the capital for a property. That's what I've been saying. Because you already have enough to start the long term and keep it going, because that's the beauty with equity. You could use paper, little amounts, as much over, and then it could still balloon just like that did. So yeah, bro, it's that's how I look at it. I think you should let these plays long term. If you're ever gonna sell it, you already have the 10% capital. You're already gonna keep growing the long term. No matter what, if you make that decision, and it could still make buku bucks, but I do think you should let it jumpstart capital for a property. And that's the thing. Now here, you guys don't get the craziest part right now. If you did the covered call, we kind of froze time a little bit. You realize that, right? So look, you could get your Intel. So like your Intel still has money in it. So we still owe it, but I guess you get to pull out the 7K, even on the big account, but it's like you still have that 20K. This case, I think the highest this guy was like 12. So we're a little bit lower than that. But it's like you got to at least, if you do change your mind and want the property, that covered call gave you some more time to go hunt. Would I ever buy to close the Intel? If I'm selling the Intel, yeah. Or if I need to roll over. But I don't plan on looking at it. Some of you, well, you know what the beauty is? Like I'm telling you, if I were you, I wouldn't touch it. But I gave you guys such a play that some of you are going to get tempted. I love it. I gave you guys such a great play on that covered call. Some of you are going to learn. You know why? Because look at it. Now some of you, what are you going to do, bro? You're up 40% in 2 weeks. Look at that. I know you want to day trade in your long term, huh? You're like, fuck it, dude. A little swing trade, dude? Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, of course I'm okay with it getting called away at these terms. Yeah, if at $200 a share, be my guest with $12,000 up front. This sounds like a ridiculous deal. I'm fine if you take it from me at that. That's like, I forgot what movie it's like. I feel like it's like a weird episode of Bull Rat. They're like, I will pay you $12,000 now, and then I pay you $2,000 a share next year, huh? I'm like, oh no, such a bad deal. So yeah, it's like, it's kind of a really good deal, but yeah, like I'm saying, I'm fine with it getting called, but I do think some of you, if you made this play on the covered call, oh, you're gonna get tempted. Like I'm telling you, I would be mindful and I wouldn't touch it, but like I'm saying, even on the small account, you could close it out and get almost a year of deposits realized. Realized profit. So it wouldn't be a bad option because we hit it so good, but the temptation is that you're going to close it, open it, close it, open it, and then before you know it, you're going to look back and be like, damn, I would have probably been better off if I just kept it on the original. That's what we learn most of the times. So, good luck. But either way, I hope the opportunity was good because I do think that was pretty awesome. The Boeing. Shout out Bradley Frizzle. 78 months. Yemi said they targeted ballistic missiles. Old. It's hitting the wire again. Remember, oil settled, but still up. Surprised SPY hasn't moved. What time is it? 11:48. BB, what's up with this? Hold on. I need to double check the Mr. CBOE. That play was all best case scenarios. It seems far away to get that amount. So did you sell the covered call? Because if you did, I hope you did not. Because you don't understand it, unfortunately. So that's worst case scenario, not best case scenario. Best case scenario, the play expires and I keep my shares and I keep everything. Imagine Intel, like, let me put it this way. If Intel closed at 199 in 2028, I would be ecstatic. Because then my equity would be worth more than it's ever been. That call would expire worthless. And then I would keep the premium I collected. So, no, that we're not, our covered call is not, We don't need anything to happen. We already won. So if you close it out now, you're just taking half of the half of the win. You're not losing. You're just changing it around. And like I'm saying, there's a domino effect of what it leads to in terms of how people are going to play it. Like I said, I told you what I would do. I mean, I think I hooked you guys up with a pretty awesome play, hence both the idea, the negative cost basis, even down to the quick 40% gain on it. But do whatever the fuck you want. I'm telling you, if don't even listen to me. I mean, you got a good play to learn on. But yeah, I mean, there's rules, and sometimes things happen quicker, better, faster, worse, slower. But the idea is we want to operate in something we could do consistently and reliably. So acting how I'm acting and doing these moves, I think will be consistent and reliable. But like I'm saying, if you don't believe me, you don't have the experience with it, best way to learn the experience is that's what I'm saying. You're either going to learn how and understand it and hold through and get the experience of holding, or you'll get the experience of fidgeting with it, and then you'll be able to see what happens. Yes, we want nothing to happen even. Amen. It could go up, it could go down. Nothing would be ideal depending on who you ask, yeah. Covered calls, you should be willing to sell at that price. Selling lots of time, lots of potential gain, lots of volatility, yes. And not necessarily, it should be a good enough price where it's a win-win all around. So even the price you're willing to sell at is so absurdly high that's what I'm saying, like it's a win-win. So the Intel example is great, because the premium was so high, it made the stock free, paying us double, triple, you know what I'm saying? And then it had a lot of time, a lot of potential gain, and then we also sold it at the very, very tippy top of its recent historic rally. So, but yeah, that's generally it. But the selling price is, ideally, even if it's like you should be willing to sell, I really think it should be way higher. Your selling price should guarantee you a gain on your purchase price, a substantial gain. I usually won't do it for less than 30-40%. That's kind of what I think is substantial. I like it though. That's what I'm saying. If you don't believe, you could try it. This is your moment to. There you go. It's like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You get 40% in 2 weeks on a covered call. What are you gonna do? That could open up the door, good gains, but you might be 3 months away from day trading in your long term without ever realizing it. What happened? What happened was I made money on a covered call and I couldn't stop. It's really funny if you think about it. Trump will deliver a speech to the nation on Thursday at 9 p.m. Hot dog. So we were destroying the Iranians. We took a water break, hydration break, FIFA. But now we must resume. They have no air force. We want to make sure. I don't even want them to breathe air. Not only can't they fly, they can't even breathe it anymore. They're going to pay us 20% of all oxygen that transits through the Strait of the eastern wind. All of the wind. We now control the oceans, the four corners of the world. I just wanted to tell the American people we're doing so great. So it's honestly, it's even bad to tell you how great we're doing. I don't want to brag. So you may hear a couple of headlines. The gas, they need to lower it. I think that's what they address. I don't know. Is they calling it? What do they call it? Not is it address? Oval Office address? Is that what it's gonna be? But last time it was kind of disappointing. Remember the last Oval Office Iran thing a couple months ago? That was a dud. TLN. Oh, a little pop. HCL Tech delivers robust Q1 led by record bookings of 2.4 billion. I don't know who that one is. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is we listen to everything every day. So the, like, addresses to the nation, they just, like, they use that as an opportunity for the people who don't listen every day. And then he just recaps everything. But yeah, last time it was, for if you are already up to speed with everything, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything new. And then anything new will probably get leaked 2 days before. So he said Thursday, so, you know, keep that in mind. It's only Monday, a great Monday. I mean, honestly, this could have been 10 times worse, you guys. You have Korea getting demolished. This back and forth. Oil is up by 9%. And honestly, we've had way bigger days a couple weeks ago. You had momentum getting destroyed. So, not so bad ahead of these earnings. And then tomorrow, I forgot, we even had the Waller. Oh, my gosh. Tomorrow, a Waller. Tomorrow. It's only a data set away. Explosions heard in eastern Bandar Abbas. IRGC 2 U.S. Lucas drones destroyed in Bandar Abbas. CPI. I mean, it's not. This is the weirdest. I'm telling you, bro. Waller. Even the guy asked him that. Even the guy asked Waller. He was like, the last 3 or 4 CPIs were already kind of, you know, showing this trend. That's why he's like, why do you think now? Why is tomorrow? Tomorrow's gonna be the back end of this shit, not pricing in all the war stuff, all of that. We've already been surprised by the lack of it. So he's kind of saying, like, what the fuck was the point of that? So yeah, it is and then again, all the core metrics so far have came in lower, but either way, we'll see. But now he just made it get more volatile for no reason. So it was already going to be volatile, but I think it's going to get a little bit more heightened tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, I think my idea could blow up in the next 2 weeks, but if nothing dramatic, like if nothing crazy happens with the Fed in the next like 2 to 3 weeks, if they don't raise rates and there are no crazy data dump or whatever, I genuinely think that talking about rate hikes ahead of the midterms is starting to become bullshit. And what I mean by that is just quite simply, it's going to get too political. And I think Kevin Warsh would at least respect that, especially being the new guy. But like I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. Like, think about all of the shit I talked about the election and all of the actions with the Fed. So yeah, it's just like, what do you, 3 months ahead of the midterms? I think the window should be closed now. I think we're getting to that point. That's what I'm saying. If nothing dramatic happens in the short run, although Kevin's new and we have all this, even though the market really wants to talk about rate hikes ahead, like I'm saying, maybe he does hike rates after. I'm not saying that rate hikes can't happen. Not at all. I am saying, though, to a certain degree, entertaining rate hikes before the midterms, it doesn't sound natural. That doesn't sound like a good idea. That sounds inherently political if that's the case. So that's why I think, in a weird way, like I told you, if you asked me what should have Jerome Powell should have done, right? There was a lot of noise ahead of the elections, right? Just like there's a lot of noise in the data right now ahead of the midterms. It's like, what should you have done? Should have done nothing. Just sit sit and wait it out and do nothing. And that's why it's like he just got into office. If nothing changes dramatically with the data to warrant them to take an insurance cut or hike or whatever and actually move, then at some point you're getting too close to the midterms to even adjusting policy. It would have an effect. I mean, let me ask you this. Think about it. If you raised rates ahead of the midterms and then it had a price effect that affected the, Main Street, well, what do you think? That's not good. And then vice versa. If you cut rates ahead of the midterms and then that boosted Main Street, that's not good. So they're all affecting it. That's why I'm like, I think everyone's just hyping up this idea of rate hikes, in 2026, sure, but you could reasonably put a box on it. Like I'm telling you, I don't think it should happen ahead of midterms. Afterwards, yeah, but ahead of it, fuck no. Especially as we're running out of time. Ahead of Powell, the Fed futures were pricing in a cut. No, they were. It was the data. So the Fed futures were kind of how they were now, where they were like, wobbling back and forth, very sensitive, not one cut, not one. And then what happened ahead of the election, the jobs data started getting really bad. Do you remember that? And it was noisy, just like how our inflation data is getting really bad. It was like you started getting this bad labor, and guess what happened? They ended up revising it away anyways. But yeah, the labor market plummeted ahead of the election, and then some of that data started showing up weaker, and then the Fed futures gave it the green light 2 days ahead, and then they did it. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, that was all that data got revised out, but it was noisy, just like it is now in the data. And that's why I'm saying it's kind of similar to Powell. And the right answer is do nothing. The right answer is close your eyes and let the storm pass, not try to move into that type of scenario. But if the Fed is independent of politics, shouldn't they be able to make a hike no matter what's going on, since their reaction is to the data? Yes, but if you are a good Fed, you would understand that your move, that it has like a political consequence. And then what's going to happen is that's going to create a feedback loop right back to you. So that's what I'm saying, where it's like even ahead of this election or the midterms, they could be going off of the data and say what they want, but whatever they do, it's going to cause another action and another action, and that's going to cause its own feedback loop. So if they're smart about it, even though they could react independent from politics, doesn't mean they should ignore the consequence and what that's going to create. And that's where I'm saying you can do what you want. It would be cleaner for the Fed and easier if you did it after the election. That on both instances, whether it's a midterm or a straight presidential election, easier to do it afterwards or do it well ahead, well in advance. So that way it's not as disruptive, and then you can monitor what you're looking for in the data without the politics affecting it. And that's what we're saying. It's like, so you could go do it now, but then the politics are going to affect it because that's what's naturally going to happen regardless. So December 9th then? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think rate hike for 2026 is possible, but it would have to be then. Otherwise, if nothing in the next 2 weeks, unless inflation goes right back up to 7 or something ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, the next couple days, the earnings, God, I don't know what could happen that could warrant an immediate rate hike. That's why I think people are kind of dramatic about it. But I do think afterwards, but it's eventually we're running out of time. He could do that, and that would be I don't think Kevin Warsh wants to, but the answer to balance it all is they could just say that. They could say we are going to hike after the midterms and then just tell you before the midterms and then that way the market will price that in. But then, so it's like you wouldn't really move the bonds. It wouldn't really affect things the same way, but it would create that economic impact, which then you could argue, is that the right move? If you really wanted to, I think that would be the best move, essentially. Even though it would be forward guidance, that would be the best way to do it without being political. But then again, you would have to give that guidance early. Because like I'm saying, even if you said that a month or 2 months ahead of the election, you know, it's going to cause people to react. Good afternoon, brethren. How are you? Welcome to Power Hour. We only got 55 minutes left. Where's Meta? Morgan Stanley was pumping Meta and Google. They said Meta's hyperscaler winner. Oil, disgusting. Williams, $5 billion investment. They're down. That's 2 of them. I've seen 2 companies today with multiple billion-dollar investments, and they're down. But yeah, WMB got a $5 billion investment this morning from Blackstone, and then ALKS, they got $1.5 billion on a government contract, and they're still down. So these 2 can both react tomorrow if you want laggers. A Dino, a Costco, earnings. Credit cards chargeback surge as e-commerce and cashless society gets messy for consumers. Interesting. Air defense is activated in Bondars. That's the same headline, but it's hitting again. Okay, SPY near the low. Low ticker's picking up. Let's see now at the end of the day. It usually chills, but yeah, you're 265 green on the SPY, 230. At one point, you had 350 in the green. Dow 16 green, 14 in the red. Dow got a little better, but Dow was green in the morning, down a quarter. SPY's down 0.7. NASDAQ down 1.8 to start off Monday. Literally 54 in the red, 46 in the green. So, yeah, I mean, pretty balanced now. Everything's turned a little bit more 50-50. Taylor Farms might be the source of the cyclophoria outbreak. Dude, weren't they the ones... Is that the one who had the little egg one? Who was that company that had the eggs? Remember there was like an egg sickness thing that got a recall and they hit it? I thought that was Taylor Farms. I forgot which name that. Remember there was like a baby thing or like a baby food? Taylor Farms is private. It's a diversified though. It's like Conagra. But yeah, those didn't react. But there was that company, that one that made like the formula. No, it was like baby food. And it had something and they were like lying about the eggs. Salinas, California. Damn, they do $7 billion a year. Why did they took a stake in a regional bank? Interesting, at the beginning of this year. Nah, there was like a small company. I think was it Calmaine? No, there was like I remember one of the chads was like, oh, I was giving my kid that. There was like a big scandal. I could have been cow Maine, but I remember it was like Tree Farms or something. That's why that reminded me of it. It was like Tree or Try or something Farms. Wouldn't a projected Republican loss mean Fed chair Trump will be a lame duck? To a degree, but like that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know if you guys are hearing me, but in Bank of America, Morgan, was it Michael Wilson? He thinks the same thing. I mean, and it's kind of true, but it doesn't. And like for some of you who are really political, you probably give a shit. But if you are on Wall Street, it doesn't fucking matter, because even if it's a blue wave, we're gonna love it, because then bond yields will go down, dollar will go down, and then yeah, even if there's more of the lame duck stuff, it'll add stability to some of the crazy Trump shit. And then vice versa. Even if they somehow surprise and win, it'll be bad for the dollar and bonds unless Bessent gets in control. But then him having more power and making it kind of cleaner, Wall Street's going to love it. Do you not understand what I'm telling you? Wall Street's going to love no matter what. So make sure you guys stay in Wall Street. Okay? That's the best advice I could give you for the midterms. Fuck Wall Street. I hate it, but that's what I'm saying. If you know how the game works, unfortunately, that's the whole point of the video. Like I said, the midterm money glitch, the uncertainty rises ahead, and then right when the uncertainty clears, it's beneficial for the whole entire market. That's the irony of it. That's the bullshit, is that Wall Street always wins, because it always does. Long term always wins, because it always does. So you got to... that's what I'm saying. Although there will be dollar bond effects, it's like any way you cut it, whether Republicans win or Republicans lose, blue, red sweep, the market's going to love it. In some degree. That's what I'm saying. Even if you get a big blue sweep, I'm gonna take advantage of it. You're gonna love it. And then vice versa. Even if if it's red, it's gonna slow like bonds and dollar, but we've been ignoring that for a while. Then we're gonna start moving to another area. But then the market will start running on some clearer themes now that Trump will have a little bit less issues. But there's gonna be a winner regardless and less uncertainty. It's a win-win for everybody. Stellantis, I don't like automakers. Multiple blasts in Bondare and Konarak. Yeah, I don't like the autos for the long term. Isn't that frustrating though? If you really understand what I'm saying, it's kind of frustrating. That's what I'm saying. I think some people don't get it. Especially, that's why I say don't get too political. It's like I'm telling you, it doesn't matter who fucking wins. Wall Street's going to love it. Isn't that annoying? Wall Street always wins. It's like literally that's how it's always played out. That's why, again, Michael Wilson said this. He said that the midterms are the most binary event for the stock market. That's why it's such a good event, because it's just one way or the other. And like I'm telling you, how it has played out has been pretty crazy. The Trump admin discussing capability framework of open source models expects Chinese Mythos models to be available for free on the internet in 6 to 12 months. AI doom loop. So I'm saying, but again, even this morning, there's been no fundamental shift in these narratives. So yeah, we've been trying to balance those. But see, so pretty much the next good earnings, they're going to say AI fears down. And then the next bad earnings, this shit's going to come up. Does that make sense? So just think the doom loop. That's kind of how we've been playing that one. 4 missiles strike near Konarak. U.S. aircraft reportedly in airspace over Konarak. Erna. TLT a good time to buy? No. I will tell you, but be careful. As of late, more often than not, I call it TLTDS. So it's TLT derangement syndrome, where just people get really obsessed with buying TLT, and it's truly not optimal. So eventually Kevin Warsh is going to make a mistake, and there will be a reason to get bond volatility and a cut in bond prices. But until then, you're better off catching a high quality yield or even actual bond itself. But I don't think TLT is for most people. Cintas. Is it cheap? Yeah, I mean, it's a liquid as fuck, but yeah. But China's just struggling, though. That's the thing. China's AI and tech has been great, but just in general, that Chinese data. There was record inflows in China last week, the most since the end of the last year, but yeah, just the economic data somehow gets worse and worse. Robinhood plans 5 asset-backed bond tiers tied to credit card receivables. Nice. They're selling bonds on your guys' accounts on your credit card. Not bad. Not bad. Maybe they'll do buy now, pay. That's how you got buy now, pay later. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Alright, man, we chilled. What a day. Dollar on the high. How is this after a day like today? Yeah, man, look at this. Remember, this used to be our high range? We did it. Now we're doing this again at the higher range. Several vessels violating Iranian restrictions targeted in Strait of Hormuz. C on the high. C, senor. C, Habibi, C. BMY's been climbing there. Vessels violating Iranian restrictions will be targeted. Okay. Chad, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB. You know, I thought we wouldn't have to do this, but you know, every day the war just ends. And I feel like this song, you guys, I really think the war is gonna end in October. Now that I think about it, but I love you, and God bless you. But I will be right back.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you got She's like me, she understand the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war if we would have had price ceilings and pricing floors. Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala AGI and better run.
Woo! Chad. Bro, I missed the ICE protest, bro. What happened? You guys don't remember? I would go on my YouTube, dude, and the live videos, it would just be, what happened? Dude, is Minneapolis still around? Like, what the fuck happened to Minneapolis, dog? I ain't hear shit out of Minnesota. Y'all got put on the map at the beginning of this year. Y'all were turning up. I think Minnesota I didn't know that was the home of the blowhorn. I didn't know y'all invented the blowhorn, the police siren. It's okay to be gay. You guys don't remember that? That was this year. That was the beginning of this year. So yeah, it's been a while, dude. So I don't know if we do the meetup. What we could do is the week after, just so like equal time sake, we could organize. Like I'm down to go to a protest if you want. We could just go for fun. But yeah, that's insane. I kind of forgot about it. I miss them. Like they were kind of overwhelming, but they were turning up, bro. All right, well, new low into the bell. Again, they keep that headline of targeting multiple vessels. I've hit 3 news agencies have said it. And then again, you had that Trump AI framework thing about China. But yeah, brother, we only got 37 minutes left. You're from Minnesota. You hate the cities. Well, dude, I've never been. I kind of wanted to go at the beginning of this year, but those live streams, they were entertaining and overwhelming at the same time. I don't know. It was wild though, but it was like every week. I remember even when I would drive around my town, there would be an ICE protest at every corner. And then, yeah, everything just stopped. Well, SPY going lower, unfortunately. So let's see our staples. The staples are actually doing good into the bell. I really just think it's chips, man. Now IGV. So this time, most of the day, software started slipping, but still held on pretty well. But yeah, chips now and software both at the same time. Not to mention, you don't really have a Mag 7 winner leader. You don't got nobody except for Amazon, maybe. That's just been chill. Oh, Hananalin! With 5 of them, it failed. Hey, Matt. Mr. Hananalin. God bless you. Amen, chatted down here. Amen. The chat has blessed you. Now, please get a long term. Longevity is the name of the game, brethren. It's the name of the game. VTR. Again, 748. Where is like I said, I think this 748 flat and then like 746. I don't know if we have a gap to fill, man. Does this count? You might have a 729. You know what's crazy though? The war shit, it's like oil started going up with it, but dude, most of this is from Christopher Waller. So I do think, I mean, a lot of this downside started there. And then it just sucks though too. This is a good portion of the market doing its thing, even though the SPY balance did get a little weaker towards the end. There is still a lot of names up. So that Mag 7, again, SanDisk down 15, shit like that is going to definitely skew the indexes. So SPY's still down 0.8, NASDAQ's down 2 to give you an idea, and then Dow's only down by 0.3. Explosions heard in Larik Island and Hormuz Strait. Another one. So again, I don't know if oil is not moving because it's settled. Just keep an eye. Or two, let me put it this way: if you really think the Houthis are gonna fuck shit up, play UNG, because that's the one that, remember, that was your biggest spike during a lot of the war conflict. Or where was it? Where was that March rip? I guess it was smaller. I guess that one was in January. But yeah, that was the biggest reaction, and then UNG went lower from there. But yeah, any of the natural gas Saudi stuff. But otherwise, I don't know if that's why you got like 3 or 4 more headlines. Oil stopped moving. Now it's equities. Again, it is right now as I'm talking. It is chips and software into the lows. Software's not at a low, but it's coming down. And then again, chips are down 4.9. LNG would be the same. LNG is just a company. But yeah, UNG, LNG, same thing, really. You could either go for the commodity or the company that is exposed to it. PLMR. Again, you just dropped a quick point. Let's see. Dollar's the only thing that's near the high that was climbing. Again, oil was already up there. If anything, you could argue SPY's catching up to oil. Remember, oil closed 9% today. Still up 8.7 right now. Okay, SQQ on the high as well as we're going into the low. I saw the VIX earlier on one of those little bottoms, but other than that, nothing. VIX is up 15%. VIX is at 17 though right now. Not anything crazy. Again, NASDAQ down over 2. We have 30 minutes, 32 minutes. So first 30 minutes of power hour, it's been straight down. White guy for Kamala. A nice flush. I mean, today already it was like last Monday, but then this time we didn't randomly bounce for no reason. But like I'm saying, is that Christopher Waller was just unnecessary out of nowhere, and then it ties into tomorrow morning. But low-key, ever since Christopher Waller, the momentum has weakened. However, I don't know if it was Christopher Waller hitting the broad market as much as it was, again, the chips were already weak. So as long as they just kept going lower, that's what pretty much created this. Rig. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like if you think this oil stuff, because like I'm telling you, this move today on oil very different than the last couple of weeks. This is the first one that's like reminiscent of some of the earlier days. So it's like if you think this is going to be 24, 72 hours of escalation, all of these like shitty oil names, shitty oil, again, UNG, even USO Lottos, like those are going to be the moves essentially. But then again, like you got a address of the nation at Thursday, and then we had another point. What do you say? By tonight they're gonna start closing things off. So that's a point where they could either pivot, or just like last weekend, he's gonna set the deadline, not say anything, and then actually move forward with it. But yeah, that's kind of the general idea. So I would think about that now. Like I'm telling you, you should make your decision. If you believe that 24, 72 hours more of oil headlines, it gets worse. These lotto oil plays are going to be what you're going to wake up to tomorrow. But then, or again, if he has a deadline tomorrow, 4 p.m., maybe, think about the timing on that. And then tomorrow, you have 3 other events ahead of that. But yeah, that's the general idea. Because energy was momentum energy was weak, but like shitty oil exposure or like direct oil exposure energy, those are all gassed up. Yeah, dude, SanDisk. That's what I'm saying, though. That's what it sucks too, because it's like obviously we slowed down since Waller, but we're obviously down because like a couple of names are just doing really terrible. I mean, again, chips down 4. I don't know if people are understanding the gravity of the situation. I just think in the last 3 to 4 weeks, we've dealt with literally 15 plus or minus 3%, 4% days that we became so used to it. But yeah, SK Hynix had its worst day in history. You had it again, Korea got halted, and like there's just like, so all of that being said, I mean, some of this other stuff is holding pretty good. You disagree the only thing will go up are dollar and VIX? Well, like I'm saying, I mean, you disagree, play it however you believe. But I do think, I don't have a play on it, but I do think that if the oil news does escalate in the next coming days, like if it gets worse than this, or we keep playing this game of not walking it back, I do think you'll start to watch more random oil pops temporarily. So, but other than that, everything else, again, I think a lot of red light, green light. Get ready for at least one big freak out, and then we're going to play that stop and go as we get the reports, data again tomorrow. Action-packed with things to react to. So, not to fear too much, but opening up the week in a random fashion we've kind of been used to. But these last couple weeks have also kind of given us a game plan. So everything from oil to the stop and go of momentum, earnings, and AI. I mean, yeah, it's just different points to pull up, different timing to think about. We're thinking about the same things at different times is the simplest way I could put it. Oh, you think they're going to liquidate everything, even gold? Oh, no way. So you think this is it then, huh? You want to make a bet? How about this? If it doesn't, you have to make a long term. And then we begin our long term. But yeah, I don't think this, I think we might, maybe, but this wouldn't, any real freak out. It's not going to happen this week. You might get the, like, overblown freak out for no reason, but, yeah, I mean, you need more. We have too much on the line, a.k.a. a couple bad earnings. Then I think we could talk risk off, summer sell-off, dollar up, everything else down. I could see that. But other than that, it's just this week, next week, it's still going to be kind of slow. But this would be a great week to do the overblown freak out, essentially, where people trip out, whether it's an AI narrative, the war, again, maybe even Tesla or Netflix, slower earnings, banks, they're like recession, build like a weak narrative, and then, like we're saying, we got 400 names of right around the corner, and then mix that in now with both Warsh and the economic data tomorrow morning. Trump will support Russia's sanction bill, and then you have a mushroom headline, couple minutes old, and VA PRHHS, comprehensive partner to advance mental health treatments for veterans. I was saying, dude, even ALKS, they had a VA in 1.5 billion, and then it didn't even move. What was the other one? Was it comp or comp? I forgot what it is. I think I still have one. Yeah, CMPS. They got a pop on it. That was the one we hit 1,000% on. And then SPY going lower. The pressure is unrelenting. Okay, now Google. Hot dog. Great week to start. Yeah, so Google's kind of chilled. I mean, just if Amazon gives up. So now, even your little Mag 7 support, which was not strong, that's starting to give up now. That's the last thing you need. Unless chips go up. If Mag 7 sells off, chips take the money, that's fine. But if they all just sell off into the close, I mean, yeah, 748 and then like 746, I think you'll save for tomorrow. But if they really want to panic, I mean, 745 is the low. That's the panic zone pretty much. High 746, high 745s. But yeah, otherwise 748 should be the last solid level. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Microsoft, if all these Mag 7s, you didn't really get too much support from them and chips are already down. But if those give up, I mean, the staples, even the staples are giving up in the close, to be honest. And they weren't even strong. Financials a little bit. Remember, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, and Goldman, I think, are tomorrow morning. So yeah, 4 or 5 of the major big banks tomorrow. So keep that in mind. And then that's going to give you a consumer economy narrative to follow for a little bit. And then whatever the hell happens to the Koreas. But like I'm saying, Korea has been pretty insane. I know we got used to it, but yeah, man, every day. TVTX, I feel like I saw that earlier, but it says 30 highs. Am I tripping? I guess I was up with a high earlier, it just never materialized. Red light, green light, SQQ on the high. SpaceX already hit the low. Quantinium, that did really bad. That's finally below 70, but like getting back to 60. So that was the last time we made that other play. I made them free and then they started dying though. They hold us on the high. Low ticker is very active. It's almost fully maxed out now. Wendy's, Adobe, now it's everything now. So, like, literally, software is about to go into the low, you guys. That's insane. So, again, you already had a lot of names that were pretty mollywopped, but... And I don't know what happened to AppLovin, dude. They may have... Let me check if they lowered the bar on that one. But, yeah, literally, software now. So, a lot of the low ticker, it's showing shit that was up most of the day. That's the shitty part about this close, is that a lot of that, like, half-feigned strength on some of these names is just giving up. Hot dog. What was that one I wanted to look at right there? AppLovin. I didn't, because I don't have a headline on that. Let's see if they lowered the guide. Communications are coming up now. Okay. Yeah, they lowered AppLovin. That's why it's dropping. Yeah. Interesting. Recently, the bar was raised on the low end in June, but now the top end just got dropped. So that's another, but otherwise I don't have a headline on it. But then it's saying you got 4 downgrades, but then it's showing up as today. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. So this was the last month. The low end got raised, or the high end got lowered, and then the low end just stayed the same, and then that's up from May. But yeah, and then again, communications are running now. Well, like I'm saying, you guys asked me about that one earlier. I still don't see anything on it. And then, yeah, analyst note. App Lovin' tumbles on analyst note. Bank of Securities said push into e-commerce has been a muted start. Weekly data not shown an uptick. Yeah, reiterated the buy rating and then implied 39% upside. So he lowered his targets. You get the headline that says analyst, but yeah, it shows up on the guide. But yeah, so that's all an analyst right there. So literally the bar got lowered after kind of ripping. Stock is down 15%. Like we're saying, CBOE bar is slowly getting raised. The stock's up $30 in the last couple days, and that's off of the data. So again, this one's even, do you see how both data and raise correlates? This one is having analyst, they got a new product, but then they're changing their expectation. So again, it's the change in expectation, but then there's usually a story behind it. All right, we'll spy a little bit off the bottom. Again, a couple of things moving around. You just gave up a little bit of any residual strength there at the close. Kind of unfortunate. Well, again, there's two. You have one analyst comment. He's talking about their little ad rollout, but above all else, I mean, he just kept the rating the same, but lowered the guidance expectation for earnings, and then that's what I think is kind of materializing there. But that's a big move. I mean, 15% down. And then imagine App is a pretty big name, so that is also, I think App is one of the top names on IGV. No, UNG is a ETF. LNG is a company. So UNG is the ETF that tracks the price of crude oil, of natural gas, and then LNG is literally Cheniere. I can't even say the name, but it's a company. Cheniere. Chenerai. A genie, Chenier. Kenny? Who's a Kenny? I don't know a Kenny. It's a stupid name. Chinchilla. What the fuck you call it? Oracle. Trump's Thursday speech to address newly declassified intelligence plans by foreign nations to interfere with 2020 election. Oh, so it's not about the war. I thought it was going to be like, okay, guys, the excursion's not over. They keep asking, are we there yet? I said, we already arrived. We just got to look around. No big deal. Next time it happens. I know, man, Oracle. Well, it's even a big drop in 2 days. So, like I'm saying, the next spot is like 120. 127 is like the low, is like the low high end. But then, like, we're talking the 120 test. So, yeah, we'll see if it gets in there. I might be down to get a little bit more. I just got to give my 30 days. Let my 30 days, 30 day. Like I was saying earlier, we'll get leaked if it's something new. But if it's just about the election stuff, I mean, yeah, that's old. Or that's not like fresh. I mean, it's nothing to do with conflict, which is kind of good. But we'll see. Is UNG and crude run? No, they do their own things. Very different markets. Again, like I'm telling you, The only reason why I bring up UNG would be like literally if the Iranians, so like if you think the Iranians are going to escalate, they're going to do it by fucking up natural gas. That was the worst thing they did last time. I don't know if you guys realize it. That attack on the South Pars field, that was the worst thing. That was the most damaging attack the Iranians made. Anything else they did was bullshit, was pebbles. But that if they go and throw a pebble at the wrong place, and that's where you run into issues. So, but yeah, I do think if they really want to escalate and like go to the point of no return, they're gonna fuck up some LNG facilities. Which I would challenge them to do it. Otherwise, I think they're soft. I don't think they're serious. Like Galabuti, I don't think you're serious, bro. I don't think you'll do it. I think you're scared. I think, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a play on it, but I just think if Galabuti and Aragachi weren't so scared, so that's why we don't know that yet, but it just depends. But I think he's scared. I think he won't do it. He won't do it, bro. There's going to be more election BS. Yeah, I feel you. You know what? I think it would be more appropriate if anybody ever, like, remotely questioned the election, you should just, like, ban them and then remove them from all of social media. Because I think that's a way better way to handle it. Because that's why. I think, I don't know. Looking back at it, like, I understand. Because that's what would happen. At last, 4 years ago. If I played anything that said anything, I would get banned regarding this topic. So, yeah, I think that was a better way to handle things. Just a lot cleaner. Easier. Out of sight, out of mind. The Spark Notes, I mean, I could give you the pro Spark Notes is that nothing happened. Like, in reality, it was all just emotions. There was no real, like, event that occurred. You did have Trump, a lot of Iran headlines, reigniting the blockade. That's what he said right here. That's where we got the reaction. And then Christopher Waller came in with the most randomest comment related to raising rates if the core CPI comes in hot tomorrow. And that's what kind of brought us down. And then mix of war and other things. But Korea did terrible overnight last night, but there wasn't like a headline. There wasn't really any narrative shift. It was like the opposite of last week where we started off bad and then just ran up for no reason. But today, started off bad, kind of went up, but it didn't last. But no real narrative shift. So just bad war headlines for sure. Big move on oil. Bad move in chips in memory, but no real story or decisive change there. And then getting ready for CPI tomorrow, which got a little more pressure with Waller. And now the bank earnings, and then wherever else we go after Kevin Warsh and the rest of the earnings. So, yeah, that's the simple one. But like I'm saying, it's a lot of movement, but I wouldn't really tack any one event to what, like I'm saying, you got the Waller zone here, the Trump stuff. But, yeah, it's like a weird remix of last week and then still just anticipating. All right, well, spies, that 10-minute rigged. Bring it home, Chatadonia. China has detained U.S. expert on North Korean nuclear test detection for nearly 2 years, says his wife in advocacy groups. Yulin Chen is the only American designated by the U.S. as wrongfully detained in China, says his wife in advocacy. He was interrogated about research more than 100 times by Chinese officials. What? Why are you just telling us now? This was 2 years ago. What do you mean? What do you mean, Mrs. Chen? Why Mrs. Chen? How come we're just finding it? Mrs. Chen! Well, yeah, apparently Yulin Chen is I'm very confused. Well, that just came out. Market on close, $1.5 billion to the buy side. Woo! Big gap up in semis. I mean, that's what we need. Yeah, chips a little off the bottom. Software, too. Dude, that software sell-off anything. I mean, again, a couple of those rotations, even staples. I think financials were the best, but then after tomorrow, I mean, we'll see. Financials will either be the bright spot or the dog. Find out on the next episode of Earnings. All right, well, Rapparoon, you recovered that first 15 minutes of Power Hour. That's where the little momentum stuff really got a little uglier there, but just back to where you were in those final couple of hours of the day. But not bad, child. Not bad. Rapparoon, again, tomorrow morning, you're waking up to shit, you guys. You're going to wake up to CPI. You're going to wake up to Kevin Warsh shortly after. And then after, you're even going to wake up to bank earnings. So, yeah, it's you're going to have a lot to digest. Some in the morning, some after the bell. But, yeah, you're going to get a lot. But I'd Rapparoon. Oman, we prioritize engagement with Iran to ensure freedom of navigation. Team pop back up again. So that's, like I'm saying, that's one of those plays. Like, so we got a couple of small ones here and there, but some of those are up. I just haven't done anything, but I hope you decide. So yeah, team, like that's one of them. Those are up like 50 to almost 100. The spread is wide. Just if they fill. Hot dog. Oman. Oh man. Oh man, Oman. Bro, TLN. Team. Are we still ripping after the midterm with everything that's happened so far this year? No, actually. So what happened is, like, you know, over 100 years of market history, the market was like, fuck the history. Let's just ask Josh what he thinks. And then the market was like, yo, Josh, what do you think? You think this is too much to violate 100 years of history, Josh? What do you think? We'll just go off of that. And then, so yeah, no, it's dead. Done. Over. No, yeah, it's the same thing, man. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't, you guys, but I have ideas. But then I'm going off of the fact that the midterms has 100 years of history. So just, I don't think anything has changed. And remember, it's 6 months after the midterms. But yeah, I think everything is still a go. All plans remain the same. Yeah, and I'm still excited. I hope you are too. There's going to be opportunity. Opportunity. They're a chat. They tweeted the Squid Games. It's not a chat. They're just unoriginal and lack ideas. So they need the plugs plug. So again, just like the mediums, the wrong messengers. You see, they get in the way of the source, then they send a different message. So pray for everybody. Amen. Amen, baby. So wrap it up, though. Like I'm saying, those teams and a couple of others, there's some bright spots towards the end of the day. Do as you please, my brethren. And then also think about some of those laggers. A lot of contracts. There was 2 different contracts in big amounts today. No reaction. And then again, too, though, it just depends on if war and other stuff are going to be getting in our ways. So, Rapparooney, there's your final 5. Meow. All right. There's the low ticker still pretty active, but you got a couple of names coming up right now. CPK? California Pizza Kitchen? Alright, I'll take it. Cracker Barrel. There was one more. Rubric and Okta. Yeah. Everything is not bad, brother. It's not bad at all. CB at Cracker Barrel. I don't know why that's the runner here into the close. How did restaurants do? And food, you had Chipotle up as well, and Sweet Greens down. All right, Chad. Well, Rapparooney, you don't have much time remaining. I'm gonna miss you, but I hope you had a good Monday. I think it was a great start. I mean, last Monday. Remember, bro, last couple weeks have been pretty good. You've just been doing that melt up. Because I vividly remember that other Monday. I was like, oh, shit. We brushed off everything. You kind of had that vibe today, but then it only went straight down. But remember, we got out of that little box, and we were edging up. But unfortunately, like we talked about, you're right near the all-time highs. A lot to digest, but we're also still in this range we've been in. There you go. More polyalty, more cyber, more software. Even some Tessie. Okay, hello, Habibi. Oman, the goal is to achieve permanent mechanisms that prevent recurrence of crises in the strategically important region. That end of the day, it was like right here. That's where they killed off the momentum, but then they just bought it right back. Like I'm saying, I mean, if you could get some Mag 7 support, that could go a really long way in this environment. Yeah, IGV, that's what I was saying. That's when IGV, I was like, that got pretty ugly, but you just bought it right back. And then a couple of Mag 7s. Nothing else got a little worse. Let's see. Oh, Progressive. It sucks. I like the insurance companies, but they already moved too much. They're one of the undercrowdeds. But yeah, they've moved up a lot recently, if you've looked. It's your birthday? Oh, right at the bell! Happy birthday, big dog! Have to chill with your dog. Amen. Are you kidding me? What timing? And now, you only have, 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, earnings, the banks. Oh, I forgot. I think we have a Bank of America play. Oh, no, you got to sell it if you don't want to hold it. So, yeah, make up your minds, my friends, and wrap it up. Less than 20 seconds remaining. So speak now or forever hold your peace. And, my friends, very big week ahead. Also the data, so some plays might need to be decided. But you are running out of time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. Chatadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. Oh my gosh. What just happened? Did you hear that? Is Jesus just come back? Jesus? What just happened? Oh, it's amazing. Well, either way, chat. That's the day. I know. I'm taking you back to basics. You got to go back to basics for earnings season. Chatadonia, 7 hours in the day. You made it, man. I don't care if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. Let me get a good game in the chat and drop that GG. don't matter if you made money or lost money, you learn. You're in the game. Are you in the game? If not, why are you wasting your time here? If you're not bearing fruit, why would you waste any amount of time here? My brother, let's go. Let's get it. And God bless and good game to those of you who made it worthwhile. Those of you who contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, those vibes, personalities, info. God bless you and GG, baby. Thank you, my friends. That's what I'm talking about. So I see you, Gen Pop. Members, non-members, stream alerts, it don't matter. Are you really informed? Are you really using it? Do you really have a long term? Have you upheld the honor of the long term? Oh, are you asking nuns questions about their sex life? Yeah, exactly. Okay, they don't. Do you understand what I just? I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, Chattadonia. Why didn't I be here? Damn, where is it? So SPY closes down 0.7. So I think we're 1.3. 1.2, 1.3 from all-time highs. But Chattadonia, that is the day. That is all that I have for you. So thank you for your time. I hope you had a good Monday. I liked it. It was pretty enjoyable. Felt a little slow in the morning, and then before you know it, you got some random Waller headlines, some Trump Truth Socials, some data on the way, the market primed for a reaction. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is earnings, right? Oh, Chad. So like I told you, bro, just if you should pay attention. Like I'm telling you, this is not a gimmick. This is not a tagline for the video. I'm just saying, bro, like, again, right now, Chad, they're trying to lull you to sleep right now. If you could make it through the fire, only thing that comes out is gold. So I'm telling you, if you could make it through the chop, the back and forth, the war headline, the fake headline, the new headline, the earnings, the guidance, the AI's good, the AI's bad. Like I'm telling you, if you could make it around this jungle of bullshit, my brother, oh, there's going to be a golden opportunity at the end of it. I'm just telling you right now. So I'm saying, if you want to pay attention, now is the moment, not after a play gets hit, not after it goes back and forth, and then once it moves, you're like, okay, now I'll do it. No. In the thick of it. You remember, into the thick of it. You remember the last time people were saying into the thick of it? That was the other historic earnings of Q2, my brother, of 2021. So, Chad, you better lock in, dude. And the lock-in is not, you think lock-in is $50? You fool. You think it has to do with the membership? It has to do with your attitude. It has to do with your presence and your effort and your long-term. So Chattadonia, God bless you all. And I hope the wisest of you, I hope you seize the opportunity and you don't give it back, okay? And I hope at any point during this earnings season, my brother, if you somehow ever wind up with your foot on the market maker's neck, you step on it. Don't ever let go. Don't let go and be like, oh, I did so good, let me let go. No, step on it. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I don't think they hear me, Chad. May the wisest of you seize the opportunity. May the wisest of you seize the opportunity. And you want me to tell you? You want me to just tell you the philo now? I'll tell you the philo. How many of you were at philo and then are here right now? You want me to tell you? I'll tell you. I'll tell you if you were here. Listen, you think about it. What did Jesus say? He goes up to pray all night. He prayed so long and so hard he started crying blood. That's what you ain't never prayed that hard. And then the disciples fall asleep. And then he says, could you have not remained for an hour? Do you get what he was asking them? You see how great God is, brother? God didn't say, why didn't you stay up all night with me? Why didn't you stay up 9 hours with me? Why didn't you stay up half the time? Do you get it? Dog, he was just asking them a question. He wanted to know about their presence. But he just said for an hour, for a portion, for a window. He didn't even say, well, you didn't pray with me all night. He said for 1 hour. Chad, Just be present in the hour, my brother. Do you not get it? It's not even God was telling them. He wasn't even looking for them to be ready and doing the whole thing that Jesus was doing. Do you get it? Oh, my goodness. Chad, finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Chadadonia, I hope you are wise. I hope you seize it, my friend. And you know, I could tell you right now, wisdom. You could say a lot of wisdom. You could smell it. You could smell the wisdom on somebody. You know why? Because long-term monthly has side effects. It gives off a smell. You know that? You smell. I could smell if you take long-term monthly. I reek. They tell me that. They know. Even if they know, they don't know, they know. So, Chad, I love you all. And remember, all of this is brought to you by our sponsors at Long-Term Monthly. But at this point, I feel like Long-Term Monthly goes hand in hand with wisdom. So be wise. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. I'll see you on the Instagram. Have a wonderful evening. And go get your long-term. Don't forget.
Put your
Don't
moderate to
abandon it.
severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.